I welcome all our eminent dignitaries once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we begin every auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the gods and goddesses, seeking their blessings to guide us for the success of our endeavors. I request our dignitaries on stage to kindly do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurating today's conference. Requesting all the dignitaries to kindly proceed to kindle the lamp.
वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
I request VJ Christopher sir to please walk up and kindly light the way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for the inauguration of the 4th India Spectrum Management Conference 2024. It indeed is a wonderful, wonderful moment to witness everyone igniting the lamp together to take the day forward. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to invite Mr. Bharat Bhatia ji for opening introductions and setting the theme for ISMC 24. Sir.
Good morning and welcome to this 4th India Spectrum Management Conference. My name is Bharat Bhatia. I am the president of IAFI, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all. I'm actually very pleased that we have a large number of distinguished guests from all over the world, and I would like to welcome all of them. In particularly, I would like to welcome my friend Mr. Mario Manovich, Director of the ITU-APT. Please give a And Mario has been very friend to IFI. We have worked together in many conferences. I've been working together with him for the last 5 WRCs, and I find it a great supporter of India. So thank you very much. Like to welcome our chief guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Thank you, sir, and welcome to this conference. And I think TRAI plays a very big role in terms of all the spectrum issues, and it's very appropriate that you are chairing this session and this conference. So welcome here. Please give a big round of applause. Second, our friend, Madam Madhuroda ji, Member Technology. Great to have you here. As always, you have been in most of our events, so thank you very much. Kindly give a great applause for Madam. We have with us Shri Rohit Sharma ji, Member Services, Digital Communication Commission. It's great to welcome you, sir. And our friend, Mr. Masanori Kondo. Kondo-san is the DG of Secretary General of the APT, and he has been very, very open and working very closely with the IAFI and Indian administration for last so many years, and we find a great friend in him. So welcome, Masanori Kondo. And of course, Jitendra, always our supporter and be part of us. And all the great speakers and participants. I see a large number of senior government officials. I see a large number of foreign delegates. I see a lot of experts in the area of spectrum, in the area of technology, in the area of 5G, 6G, satellites. And I welcome all of them. I'll not name each one of them. But I'll just take about 5 minutes to introduce you to IFI. I think most of you know IFI, but let me quickly introduce what we are and what we do. So, as all of you know, IFI is a registered non-profit, non-political industry foundation. And we represent the interests of all the telecom and IC technologies, whether it is IMT or satellites or Wi-Fi and everything. We kind of try to bring a very cohesive and a common picture of all of them to all the stakeholders. And we serve as a vital platform for all stakeholders. And we help them participate in global bodies like ITU-APT, WWRF, etc. Our vision basically is to ensure huge sustainable development of the telecom and ICT, particularly by advancing the globally harmonized policies, the globally harmonized ecosystem, and contributing to ITU-APT studies, organizing events and support various vision and missions, collaborating with stakeholders, capacity building, and promoting research and development. Thanks to ITU, we have been recognized as a regional international telecom organization, and we have been granted sector member of all the 3 sectors of ITU-R, ITU-T and ITU-D, where we very actively participate in all of them. In every meeting or so, we submit a number of contributions. We are also an affiliate member of the APT, and there also we contribute quite a large way. Our participation has increased over the last 2-3 years many folds. We are a regular participants in WRCs, in Working Party 5D, in Working Party 4A, 4C, etc. In WTSA, we were very actively involved in preparatory activities as well as the participation. In ITU-D, in Study Group 1, in APG and AWG, we work very closely with all the preparatory activities. And of course, in the council working groups also, we are very actively participant. We were a very active participant in the WRC 23, which was one of the very successful conferences in Dubai, and we were very actively involved in various issues and discussions there. We were also part of many bilateral discussions, government-to-government discussions also, as a part of our WRC 23 delegation. And over the last 2 years, we have organized over 30 major events on all subjects: technology, sustainable development, on 6G, on 5G, on spectrum, on the regulatory issues, satellite issues, everything that you name, we have done something, bring together all the stakeholders. Last year, we did the 3rd India Spectrum Management Conference for 3 days, which was a great success. We worked with the University of Chicago, with IIT Delhi and others, and it was one of the major conferences. And I see similar thing happening here for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. These 2 days and tomorrow, we will have intense spectrum and wireless technology discussion. We will cover WRC 27, we will cover spectrum roadmap for 4G, 5G, we will cover the way forward on 6 gigahertz, we will cover spectrum pricing and auction rules, we will cover spectrum for broadcasting and other services like PMSC, and we will talk about the spectrum for GSO and non-GSO satellites. And then we will wind up tomorrow evening with a special workshop on how India can take leadership in the 6G studies. And that's a very important workshop which will be moderated by the Bharat 6G Alliance and chaired by the CDOT CEO. And there we will try to talk about what can we do as India to make India as one of the leaders in 6G studies. So with that, thank you very much. Quick introduction.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion and introducing all of us to IFI and 4th ISMC 24. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor that today's conference is graced by Mr. V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India, DOT, as one of our chief guests. He has more than 30 years of experience in telecommunications, especially in spectrum management and regulation. He has worked at various wireless monitoring stations and regional headquarters of WPC Wing. A strong advocate for international cooperation, he has represented India at global forums like ITU, APT, and WRC. I have the proud privilege in inviting Mr. Vijay Christopher to kindly do the honors of addressing the august house present here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning. First of all, let me thank the person who introduced me. So, distinguished dignitaries on the podium, delegates, senior officers from DOT, my colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be here on this occasion of the two-day India Spectrum Management Conference, a flagship program organized by ITU-APT Foundation of India. So, in these 2 days, I understand there are 8 to 9 sessions where they will articulate, discuss, deliberate, and hope they will come out with some policy prescriptions for the government to move forward in this spectrum management. So, you know, India is fourth fastest growing nation among all other countries. So the demand for digital services also is increasing with the growth of the country. By 2030, I think India's population is going to be 1.5 billion. So there will be a demand for more and more services, digital services. So when you refer to the word spectrum, spectrum means something which is wide range. This word exemplifies something wide range. So as the name indicates, spectrum is spanning from 3 kilohertz to 1 terahertz. So to understand the range, we have to compare from 1 rupee to 1 trillion rupees. So the spectrum has a different behavior, you know. It reflects, it get reflected, it get refracted, it get attenuated, it get absorbed by oxygen, it get absorbed by, moisture, rain, etc. So technical challenge is one of the, to develop a technology, the challenge is overcoming this spectrum behavior, you know. So 60 is the one technology that is on the horizon, which is coming last. So this has to overcome these technical challenges. In addition to the technical challenges, also there are, economic challenges. For example, spectrum is a limited resource. So how to distribute this resource is an economic issue. So we have a technical issue, an economic problem, as well as digital, as well as it has to be distributed uniformly. The service has to reach everybody equally. So there is a fairness also. So it becomes a social issue also. So spectrum management is somewhat technical, economical, socio-regulatory issue. So you can understand the complexity of that managing this spectrum. Long ago in the wired world of communications, spectrum was not much utilized. The use was limited up to aeronautical, maritime, some audio broadcasting, and for government use only. So but gradually, the demand, consumer wants and need started to grow manifold. The technology landscape changed. More and more applications were introduced. So the IMT, which came in, I think, 30, 40 years ago, was the most elaborate technical revolution that happened in the last century in the field of telecommunication. So this technology has catapulted the mobile industry and brought multitude of business opportunities like a butterfly effect. Today, the mobile industry is a multi-billion business which contributes significantly to the GDP of nation and to the international trade. Now come to the spectrum management. There are many facets of spectrum management. First thing is identification of the suitable frequency band for a new technology if you want to develop that technology. So what is the solution? So the best way forward is we have to engage with the ITU-R. See, ITU-R is doing the updating the frequency allocation table in every 4 years through the WRC. So we foremost should associate with ITU-R and go for a harmonized allocation of frequency spectrum, whatever the technology we want to bring. That will have more dividends, like, it ensures reduced cross-border interference, ensures global service compatibility, smooth roaming, and interoperability between countries. So the first is go to ITU, participate in their deliberation discussions, and contribute our points so that whatever the outcome from the ITU-R should be, should be what we want for, what are the frequency band, we want to use it, so we have to engage with them. So I think ITU-APT is doing a very good job in this. They are participating in all the conferences of APT, ITU, and they are also contributing much. WP is also coordinating with this, in this ITU-APT's contributions also. So we play a vital part in this. So another approach to enhance the spectrum utilization is the flexible model we speak, or it is called shared spectrum access. Like, spectrum can be shared between different operators, different sectors through dynamically. So like CBR, whatever, somewhere in US, they have the CBRS radio, which share the spectrum between different agencies through a tiered layer, tiered type of applications. So such things can increase the spectrum availability. That is another way of enhancing the spectrum availability. Then another model is spectrum refarming. Refarming, it is kind of repurposing the spectrum, current spectrum use into a new technology. For example, we can engage with the users, old legacy users of the spectrum, and we can talk to them, and we will tell them, okay, you give that spectrum to us, we will give you another spectrum where you will be having you will be able to induct the latest technology, and so it is a win-win situation for everybody, and this spectrum, whatever has been reformed, can be put to auction. Then there is also mechanism like spectrum trading, spectrum leasing and sharing to increase the flexibility and availability. So these are the one or 2-3 methods that we can improve the spectrum allocation. Then another, lastly, it is also about pricing, because spectrum allocation cannot be dissociated with pricing. So pricing is also an important regulatory mechanism to ensure fair pricing for both spectrum and services, preventing market dominance. So these are the things what come to my mind regarding spectrum management per se. But before I conclude, I have 2 points to put before this conference. One is about the allocation. Allocation is the process of apportioning the resources to the production of goods and service. So here in our case, the mobile service. So in a market economy, we use transparent auction as the best method to give the one who pay the highest. Ideally, it is the supply and demand that determines the price at which it is traded. So allocation efficiency is achieved when we put this scarce resources to the use that generate the most monetary value, as this is related to the utility of resource. But we have been seeing in the last 4 auctions also, 3-4 auctions also, that spectrum is more often sold at the reserve price. Whatever the reserve price recommended by the authority is the price at which this has been purchased. There is no competitive bidding among the bidders because there are 2-3 players only. So I feel that they have a fear about this winner's curse coming into play, that they will be paying more than what. Having said that, see, in economics, it is not the most efficient, but it is an optimal efficient mechanism to disperse the spectrum. So whoever is purchasing will be putting it to the best use. We assume this is an optimal value. Though it is not the Pareto efficient, they call it Pareto efficient, we are not reaching that. So it is always sold at the reserve price. And as you know, allocation is not about any fairness. Actually, allocation is a efficient mechanism. Whatever the efficient mechanism a open market wants, it is given to the highest bidder. Whereas the distribution, that is the service rendered by the TSP, it is not that we are looking for. It is the fairness that come into play in the distribution. So fairness for that government intervene in between. So what I was coming to is that when the spectrum is, these days, you know, there are classical debates going on about the allocation and pricing of satellite spectrum. That is why I brought this point. So when the spectrum is sold at the reserve price, fixed by an authority, in the spectrum for satellite also, a price is going to be fixed. This way also will be sold at the fixed price by the authority, though it is administrative in the later case, because we know satellite spectrum is a shareable thing and IMT spectrum is an exclusive spectrum. So you have to distinguish between these two. So that is the point I am asking. What is the distinction? So this is the point that I want to put into the conference. You can discuss about this. So, and one more point I wanted to say that, so our auctions is SMRA auctions, which, you know, ascending, or this we have been following from 2010 onwards. But in that time, there were 10 to 12 players there. But now there are only 3 players. So that SMRA auction, I think it may not be suitable for the current this thing, because they value the spectrum at the reserve price and sell it. So what I propose is, you know, in 2028 or so, we will be auctioning 6G spectrum. 6G have low band, mid band, centimeter wave band, millimeter wave band, and terahertz. So there will be 5 bands. You all together, I mean, combine all these things and sell it as a package. So such kind of auctions are also available, which is called, I think, combinatory clock auction. So such things we can discuss and see whether we can improvise on our mechanism and to disperse this spectrum. So with that points, I conclude my thought. Thank you for listening to me, and I must thank ITU-APT for inviting me to this conference. Before I close, I have a tale to tell you that, you know, spectrum manager position is very precarious because AI is coming. I don't know, it will take my position anywhere, anytime in the future. With that thing, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and enlightening all of us with your wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored and grateful for our honorable chief guest from overseas, Mr. Masanari Kondo, Secretary General APT, Bangkok, Thailand, for joining us today and gracing 4th ISMC 24. A seasoned telecommunications veteran with a distinguished career spanning decades. He brings a wealth of experience to the role His extensive tenure with the MIC Japan has involved him in international ICT affairs, overseeing bilateral cooperation and multilateral engagements. Under his guidance, APT continues to play a pivotal role in fostering collaboration among its member countries and ITU in advancing digitalization in the Asia-Pacific region. May I have the privilege of inviting Mr. Kondo to kindly address the gathering? Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the very good introduction. Honorable Dr. Pemmasan Chandra Sekhar, Minister of State in the Ministry of Communications and the Minister of State in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Mr. Mario Maniewicz, Director, Radio Communication Bureau, International Telecommunication Union. Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Professor Abhay Kalandika, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Ms. Madhu Arora, Member, Digital Communications Commission, DOT. Shri Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India, DOT. Distinguished delegates, good morning to you all. It is a privilege to join you at the 4th India Spectrum Management Conference. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Bharati Bhatia and the ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this event and for their leadership in advancing digital connectivity and spectrum management, both within India and on the international stage. India's contributions to the ICT sector have been exemplary, marked by active engagement and leadership at numerous regional and international forums. As a critical voice in the Asia-Pacific, India continues to share valuable insights on emerging spectrum needs, digital inclusion strategies, and innovative approaches to connectivity. Through the ITU-APT Foundation and other platforms, India consistently champions policies that drive digital transformation, strengthen cybersecurity, and support equitable access to the technology. At recent meetings, such as preparations for the upcoming World Radio Communication Conference, WRC27, India's perspectives on spectrum allocation, particularly in the 6 GHz band and emerging 6G initiatives, have added significant value to discussions. India's approach serves as a model for other countries, illustrating how thoughtful policies and effective spectrum management can accelerate national development goals, from expanding broadband access to supporting smart cities and advancing rural connectivity. This conference highlights Indians' ongoing commitment to building a digitally inclusive society under the Digital India Initiative. The topics on this year's agenda, spectrum roadmap, mobile service expansion, and regulatory strategies, underscore India's dedication to preparing for the next era of technology. The ITU-APT Foundation of India has been pivotal in fostering these conversations, creating an influential forum for stakeholders to exchange knowledge and collaboratively shape the future of ICT. As we look forward, it's clear that India's work at home and its contributions abroad are paving the way for regional advancements. By addressing challenges like spectrum allocation and pricing, India is actively supporting a stronger, more connected Asia-Pacific, inspiring neighboring nations to take similar steps towards connectivity and digital empowerment. In closing, I encourage everyone here to engage actively in the sessions and discussions ahead. The insights shared will not only drive India's digital future, but will also influence the direction of ICT development across our region. I look forward to witnessing the outcomes of this conference and the continued impact of India's leadership in ICT. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and productive conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kondo. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next chief guest, Shri Rohit Sharma, Member Services, Digital Communication Commission, DOT, an ITS officer, 1986 badge, has extensive experience in diverse telecom domains like 4G planning, network maintenance, and infrastructure development. He has served in various roles across India, including challenges faced while executing OFC projects in high-altitude regions. He holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and communications, an MBA in marketing, and PG diplomas in management and financial management. Currently, he is Member Services of the Digital Communications Commission, focusing on cyber security, capacity building, and emerging technologies like AI. Let's welcome Mr. Sharma, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Namaskar, good morning. Distinguished guest present on the dais, Mr. Mario Manivis, Director ITU-R, Geneva, Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Ms. Madhu Arora, Member Technology, Digital Communication Commission, DOT, Mr. Kondo, Secretary General, APT, Bangkok, Sri Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India, all the distinguished guests present here in the hall, all the participants from India and foreign countries, the media persons. Firstly, it's a pleasure for me to be present here at the 4th India Spectrum Management Conference, ISMC 2024, a prominent forum organized by the ITU-APT Foundation, bringing together national, regional, and global leaders to discuss critical spectrum policy issues. The management of spectrum is a critical issue facing the telecommunication industry worldwide, and is particularly more relevant to India due to its largest population, geographical area, and the fastest proliferation of 5G technology in the world. With the recent work on the 6G framework in the ITU that we held WTSA 2024 and IMC 2024 in October, the first time in India and Asia, the stage is set for tremendous growth opportunity in wireless communication in the coming years. This annual conference will address the full spectrum landscape, including emerging technologies like 5G, 6G, and satellite services. India is a country of innovation from ancient time. Of course, in telecom field, India has followed the world in 2G, 3G, but worked together on 4G, and in 5G, we were one of the leading country, and we are leading on the 6G with the formation of standards, ITR, and other things. India has prioritized the development of 5G and 6G through the R&D, academia, and the industry support, recognizing the transformative potential for industrial growth and self-reliance under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. India is the 5th country in the world who has developed 4G and 5G indigenous technology. The telephone subscribers in India is around 120 crore, out of which wireless subscribers which are mobile are 116 crore and wireline subscribers are 4 crores. Internet subscribers are 96.96 crore and we have 5G BTS 4.6 lakh, which is the fastest rollout covering 90% plus geographical area in India within 22 months. The data usage is 77 GB per month per user, and it has the growth of approximately 15% year to year. The data rate is one of the lowest, 8 rupees per GB in India. The government is committed to establish a robust, scalable 5G infrastructure to support massive traffic growth and foster new economic opportunities. India has the highest number of digital transactions in the world, and approximately 30% digital transactions are taking place every day in India in the world. 5G will continue to play a pivotal role in societal transformation by connecting a multitude of devices, enhancing digital experiences in education, health, agriculture, automobile, machine-to-machine applications, and supporting speeds up to 10 gigabytes per second, enabling downloads of high-definition content within few seconds. The policy focus extends to flexible spectrum use, allowing licensees to adopt the changing technologies and demand. This flexibility maximizes economic value by enabling dynamic spectrum sharing, cognitive radio technologies which optimize spectrum efficiency by minimizing the interference. India is also exploring the designation of portions of the spectrum for unlicensed use, fostering innovation in technologies like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, which significantly contribute to economic growth and seamless connectivity all across the country. As we progress towards a fully connected society, achieving ubiquitous connectivity becomes a cornerstone of our digital future. The goal is to create an environment where seamless internet access is available to everyone, everywhere, regardless of geography, socio-economic background, or physical capability. This aspiration involves extending high-quality connectivity to remote, rural, and underserved communities across the India, ensuring that they have equal access to information, services, and opportunities. Ubiquitous connectivity can bridge the digital divide, empowering individuals in marginalized areas to participate in the digital economy, access online education, and benefit from telemedicine and other essential services. Around 65% of our connections are in urban area, and around 40 to 45% are in rural area. So we want to fill up this digital gap by providing the seamless services across the country. By prioritizing inclusive and universal internet access, we are taking vital steps towards social equality and sustainable growth, reinforcing the government's vision of a digitally connected Atmanirbhar Bharat. Achieving this vision will require a multi-pronged approach that includes policy innovation, technology advancement, and robust infrastructure, along with network security and user security. Keys to the effort is the strategic deployment of 5G and in future 6G network that can deliver high-speed connectivity with minimum latency and most reliability to all corners of India. Initiatives such as satellite broadband, community Wi-Fi, and rural optical fiber network are essential components in the journey. Moreover, adopting and promoting technologies like low mobility, large cell, LMLC solutions, exemplified in India's 5G I standard, will enable cost-effective connectivity in low-density regions, that is the rural area, and far-flung area in the country. Through collaborative efforts among the government, academia, industry, and the technology providers, we can ensure that ubiquitous connectivity is not merely a vision, but a reality, bringing transformative digital experience and opportunities to every Indian citizen. India aims to lead 6G standardization efforts both nationally and through international forums like ITU, IAFI, and leveraging its vast market potential and economic power. Achieving this vision will require significant investment in research and development. Spectrum management policies also need to involve the address 5G and 6G technologies. These technologies introduce unprecedented complexity, make it essential to adopt flexible and forward-looking spectrum management approaches. The ITU recommendations offer a guiding framework for national policies and regulations, ensuring that India remains aligned with global standards. The India ITU-APT Foundation plays a crucial role in facilitating India's active participation in these discussions on the global and regional stages. And this two-day conference will give the brainstorming and a lot of input to the government also for going ahead in making the policy on spectrum. I encourage all stakeholders to deepen their engagement in IAFI activities to strengthen India's voice in global spectrum management and world platform. This two-day conference is, I think, essential and fostering collaboration between government and industry experts. Such partnerships are key to effective regulation, spectrum allocation, and the seamless integration of emerging wireless technologies, benefiting the consumers, business partners, telecom service providers, ISPs, and the nation at large. By sharing insights and experience, participants can help shape the policies that will drive India's connectivity in future. As we gather for this conference, let us work together to harness the immense potential of the radio frequency spectrum. Through shared vision and collaboration, we can propel India into a future marked by seamless connectivity, innovation, and sustainable progress. I wish you all for the productive discussion in the coming 2 days. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for sharing your expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly privileged to have with us our next chief guest, Ms. Madhu Arora, Member Technology, Digital Communications Commission, DOT. She is a distinguished ITS officer with a strong academic background. She brings over 36 years of experience in the telecom sector, served in key positions in BSNL and DOT. Her appointment highlights the government's commitment to leveraging top talent to drive innovation and development in the telecommunications sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Arora to share her valuable insights with us. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, MC, for that introduction. Mr. Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman, TRAI, Mr. Rohit Sharma, Member Services, DCC, Mr. Mario Menevich, Director, ITUR, Mr. Mary Kondo, Secretary General, APT, Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President, IAFI, Mr. Christopher, WA from our department, distinguished guests from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good morning to you all. It is indeed an honor to address this gathering of experts at the Indian Spectrum Management Conference 2024 being organized by IAFI. ICT technologies world over have played a significant role in narrowing the digital divide and making our lives better and safer. In just last 30 years, we have seen an extraordinary transition from a world where most of us did not have access to even basic telecommunications to a world now where we have more than 6 billion mobile cellular users. This phenomenal wireless telecom subscriber base, broadcasting services, satellite communication, and other wireless technologies have been possible only due to spectrum. Spectrum, a finite resource, is a lifeblood of our digital age, powering technologies and innovations that are reshaping our world. I wish to take a minute here to mention some of the revealing statistics related to telecommunications sector in India, which is one of the main pillars of the country's robust digital infrastructure. India has now world's second highest telecom user base, that is 1,200 million users, of which 1,160 million are wireless subscribers. So 97% of the telecom subscriber base in India is on wireless technology. And just to briefly talk about our growth, how it has really connected, digitized this country, in the last 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, internet subscribers in India have grown from 250 million to 960 million now, which is actually more than the combined population of USA, Russia, and Japan. Average data costs have fallen from rupees 270 per GB to rupees 9 per GB, lowest data rates tariffs which are globally available. Again, data consumption per month has jumped from 0.26 GB to 20.27 GB. This is just last 10 years data that I'm sharing. All of this has been possible due to massive expansion of 4G and 5G mobile services in India. And the reasons that enables all these services is spectrum. And therefore, I'm really excited, this conference that is being held on spectrum, it's such a vital resource and it requires that kind of an attention. Talking about, one more important parameter, because there's a lot of global audience here also, and I wanted to talk. And just to correct the figure which Mr. Rohit Sharma said, I was talking about the digital payments. He said 30% of world's digital payments are happening in India. Actually, the figure is 46%. So 46% of total digital transactions in the world are happening in India. Just to share this, for the month of last month, October 2024, there were 16.5 billion digital payment transactions. This is 1 month worth rupees 23.5 lakh crores. So, there are lots of things of which really we are proud of, the remarkable strides that India has made, and wireless being a very, very, I would say, majority component of our progress. Spectrum is really important. The feather in our cap, Mr. Rohit also talked about it, the world's fastest rollout of 5G has happened in India. And very important to mention that one of the decisive factors behind rapid deployment of 5G was timely provision and assignment of spectrum for rollout of services. To continue the success story of digital revolution in India, it's important to identify the trends of wireless services and applications, assess the requirements of traffic, and develop structured roadmap for spectrum. Proper roadmap for spectrum is critical to ensure seamless transition and expansion of 5G networks, and then later for 5G advanced in 2027-28 framework, and then for initial trials of 6G, which are going to happen in the later part of 2020. So 2030 we'll have 5G rolling out. India's vision for 6G, as envisioned the Bharat 6G vision document, is to create a future where technology empowers every citizen. Honorable Prime Minister of India launched the Bharat 6G vision in March 2023 with the goal to provide ubiquitous, intelligent, and secure connectivity for high-quality living experience for the world. From an India-centric perspective, the emphasis is on 3 pillars. 1, ubiquitous coverage, very, very important for us. 2, affordability, again important to include everyone. And sustainability. India's digital transformation vision aims to leverage technology to drive economic growth, improve governance, and enhance citizens' quality of life. Efficient use of spectrum is critical, and we have been talking, and you will hear this word I don't know how many times during these 2 days, because this limited resource supports social, economic, and technological progress while maintaining essential requirements and security needs. It's also important to look at spectrum sharing and coexistence. Mr. Christopher talked about it. There are multiple technologies, multiple things that we have to look at, because all the reason being that spectrum is a finite resource and there are so many services, everyone wanting to have a pie from the cake, which is not that big. It's a limited size cake, and services, all of them, they want pie from that cake. While 5G and 6G IMT technologies continue to evolve, there are several other wireless technologies which are poised to play a very, very significant role in the coming times. And therefore, it requires a very well thought out and crafted spectrum strategy. Satellite industry. This is dramatically evolving now with high throughput satellites, LEO and MEO technology appearing. They are going to herald a completely new era of connectivity and possibilities. We are already seeing huge debate, and you're all aware sitting in this room of the whatever is going on between the operators here. There are others across the world, in different parts of the world. People are talking about it, and we have key officer from TRI, Chairman Try. I know he is having quite a tough time on this issue. So, apart from, as I said, 5G, 4G, satellite, other non-terrestrial networks, high altitude platforms, HAPs, aerial drone networks, all these fundamentally, they hold significant promise for bridging the digital divide and bringing broadband to areas which lack terrestrial connectivity. Other wireless technologies, such as ambient IoT devices and wireless power transfer, WT, for use in smart cities infrastructure monitoring, supply chain and logistics, agriculture, environmental sensing, wearables, healthcare devices. Similarly, there is huge opportunity in growing use of wireless communication technologies in public transportation systems, in improving road safety, reducing railway accidents, enhancing transportation efficiency through intelligent transportation systems, vehicle to everything, V2X, communication, automation, etc. And I'm not even talking about broadcasting services, which again require a lot of spectrum. All these applications, therefore, means a lot of work which we need to do to ensure efficient utilization of the limited spectrum. ITU plays a crucial role in coordinating global spectrum management. WRCs organized by ITU are pivotal in setting the global spectrum agenda. Recent WRCs have taken key decisions regarding spectrum allocation for IMT and have established techno-regulatory provisions for satellite services. Upcoming WRC, that is WRC 2027, will address numerous satellite-related issues that will shape the future of satellite communications. 2 WRC 27 agenda items that I want to specifically mention, which will be in focus, are agenda item 1.7 to identify additional spectrum for IMT in the frequency bands of 4.4 to 4.8 gigahertz, 7.125 to 8.4, and 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz, paving the way for 6G and beyond. As India continues to expand 5G network, securing additional spectrum is essential to meet the growing demand for high-speed, low-latency connectivity and to support 6G and beyond applications. Again, another Agenda 1.13 for allocating spectrum for direct-to-device, D2D connectivity between satellites and IMT user devices. D2D connectivity can extend cellular network coverage to remote and rural areas, providing essential services like internet access and voice calls to underserved population. It can also support emergency communications in disaster situations where terrestrial networks are disrupted. However, very careful consideration must be given to the identification and allocation of frequency bands for D2D, the directionality of use, measures to prevent cross-border interference, and also interference to existing terrestrial IMT networks. These are very, very important aspects. I am happy to note that this two-day conference, many of the important spectrum-related topics Mr. Bharat Bhatia was mentioning, at the start of this event, they are going to be discussed, such as spectrum roadmap for growth of 4G, 5G, 6G mobile services in India, right choices for India for 6 gigahertz band planning, another very important area. Then spectrum for satellite networks. Already a lot of discussions are happening on that. Events like this play a very crucial role in bringing together diverse stakeholders and also knowledge and experience sharing and fostering collaboration. I'm also very excited to see that there are large number of experts from abroad, India and abroad, both in this conference. I'm sure through the collective expertise and the collaborative efforts, we shall gain deeper insights, and this will help us in India in formulation of spectrum policies that are aligned to the global best practices, and they also support our nation's digital aspirations. Wishing you all very enriching deliberations and meaningful outcomes from this conference. Thank you and best wishes again.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We're truly honored to have the opportunity to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with the great honor that I welcome our esteemed chief guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. He served Indian Railway with a career spanning almost 37 years. He has a background of civil engineering and has held various leadership positions in the Indian Railways, including Chairman and CEO, Railway Board. He has vast experience in railway operations, track maintenance, project execution, and station redevelopment. Shri Lahoti has contributed to several reforms and initiatives to modernize and improve the Indian Railways. Let us all give a warm round of applause as we invite Shri Lahoti to address us. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Mario Manevix, Ms. Madhu, Director ITU-R, Ms. Madhu Arora, Member Technology Digital Communication Commission, Mr. Rohit Sharma, Member Services Digital Communication Commission, Department of Telecommunication, Mr. Masanori Kondo, Secretary General APT, Mr. V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India, Mr. Bharat Bhatia, and all the esteemed guests, speakers, and delegates in this conference, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this conference on the very important subject of India Spectrum Management 2024. And it is indeed my pleasure to be speaking to this august gathering on this subject. The frequency spectrum, as my previous speakers have pointed out, is an important national resource which has great social, cultural, and economic value due to its use in establishing radio communication. The use of radio waves in all types of public and private telecommunication networks is increasing day by day and is becoming common in our day-to-day lives. The emergence of new communication and information technologies and their need for the frequency spectrum has drawn more attention to the issue of frequency spectrum management, the short-term and long-term planning for its optimal use, etc. Telecom sector, it's a continuously evolving sector. It has seen transformation from wireline to mobile services, which has become now lifeline of the people. And mobile services itself have seen transformation from 2G to 3G, then 4G and 5G, and now 6G is also on the horizon. 5G, in India, its implementation and rollout took place after TRAI released its recommendations in April 2022 on the auction of spectrum in frequency bands identified for IMT 5G. These recommendations encompassed conditions for the auction of spectrum in various bands, spectrum requirements of private 5G networks, and development and proliferation of 5G use cases. To facilitate the rollout of 5G and to augment existing telecom services based on TRAI's recommendations, DoT conducted the auction in July-August 2022, wherein over 72,000 megahertz of spectrum was put to auction in 10 spectrum bands at a total reserve value of rupees 4.31 lakh crores. During the auction, bids for over 51,000 megahertz of spectrum were received, and 71% of the spectrum was sold at over rupees 1.5 lakh crore. Utilizing this spectrum, India has seen one of the fastest growth of 5G rollout, which started in October 22. During the last 1.5 years, telecom service providers in India have expanded the 5G services rapidly. Now, over 454,000 5G BTS have already been deployed, and this constitutes around more than 11% of the total BTS in the country. In August 2024, there were 209 million 5G wireless data subscribers with 5G data usage of over 19 million terabytes. 5G subscriptions are estimated to reach around 840 million by the end of 2029. And enhanced mobile broadband and FWA are already emerging as initial 5G use cases. Further, in June 2024, the government conducted spectrum auction for the spectrum expiring in 2024 and the unsold spectrum of previous auction held in 2022. And again, spectrum worth over 11,000 crore rupees was sold in this auction. TRAI has been taking various steps for the efficient utilization of the scarce spectrum assigned to service providers. Based on TRAI's recommendations in April 2022, spectrum leasing to captive non-public networks, that is CNPN, was permitted. Subsequently, in April 2024, TRAI has also recommended for allowing spectrum leasing and interband spectrum sharing. This will enable telecom service providers to provide better quality of service and wider coverage of telecommunication services. Further, in recognition of the strategic importance of the terahertz spectrum for various innovative applications, TRAI has also given recommendations in August 2024 recently to the Government of India that addresses the unique challenges and opportunities associated with the deployment of terahertz frequency bands. TRAI has recommended for the terahertz experimental authorization that would encourage entrepreneurs and academia to develop innovative new technologies and services in the terahertz band. This would help experimenters to evaluate the performance of products in terahertz band in the conception, development, and design stages, which would pave a path to ascertain the technical viability of technologies and services built on these bands. Regarding 37 gigahertz spectrum in millimeter wave band, TRAI has completed its consultative process and is in final stages of finalization of recommendations, which will again augment the bandwidth of spectrum available to the services. Now 6G is on the horizon, and India is actively advancing its 6G development with the launch of Bharat 6G Vision document in March 2023. The goal is to position India as a leader in the global 6G space by 2030. Bharat 6G Vision is based on principles of affordability, sustainability, and ubiquity. In June 2023, ITU approved the 6G or IMT 2030 Vision Framework, which will serve as foundation for 6G research and development and will pave way for harmonious development of 6G technology worldwide. India has played a key role in the finalization of this framework, which has been formulated with collaborative efforts of member countries of United Nations. The year 2024 is also the beginning of new ITU study cycle for the WRC 27. The WRC 27 conference will focus on expanding and optimizing spectrum use for future technologies. Key items include identifying new frequency bands for IMT to support mobile broadband growth, direct-to-device satellite connectivity, and spectrum needs of satellite-based services, among others. To conclude, I would say spectrum management in India has been a critical component of the telecommunications policy. It has aimed at balancing the growing demand for wireless services with the need for efficient and equitable use of radio frequencies. India's focus has been on ensuring sufficient spectrum for mobile broadband expansion, particularly for 4G and 5G networks, while preparing for future technologies like 6G. India's digital transformation vision aims to leverage technology to drive economic growth, improve governance, and enhance citizens' quality of life. This vision encompasses initiatives to expand digital access and services to various segments of society, promote innovation, and bridge the digital divide. Frequency spectrum is a key resource in this endeavor. A conference on spectrum management will certainly help in evaluation of policies and planning for more efficient utilization of this resource. I therefore thank ITU-APT Foundation of India for hosting this important conference and extend my best wishes for its success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lahoti, for those enlightening words and gracing all of us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Mario Menevich, Director, ITU-R, ITU Headquarters, Geneva, for taking the time to be with us here today, all the way from Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, his 30-plus year career at ITU includes managing radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits, organizing the World Radio Communication Conference since 2015 onwards, and bridging the digital divide in developing countries. He has focused on broadband deployment, spectrum management, cyber security, and promoting ICT access for marginalized groups. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Mr. Menevish. Sir.
Distinguished members of the High Table and chief guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to address you at this 4th India Spectrum Management Conference. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and in particular my friend Bharat Bhatia for having invited me to join you today. This is the first time I can do it in person. In previous editions, I had to join remotely due to conflict of agenda. So I'm very happy to be here today and to see so many familiar faces. I always say that when I come to India, I am greeted by a bunch of smiling faces, which is really very heartening. So thank you very much for that. Let me start by recognizing the valuable contribution of the ITU-APT Foundation of India in supporting the work of the ITU. During its more than 20 years of existence, the Foundation has encouraged individuals and organizations involved in the ICT sector to engage in the activities of the ITU-R and in the WRC process. Your contributions and your continuous commitment is very much appreciated. Dear colleagues, during the last years, more and more people have been using and deploying radio communication systems. But this increased demand requires that effective spectrum management processes be implemented. As you know, World Radio Communication Conferences review and, if necessary, revise the radio regulations, the international treaty governing the use of radio frequency spectrum, and the geostationary and non-geostationary satellite orbits. The dimension of the last conference broke all previous records. Indeed, WRC 23 was attended by almost 4,000 participants from 163 member states and more than 150 other entities. It considered over 6,000 proposals to update the radio regulations. Let me briefly mention some of the key outcomes from WRC 23. The conference allocated additional frequency bands for international mobile telecommunications between 3,300 megahertz and 10.5 gigahertz in various countries and regions. These bands will be essential for the expansion of 4G and 5G services, as well as the future development of the 6G technologies. In the 6 gigahertz band, WRC 23 adopted a balanced approach between licensed and unlicensed uses, giving the flexibility for national and regional decisions on the designation of the band for RLANs or IMT. WRC 23 also allocated the band 470 to 694 megahertz, or part of it, for the mobile services. Decisions were made to enhance the capabilities of satellite communications and open new opportunities for the expansion of satellite-based services and applications, including telecommunications navigation and environmental monitoring. Let me share with you that the Radio Communication Bureau has already published the 2024 edition of the radio regulations. The publication is available in all the 6 languages of the Union, and I invite you to download it free of charge from the ITU webpage. The Bureau is in the process of updating its software applications to support member states in the implementation of the updated radio regulations that will come into force in January 2025. We are delighted to know that member states have already started to implement WRC 23 outcomes by way of revising their national regulatory framework. Towards this end, the Radio Communication Bureau has held a series of regional radio communication seminars and national table of frequency allocation workshops to assist member states in implementing the revised radio regulations within their countries and regions in an efficient manner. Dear colleagues, Looking forward, WRC 27 is tasked to find solutions for 19 agenda items, out of which 80% are related to space and science services. One topic of great interest is direct-to-device communications between space stations and IMT user equipment to expand the reach of terrestrial networks. The conference will consider additional spectrum allocation to satellite service for non-terrestrial networks. Another topic is space sustainability. WRC 27 will consider equitable access to frequency bands on the fixed satellite service. The conference will also deal with spectrum requirements for science services, which have become increasingly important in tackling climate change. And finally, WRC 27 will look far beyond the Earth, and it will be the first conference considering spectrum for lunar communications. The 4-year study cycle in preparation for this conference, WRC 27, has already begun. ITUR study groups and working parties are working towards the end of the year deadline to provide technical and operational characteristics, methodologies, and any associated protection criteria relevant to their incumbent services to be used for sharing and compatibility studies. The study period will also see the development of recommendations, reports, and handbooks on radio communication matters, such as the satellite component of IMT 2020, the IMT 2030 standard, popularly referred to as 6G, and non-geostationary and geostationary satellite technologies. I encourage you all to participate in the development of these technical studies. They will feed the draft CPM text and will be the basis of the ultimate decisions that will be taken at WRC 27. Ladies and gentlemen, radio communications play a crucial role in shaping India's digital future. The decisions of WRC 23 will influence India's telecommunication landscape, particularly in the areas of 5G, 6G, and satellite technologies. The preparatory studies for WRC 27 and the work of ITUR study groups and working parties will contribute to the development of India's digital and space economies. I invite you to embark with us on this journey, further contribute to the work of the ITUR, and help shape a more inclusive, connected, and innovative future for all. I wish you a productive meeting and fruitful deliberations, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable expertise with all of us and honoring us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the inaugural session, I request Shri Jitendra Singh Ji, Vice President, IAFI, to kindly conclude this session with his vote of thanks. Sir.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants, good morning. As we conclude this inaugural session of 4th India Spectrum Management Conference, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of ITU-APT Foundation of India. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude towards our chief guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman TRAI, and Mr. Mario Manevich, Director ITUR. For sharing their vision, sharing the views, what is happening at international level, what is happening at national level, what are the plans, how ITUR is planning its work. So thanks for that sharing of that important input, because that helps us in aligning with global standards, and especially this conference, since we have everyone from different parts of the world also participating here. Thank you, Ms. Madhu Arora, Member Technology of Digital Communication Commission, Department of Telecommunication, DOT, for her thoughtful words on technological advancements. You highlighted about the transformative potential of digital infrastructure in driving socio-economic growth, including 46% of digital payment of global payment happening in India. Thanks for drawing attention of the conference towards Bharat 6G vision. That is important for us. Also, thanks to you, for sharing your views on different stakeholders and their contributions towards advancing connectivity across India. because this IAFI believes that everyone should come together to drive that kind of solution and future requirements. We are also grateful to Shri Rohit Sharma, Member Services, Digital Communication Commission, DOT, for sharing his insights into critical role of technology in connectivity. Your emphasis on research and development encourages us to push the boundaries of what's possible in digital communication. Our deep appreciation goes to Mr. Masanori Kondo, Secretary General, Asia Pacific Telecommunity, for his continued support and insights into regional cooperation. Your perspective emphasizes the importance of working together to address the shared challenges and opportunities in our region. A special thanks to Shri Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor to Government of India, for his guidance on spectrum policy. Your address underscored the government's proactive stance on spectrum management, which is essential as we embrace the future of digital connectivity. An interesting point you made was on supply versus demand with respect to spectrum. This is something which is a very important aspect. And you also spoke about usage and focusing on spectrum policies based on exclusive usage versus shared usage. So that is also a very important point. And then as a closing point, you spoke about AI taking away some jobs. So I have a slightly different view on spectrum point of view. Spectrum management is, in my view, and I believe you will agree with that, is an art. It is not something which you can just do as a mathematical equation. So just like diplomacy, which you see at various international level, especially managing geopolitics. So that is an art. So it is difficult. I don't think that it is a possibility right now. Maybe in 2030, when you ask Siri to about the weather condition outside, probably you will find Siri getting engaged, busy with discussing with Alexa on some philosophical issues. That is a possibility. So thanks to Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IAFI, for his dedication and effort in organizing this conference and setting the stage for the next 2 days of this conference. Your leadership has been instrumental in making this event a reality. Finally, a big thank to all of you for distinguished guests, delegates, and participants for being here. A special thanks to all the distinguished speakers and delegates who have traveled across the globe from several countries to participate and share their expert views in this conference. This truly helps us towards our discussions to strive for global convergence and consensus building here. So as we move forward, let us remain committed to advancing spectrum management, fostering innovation, and working towards a connected and inclusive future for all. Thank you. And I look forward for the productive discussions ahead in over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of IFI, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to all our esteemed dignitaries who spared time from their busiest schedules to join us today. We really appreciate that. We have a small token of our appreciation for all our dignitaries. I request them to please accept it with our sincere gratitude. May I request Bharat Bhatia, sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to Mr. Mario Minovich. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today and gracing the occasion. We're thankful to Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Miss Madhu Arora, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request Shri Jitendra Singh, sir, Vice President AFI, to please present a memento to Shri Rohit Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. To Mr. Masanori Kondo. and to Shri Vijay Christopher, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this year as well. I request Mr. Mario Minovic to please present a memento to our President, Shri Bharat Bhatia, sir. Thank you very much. Requesting everyone to please pose for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for refreshments, we have a dedicated photo booth and 2 demo setups of our partners, Meta and Shure Incorporated, right outside the conference hall. I request you all to try the devices at Meta Technologies for augmented reality and virtual reality devices like Meta Quest and Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses. I'd also request you to please check out audio PMSE equipments used globally by the world's leading artists and audio professionals at Shure Incorporated. We are going to see you right after the refreshment break at 11:45. I request you all to please come back in 15 minutes' time for session 2. Thank you very much. I request everyone to kindly join us back on your seats. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to introduce you all to our esteemed lineup of speakers for a session on WRC 27, preparations, follow-up and learnings from WRC 23 decisions, recent ITUR meetings and next setups. To chair the session, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Alexander Kuhn, Head of Section on International and National Spectrum Management at BNetzA, Germany, and Chairman CPM WRC 27. Welcome, Mr. Kuhn. Mr. Kuhn started his career in 2002 in the German NRA in the area of electronic signatures. Mr. Kuhn has more than 15 years of experience in spectrum regulation. He has been involved in CEPT and ITUR meetings since 2004 and chaired the WRC preparation of CEPT from 2013 to 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our distinguished speakers on stage. Shri N.K. Bhola, Joint Wireless Advisor and Director, Wireless Monitoring, DOT. Shri Bhola is a spectrum management expert with 30+ years of experience in WPC and WMO. He currently heads RLO Chennai, overseeing the issuance of licenses and ETAs for various categories, including 5G and experimental licenses. He also developed technical specifications for a monitoring system covering frequencies up to 80 GHz, encompassing the 5GE and V bands. Please welcome Ms. Revati Mannepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing, DOT, a Group A IRRS officer representing as frequency expert from Asia Pacific region in the Frequency Working Party of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization. She attended various meetings on spectrum management at ITU and APT and elected as a member of Radio Regulatory Board of the ITUR in the year 2023. Please welcome Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm India, a reputed communications management professional with over 30 years of experience. Prior to Qualcomm, he served in the government. He has been active in ITUR activities, advocating for additional spectrum for IMT and mobile broadband. Shri Singh is a valuable asset to Qualcomm and Indian telecommunications industry, contributing significantly to ITUR activities and regional telecom coordination. Please welcome Dr. Stuart Cook, Senior Director of Future Spectrum, GSMA UK. Welcome, sir. He oversees the GSMA's range of advocacy issues on public policy relating to future spectrum, including World Radio Conferences, working alongside national governments and multilateral stakeholders. Please welcome Mr. Luigi Ardito, Spectrum Group Chairman, GSA UK. Mr. Luigi is working as Director of Government Affairs at Qualcomm, drives their spectrum and regulatory policy agenda in Europe and MENA. With experience at Sony France Telecom and Italian broadcaster RAI, he brings extensive knowledge to the telecom and semiconductor industries. Mr. Luigi holds an electronic engineering degree and an MBA. Please welcome Ms. Martha Donate Fuente, Spectrum Engineer, Eutelsat OneWeb. Ms. Martha has a specialized focus on NGSO, spectrum policy, licensing, and coordination. She has demonstrated a strong commitment to enhancing the company's global footprint, particularly through her efforts in cultivating relationships within America, Africa, and recently APAC regions, advancing Eutelsat Group's worldwide outreach for WRC and spectrum regulation. Please welcome Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Global Telesat. Dr. Roberty has global responsibility for licensing and authorizations and regularly participates in ITU-related activities. She holds PhD in electronic engineering from the Polytechnic of Turin, Italy, and has vast experience of working in the industry and academic research world. She is author of several research papers in the area of radio propagation, and she has worked for Inmarsat, British Telecom, NASA, and Polytechnic of Turin. Welcome, ma'am. We'll be virtually joined by Ms. J. Sophie J. Basundaram, Deputy Director, Frequency Management, Satellite Communication Program Office, ISRO, Headquarters, India. She manages frequency allocation and coordination for all ISRO missions, including communication, remote sensing, and interplanetary endeavors. She represents ISRO's interests at International Telecommunication Union. She represents ISRO's interest at ITU, advocating for necessary orbit and spectrum resources. We welcome all our speakers and our session chair. I would like to hand over the dais to Mr. Alexander Kuhn, the session chair of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first session of this fourth India Spectrum Management Conference. Those conferences are always very important in order to provide a direct link between the discussions we have in spectrum management on the international field, on national decisions, and bringing together then everybody from the industry part, from the regulatory part, but also from the industry's fields and also the academia, in order to have maybe in a very cozy environment and in a good atmosphere discussions and exchange of views on spectrum management and spectrum decisions. So I'm very grateful to the ITU-APT India Foundation of India regarding the invitation, and also it is my pleasure to provide you with some maybe framework for this session on the preparation towards WRC 27 in my capacity as chairman of the conference preparatory meeting. So if they would like to be so kind to show my slides, that would be great. Thank you very much. So the session we are talking about is, of course, on the preparation towards the World Radio Communication Conference in 2027, and you heard already from the director that we have a clear, objective in order to provide spectrum decisions for the future. So we definitely look always forward, and I would like to invite then everybody to look forward on new things, what's ahead of us, and then also with the questions regarding those things. May it be on a technical value, may it be the economical question, or may it also be other questions as well regarding scientific development. For this one, we take on board then also up the follow-up and the learnings from WRC 23, and also from the recent ITR meetings, the next step. So the next slide will provide you, hopefully, with an overview of the process. And you see here that we have always the first session of the CPM. This is directly after each WRC, and we are setting there the scene for the agenda. We have to split up the work between the different working parties, and the ITR is definitely the cornerstone of the work in that one. The CPM is one of the study group-like activities in there in order to steer then these studies towards the WRC and bringing together then all the information provided in ITR by the membership. And the IAFI is definitely one of the contributors on that one. They provided also interests in the first session from the member states, but also from the membership itself. And one of the elements there is then providing guidance to the work of the ITR parties by the chapter rapporteur. So it's not only the chairman of the CPM who is involved in the whole process, it's also the chapter rapporteurs who providing then elements who have to steer a little bit the discussions and provide then also the framework in the working parties in order to have in the end draft CPM text on each agenda item, which are describing the situation and the study activities regarding the coexistence situation on different agenda items. And those chapter rapporteurs taking part in the work of the working parties. Then those elements will be finalized in the draft CPM text, and then we put all of this together in the CPM management team, together with the chapter rapporteurs and all of the working parties and study group chairs. If there is additional guidance necessary between the two sessions of the CPM, we have the CPM Steering Committee, which is dealing with questions and of particular intention, and maybe regarding deadlines or extension of deadlines, or if there is any unusual circumstance. If the first session of the CPM, very shortly after the WRC 23, has made a decision maybe to add a contributing group or a specific task to one of the working parties, which is not completely in line with their usual work, then the steering committee can make some adjustments in that direction. So after that, and we have the draft CPM text and the management team session, this will most likely be held in 2026, the end of 26. Then we will have the draft CPM report, which consists then on the all compilation of all the texts, and we have then a complete report which needs to be reviewed and finalized, and this is then the task of the second session of the CPM. Those are the formal aspects regarding the conference preparatory meeting. And all the membership is of course invited to provide actively to this work in order to have really a complete element of all the views on what's on the agenda items of a WRC. So with this one, we look a little bit more into the details. So what we do in the first session, we are distributing the agenda items and finding, and that's so-called the responsible working party, who's really writing this draft CPM text, and contributing working parties, which are providing then protection criteria or characteristics which are necessary for the technical studies. We have to set schedules and deadlines for it in order to have as much time as possible for the study activity. You see, a 4-year period is always maybe a little bit a long one at first glance, but maybe a short one if you have to take into account also the elements and challenges which are going ahead with the 6-language structure of the ITU. And therefore we need to have 6 months in advance the CPM report ready. We have another time frame that the draft CPM report should be there. So in total we have round about 2 years of study activities, and that doesn't mean so many meetings at all. So therefore everybody is invited to provide as much elements as possible. We are discussing as well approaches on difficulties, so which working party is responsible, how do we deal with overlapping bands, and how do we address them in a balanced way. And then we have the general things on the structure of the draft CPM text. And one important point as well, the appointment of the chapter rapporteurs, which is usually done in a very balanced way. So the steering committee after that meeting is then the focal point for requests of the working parties and provide guidance, and I'm only the spokesperson in that direction. So I can provide some of my personal feelings on some of the issues, but I will definitely really rely on the discussions and the results from the first session of the CPM. The second session will then consolidate the draft report, rationalize the proposals. Usually we have a 1,000 pages report, and we are discussing there very intensively already which kind of solutions could form an integral basis for some kind of balanced solution at the WRC. And therefore, if there are differences regarding some of the approaches at the CPM, you will hear of them. And therefore, if there are real difficulties in order to find a common way forward, we are also considering at the second session proposals on alternative approaches, and maybe we are changing then the draft CPM text as well. This will include then all the elements and arguments on the regulatory, technical, operational, and procedural matters. So we will really have a very comprehensive document which provides you with a lot of insights, what is necessary on each agenda item. And if you heard, like from Mario on Lunar communications, we are touching new ground here, and therefore the regulatory questions may be an integral one which needs to be provided information to the WRC for a very thoughtful, careful, and very stable decision for the future. So with this, what are the current difficulties and challenges? We have, of course, a lot of overlapping bands. WRC and the radio regs providing already opportunities for each country to use the spectrum in an efficient way. And therefore, overlapping of bands in an agenda item is definitely an issue which is growing and growing. We have a limited amount of time, therefore we set very strict deadlines. If there are already technical characteristics available, they need to be provided until the end of this year. And if there is not if there is new material necessary, then there could be an extension, and the steering committee will discuss that. And we have, of course, the element of new propagation models. That propagation is an integral part of the technical work. there, and if we need more elements in that direction, then the studies could not be made before the propagation models are there. Therefore, we need to work on in that direction as well. What we've identified so far, we have 22 frequency bands. We have addressed at least 2 agenda items of all these 22 frequency bands, and they are affecting 2 or even more radio communication services. So we have really then a compilation of different work which needs to be done. And this will not be only the new entrants, so those interested group who would like to have some extension of an allocation or a new allocation, but also the protection of the incumbent services. What we've done there in our report from this first session is then we provided already the guidance in that one. We have provided instructions to relevant working parties, and we said, as I said already, that the relevant deadlines to allow an efficient work of the ITU-APT. So finally, in order to go into a little bit more in the details, and my fellow panelship members will elaborate then on different agenda items as well. We have some of the elements which are new here. We have, of course, the general questions, could we add a radio communication service allocation to a certain band? Could we identify new bands for IMT? We heard already that 6G is one of the background information in that direction, or do we have to think about protection of other services, in particular the passive scientific services, which provides integral material without we can work in the future as well on the development of new radio communication services. We have there as maybe a completely new element in the sharing dimension, the spectrum usage between different radio communication services. And you heard that the famous direct-to-device element is definitely setting here a challenge to find the right balance between satellite services and terrestrial service. And in the field of IMT, there we have to deal with spectrum bands which are exclusively used by the mobile service, and therefore we need to really find a way on the regulatory side and the balance here as well in order to provide here really an opportunity for the industry to make use of this element in areas where we do not have the possibility to use the mobile service in a most efficient way. Then we have the question of unauthorized use by spectrum by space services, which has been brought forward to a certain degree by some membership, and therefore we have to deal with these questions as well, because this is tackling then maybe not only their own monitoring and enforcement elements, but also the questions how we react as a global community to this kind of usage. Do we have possibilities? And therefore, we are able to discuss this as a regulatory challenge. Yeah, and finally, and Mario mentioned that as well this morning too, the spectrum use in a lunar environment, so the spectrum use on the moon. How we deal with that? Regulatory-wise, is the radio regulation applicable to that one? Yes or no? Do we need to find new ways? Do we adapt only our famous treaty of the radio regulations in that direction? Or do we have to think about new ways? We are touching here new ground. And I'm happy to see then any kind of solutions in that direction. And of course, everybody is interested to make this economically feasible as well. So with this, I hope that I can go forward with an invitation to everything. We expect that, of course, we have coordinated efforts between everybody. So your view is definitely welcomed, where the exchange of information is definitely necessary in order to bridge and balance our discussions, and we have the trust, and I have the trust in you and all the membership of the ITU that we will find a good consensual way forward in the future, and I'm happy to listen to everybody, and in particular to the presentation of the panelists here, and then we will find a collaborative way forward in the future as well for the CPM and for WRC 27. Thank you very much. And with this, the next one on my list is Mr. Bowler, who can provide us with his insights and views on WRC 27 and maybe also the lessons learned of the last conference. Please, you've got the floor, sir.
Hello. Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and delegates. and dignitaries sitting on dais. Uh, just now, uh, session chair has elaborated the issues on CPM 27 and WRC 27. So first of all, it is an honor to address you at the 4th India Spectrum Management Conference. Today, I want to highlight the critical role of International Telecommunication Union WRC 27 and outline the India's preparation and goals of this event. ITU-WRC held every 4 years, where global policies and spectrum allocations and regulatory frameworks are set. The decisions are crucial for advancing radio communication technologies, imparting economic and fostering connectivity worldwide. WRC 27 will address key topics including 5G expansion, 6G development, satellite spectrum needs, and sustainable connectivity solutions. The outcomes of WRC 27 will help shape the future of connectivity, imparting not just individual nations but global digital ecosystems. India's participation in WRC has grown significantly over the years. And in last WRC 23, India participation is very significant. As one of the world's largest telecom markets, we bring a vital perspective to these global discussions. India's priorities are focused on fostering a digital India that is connected, secure, and accessible for all. At WRC 27, our approach will balance national interests with the global need for harmonized spectrum policies that support technology advancement and economic growth. India focus area for WRC 27 are aligned with both our domestic goals and global trends. First, with 5G already underway, India is also looking forward towards 6G, which will transform connectivity through applications like smart cities, autonomous bodies, vehicles, Internet of Senses, IoT. Our advocacy will emphasize the need for sufficient spectrum to support the evolution, facilitating seamless cross-border interoperability and technological innovations. In the inaugural session from the WPC, our wireless advisor emphasized the role of spectrum management in our country, how to go about the spectrum management, what are the different elements. And in one of the speakers told that in the WRC 27 agenda item, unlike 23, 70 to 80% of the agenda items are from satellite and space segment, basically, apart from IMT. So that's why satellite communication is another priority, especially for connecting remote and understanding areas. India will advocate for dedicated satellite spectrum to bridge the digital divide, particularly for regions where terrestrial connectivity is the challenging, basically. So additionally, India will definitely lead in spectrum sharing policies and radio technologies to ensure efficient spectrum usage, enabling multiple stakeholders to benefit from these valuable resources. Further, in preparing for WRC 27, India has undertaken a proactive approach involving the extensive stakeholder engagement, increased investment, and strengthening the partnership with international bodies like APT and ITU. The Department of Telecommunication has been holding consultation and workshops to ensure that our representation as well as prepared are well prepared to address complex challenges at WRC 27. So basically, WRC 23 was conducted last year in 23, and which is over, and still implementation part of the WRC 23 is going on at national level. So now it's time to start the WRC 27. So already studies are going to start. It started, but going to start next year basically. Some work is going on, some meetings were held. So in conclusion, WRC 27 represents an opportunity for India to influence the future of global communications with the innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability. India is ready to play a leading role. Together, let us work toward a global, connecting, digital, inclusive future. Thank you.
Maybe you allow me, Mr. Bola, to ask you one question. What is for your understanding and with your experience, the most prominent band under discussion in India for WRC 27? Do you have a specific frequency range which is of specific interest in India so far? Okay. So the next one on the list just said that Ms. Revati Manipali would covering that particular question in her presentation. So then we can directly jump to her, if you allow me. So Ms. Manipali, the floor is yours.
I have a PPT, it's put. So, sorry, I think you can see me on the screen. Otherwise, you'll not be able to see me from here. How to move it forward? You can play for me? Okay. And very good morning. Nice to be on the distinguished panel chaired by none other than CPM 27 chair, Mr. Alexander, and wide variety of experts in different domains, both terrestrial, satellite, and from PSMA as well, broadcast. Is okay? So, Mr. Alexander has set the tone for today's discussion, first panel discussion after inaugural session. And my colleague, Mr. Bola, has touched upon it. Now I'm taking you to the national spectrum management. So he has said CPM has already made one meeting, and we have a CPM chapters, and of course study group started working. Apart from other items, they have WRC agenda items. So at the national level, we have how do we work? Because first priority is policy goals of our government. The second one, of course, we take international regulations and radio regulation. Then requirement of the wireless users, like commercial, strategic, government, safety, R&D. What are the requirements of in India? While doing this, as Mr. Mario in the morning, he told already radio regulations 2024 are out in October. And India has already started revising its national frequency allocation plan. It is nothing but national frequency table. And we have started the work. There were 3 working groups working on it, and I can see some of my colleagues, they are chairing those working groups. And we are hoping to get it released by this year end or by January, the next first quarter of 2025. That is the one. After outcome of WRC 23, we have already initiated and started working. The next one, when we come to study groups and all, similar to ITU, we have a national study groups, further deep down into national working parties. And national working parties are predominantly chaired by the domain expert groups. Like if there are satellite issues, we have a strong department in Indian Space Research Organization. And now we have, after opening up of the space sector, we have a lot of startup companies coming up in India. So some of them are chaired by them. And we have different groups headed by even the radio astronomy people. We have a broadcasting sector. We have a industry heading both mobile as well as the other industries. that are with reference to national study groups and national working parties. They started working from January 2024, and we are actively contributing to the ITU in a collaborative manner. I just come to next slides. What are the most important agenda items? Of course, all are most important, but some are very, very important where currently focus is going on in India. Then come to WRC 27. We have a national preparatory committee, and this is having 5 working groups in line with the CPM chapters. I'm also one of the chair of one of the working group. We have not yet actually started that work. Most likely we'll be starting by, after this, now a lot of working party meetings are going on. We are all busy with that. Afterwards, probably we'll start working on it. And key outcomes of WRC, because the topic is key outcomes of WRC and follow-up action, learnings, and taking forward WRC 27. It's a little cluttered, this slide, because I want to capture in one slide. So key outcomes, I try to capture, of course, identified additional spectrum bands for IMT in the mid-band, and perhaps HIPS, these below 2.6 gigahertz, some of the bands have been built are HIPS. Then IFMC, in India we call it as in-flight and maritime connectivity, that is eSIMs. It's been permitted in the planned band last time. Then modernization of GMDSS and introduction of a new satellite for GMDSS. That was relevance to India as well, because we have a navigational satellites operate in certain portion of that frequency band. So our concerns we have to take care while being agreeing to this with a collaborative approach. We were able to come out with a positive results on that. Then next one is the aeronautical. Can you go back? Please be there. I hope I don't take much of time. I have only a few slides. The next one is related to aeronautical mobile satellite service. India also supported for it, and it has come out nicely. Then finally, that agenda item 7, standing agenda items, lot of regulatory measures for NGSO, milestone approach and start duration missions, there are so many. Still, in the last WRC, there are so many regulatory challenges have been brought to the notice of WRC, but due to paucity of time, some of the topics could not be discussed, and again they've gone back to study groups for study. One of that is very important, everyone talks about it, is the RR number 4.4. That is deviating the RR procedures and putting the services, especially global services, for commercial use. And that is a real concern, because I'm touching that point, because we are talking about always sustainability, space sustainability. That. Can you go to next slide, please? So our achievements, I try to say this is India's, where India was always advocating for equitable and efficient spectrum allocation while protecting the existing telecommunication services. In fact, that was one of the things even for our 6 gigahertz, because we have a lot of operational satellites and predominantly used for both broadcasting and VSATs in India. So we need some time to think about that band and to protect without disrupting the existing services. Of course, we started working on it subsequently after WRC 23. We are seriously working on it to get a consensus approach to how to do about this particular band without disrupting the existing services. And you know, India being a tropical country, this band is also very important for us for satellite communications. Then Indian proposals for the WRC 27 agenda items, of that 1.7 agenda item of WRC 27, that is nothing but 20, 30 frequency bands in below 7 gigahertz and certain bands in the KU band. We are supported and we are happy it has come as an agenda item. Then we are having particularly interest in this 13.75 to 14 gigahertz for that user terminal size, which is becoming a problem for efficient utilization of the spectrum, and it has been turned out to agenda item 1.2. We are actively contributing for it even now. Then the other one is that, of course, NGSO gateway stations, you permit it. These are the things India was advocating and have been converted into WRC agenda items. Then can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, when you come to WRC 27 preparations, I've already told what is the work we have started from this January onwards. And before that, I just want to say WRC 27, other than the standing agenda items and agenda item 7, there are 19 agenda items. Already Mr. Alexander has shown what are they. And if you see, most of them except 3 are related to satellite, either a satellite, BSS, MSS, FSS, or space, science services. So my view is WRC 27 is a space conference. Predominantly it is space issues. And India is also mainly focusing on, if you see, this space sustainability and what is that, preempting the uses by the people who will be coming very late. It all started in PP22, you can see that. So PP22 has come out with 2 resolutions. One is related to Space Agenda 2030, another is space sustainability and associated satellite orbit and spectrum resources. Then it went on, and finally, just before the WRC 23, we have a radio assembly. That resolution 77 has come, 74. That is again, sustainable use of radio frequency spectrum and associated satellite resources. India is very, very interested in this. And it has now, even ITU is working very closely with other UN bodies, and they have conducted UN Sustainability, Space Sustainability Forum, and the ITU has taken a lead and trying to get how we can find a very considerable and cooperative solution so that a spectrum will be fairly distributed. So everyone will get an opportunity. Other will not be deprived of getting NGSO orbital slots especially. So come to WRC agenda items. Can you go to next slide? As I said, already we have a national working party started working on all the agenda items, but I'm also chair of one of the national study group on satellite services. I see more interest, more inputs are coming from these agenda items. That agenda item 1.5. That agenda item 1.5 is unauthorized use of NGSO terminals. It has become a big problem now worldwide. And by wearing another hat, I can also see that as a problem everywhere it is coming up. And it's a one we should really, because it related to national security and national prerogative of the government is at a compromise. If somebody is being operated without your permission and which you are practically not able to monitor and find out and stop it. So this 1.5 is very important, and we should actively contribute, and we should find a solution, not only contribute, we should come out with a regulatory mechanism by WRC 2027, how to address this. It's a major problem. Then another is, of course, 1.6. Here we are trying to address this equitable access. You know, in the case of GSO, we have a planned band concept. The countries have been reserved some orbital resources. It's a planned approach instead of first come, first served. So that even if you go late, you have some priority. It's the same thing doesn't exist for NGSO. The agenda, WRC recognized that, and one agenda item has come. But we are seeing a implementation or how to go about it. These NGSO systems are basically global systems, whether they go regionally or how to do it. It's a work now we have to do, and hopefully WRC 27 will come out with some outcome before entire orbital planes will be depleted. So you will not be able to find anything. Then of course 1.7 is the IMT band. These are the bands, certain in mid band and another is in the KU band. That also of course we contribute. We know you have seen the lot of numbers and how we have a 94% of terrestrial coverage in India and how it changed the landscape. So we continue to make available more spectrum for IMT. Then comes to 1.13, that is a very, very important, that is direct to device, direct to cell, where either IMT frequencies will be used by using a satellite there and directly connectivity. So a lot of deliberations are going on, and we don't have even a regulatory mechanism or any mechanism even in India. Whatever we are talking is for FSS, not for this type of services. So another study item is, of course, we are interested in this ITU-R recommendation S1503, because we have a lot of operational GSO satellites. We ensure that our satellites are continue to work without interference. We contribute, and we see that WRC 27 will come up with at least all these major issues, some regulatory conditions and recommendations. I think this last, can go to that? Yeah, with this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and special thanks to ITU-APT Foundation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manipali.
Hope I have not exceeded my time.
No, that's perfect. And thank you also for providing us with your insights regarding the sustainability discussion, which will form an integral part in order to define maybe the role of the ITU in the future on space issues. The efficient use of space orbits is now linked also with additional elements, which creates a new dimension in our discussions, not only at WRC, but as you have seen also at the other major ITU conferences. So thank you for this. So the next one is then Sri Jitendra Singh, the Head of Government Affairs of Qualcomm. Sir, you've got the floor.
Mr. Alexander, distinguished session panelists, Jai Hind, good afternoon. So, next slide, please. So, as Qualcomm is a company which believes in collaborating with global ecosystem and to drive innovations, and so that is the blood, or that is the kind of grain we have as a company, and that's how we actually participate and work on these issues. And so, moving to next slide, and ensuring that we follow the tradition of ecosystem and ensuring that that sustainability is maintained to ensure that time is managed. I will skip some slides. So, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, thanks. So, this chart shows that there is a process of global harmonization which takes place, and Alexander in his presentation actually gave more details about this, and people who participate in these activities have good understanding about this, but for others there is a process which takes place which is known as the World Radio Conference process, which is a 4-year cycle, and basic purpose of this entire activity is to carry out studies with respect to regulations and regulatory issues with respect to technical coexistence studies. So this is something which results into radio regulations or updation of radio regulations every 4 years. And as far as administration or country is concerned, we drive national frequency allocation plan from these radio regulations. This was something which was also mentioned by Revati Madam. We need not focus on global harmonization every time. There are requirements where we need to have more focus on regional harmonization, and we have 3 regions, 1, 2, and 3, and we are part of region 3. And purpose of this harmonization is to ensure that there are economies of scale. We manage interference with our neighboring countries and in the region. So this is an important factor. Therefore, and especially when we are focusing on spectrum management part of it, it is important to have especially regionally harmonized idea and focus. Next slide, please. I will skip this slide. Next one. Yes. So coming to as an industry point of view from IMT side, 6G is something which now we are focusing on. Studies are going on in the sense that work is going on 6G. Vision was finalized last year. What you see on the left hand side is different 6G use cases. The one which are in gray color are the enhancement of the ones which we had in 5G. If you remember that 5G famous triangle, this gray color shows enhancement on those 3 aspects of 5G of use cases. The ones which are in blue color are the ones which are the new use cases which have been envisioned as part of 6G. So that is the work which will happen. On the right hand side, you see the capabilities side. There is increasement, there's either improvement on the capabilities. The ones which are in 5G on the gray side, on the gray scale, you can see that there are different capabilities which we are trying to enhance, whether it is with respect to speeds, mobility, or improving the latency by reducing from 1 millisecond to 0.1 millisecond. And then there are new capabilities which we are focusing on, which includes coverage, sensing, AI, and others. And important is that India contributed in these new capabilities. Coverage was one of those. Going to next slide, please. So different use cases will require different kind of spectrum bands, different frequencies to manage that use case. And that will actually, as we move forward, we'll realize that 6G will require support from low bands to mid bands, upper mid bands, going to even to sub-terahertz in future. This will depend on different use cases. Right now, and then the different use cases will require different kind of bandwidths. For example, if you are focusing in low bands, basically sub-gigahertz, you will require up to 20 megahertz contiguous spectrum in similar band or same band per operator. Similarly, in mid bands, you will require anything between up to 100 megahertz, and then as you go slightly higher in upper mid band, you will require up to 500 megahertz per operator. Again, contiguous similar spectrum. So these are different requirements which will come up, and that is something which we need to keep note when we focus on 6G development activities. Next slide, please. And these are various frequency bands which are there, and the 3 bands which were highlighted by Revati Madam also under agenda item 1.7 of WRC 27. These are the key bands which are under discussion and under studies in WRC. Basically 4400 to 4800 megahertz band, 7.125 to 8.4 gigahertz, and then 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz. So these are the bands, and as we move forward in the technology cycle, we'll find that the older technologies will fade away slowly and slowly, and then they will have their sunset time, and then we will slowly see that 6G, which is right now being shown on the right hand side of this diagram, will also be going down towards the lower frequency bands as the frequency and the use cases get, and then the use cases and technology gets adopted. Next slide, please. Some of the important point I wanted to highlight here was the studies which is happening in these for these frequency band, especially agenda item 1.7. This is about these 3 frequency bands. These IMT parameters have been almost defined, finalized for 7.124 to 8.4 gigahertz. Parameters for 14.8 to 15.35 gigahertz are still to be finalized, and they will get finalized in the next 5D meeting. Then priority for mobile industry, which we see, is 7.125 to 8.4 gigahertz. And then there are some key technical discussions which are happening in Working Party 5D. There are some developments there. AS modeling issues were some tough discussions which happened in Working Party 5D. Now things have got resolved thanks to efforts from industry to come together and resolve these issues. There's a discussion happening on reverse studies from existing incumbent services to protect IMT services, which is a new entry in a frequency band. Typically, we don't do that. We try to protect the incumbents from a new entrant, but this is some discussion which is going on. Some different administrations and stakeholders have different views. India has taken a very important position that we need to follow, ensure protection of incumbents. So that is the forward study which we have taken up and as contributions to Working Party 5D earlier. Another discussion which is going on how to do the deployment modeling when you do the calculations for a large area for IMT deployment. So one standard process which was followed till now was having RA or RB values. Different countries and industries and GSMA are all favoring that model because that has been a standard model which we have been following till WRC 23. There's another model which has been proposed by some of the countries, which is population-based model. So this is, both models are right now under on the table, and we'll see how it progresses further in the Working Party 5D. But there's a need to do a sensitivity analysis of, especially on population-based model, because one of those outcome which was shown in regarding India was that because of Indian population, there will be a requirement of having 800,000 base stations per operator, and so that will then cause huge amount of interference in the satellite system, or basically FSS or LEO orbit satellites. But today we are already having a very strong 5G deployment, and we are all operators combined together, we have only 480,000 base stations. So if we go with this figure, 800K base stations per operator, with 4 operators, it means 32, 320, 32, I don't know what number, 320, 3,200 K base stations in India. I don't think that is the kind of deployment we will ever see. So next slide, please. So this needs more studies. We can skip this slide. We'll skip this also. Yeah, so something which is, we feel as industry feel that there's something we need to actually, as India, as an Indian administration, which is something we need to now start working on. And this is my recommendation to IAFI to have this kind of recommendation going to DOT or to administration with this, from this conference, that we need to have now start working on identifying a WRC team with the team leader and also nominating various national coordinators for various agenda items, ensure that they start working on coordination at sub-region and region level, and with respect to various agenda items which are of interest, so that there's a proper alignment which starts happening from now onwards, and we don't come to a situation where we are then trying to resolve issues during WRC. Timely identify the national priorities, and all these leaders, national coordinators who have been identified for various agenda items should participate in all working parties and APG, so that they are fully aware of what is happening and they then can coordinate it more effectively. Similarly, timely identify issues which may be required for negotiation when we go to WRC, and start working on relevant sharing and compatibility studies. So next slide, please. So this was my views and my recommendations to the conference. I hope this will help in taking forward some of those important aspects, because we have seen this happening earlier also as India, so maybe we can redo that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one question for clarification regarding this point, which has been discussed at the recent 5D meetings, on the studies, on the reverse studies. If there is already the availability of information that the implementation may be hampered by a certain other incumbent user due to their power levels, how do you see that in a very, maybe policy goal of a fast rollout of 6G, if you see this already as a deployment challenge? Would you not then be interested that you have a global solution for that way, already in a way of a recommendation, maybe not in the WRC process, but outside the WRC process?
Reverse studies are something which are, for us, it is a new thing, because I remember in CPM 20, second meeting of CPM 23, we came out with this input from UK where we saw this kind of proposal, and I think that is the basis of what we now see in happening in Working Party 5D. And then there are strong views on both sides, whether to support that or not to support that. So as a traditional way, if I take, my view is that we should ensure protection of incumbents. That is priority one. But there is also a view that we say that future development of those incumbent services should be protected. But here what we see is that mobile is already, in those 3 bands, is already a primary service or co-primary service. So that means this should be taken in that way, because IMT is an application which is coming as a new application there. So it should protect the existing incumbents, but asking those incumbents to protect IMT is something which can be done at, I think, national level, because if we do the standard study, we'll always come to know that what is the protection criteria which is required. And based on that, we can actually then work other way around at national level, because when you are talking of WRC related work or ITU work, you are basically trying to protect the neighboring countries or at the border, you are trying to manage that interference. So when you are trying to do reverse study, probably you are trying to do it more of a national kind of activity and not focusing on the standard process which we had and we have been following till now.
Okay, Thank you very much for this information. And then the next one is Stuart Cook from the GSMA. So again on the IMT issues, please go ahead, Stuart.
Okay. So it really is great to be back here. This is it's a really fantastic event. I'd like to congratulate the team at IAFI for continuing to organise these really great events. On behalf of the GSMA, I'm delighted to be able to present our views on the WRC 27. Next slide, please. I think before I delve into some of the issues in detail, perhaps it's important to take a step back. I remember many decades ago when I started in the ITU, I was inspired by that vision that we would have a single device that would be global and that would serve the whole community, the global community. The idea that the regulators and the governments, the operators, the vendors, the universities would all come together to help achieve that vision. And the harmonization of the spectrum, of the standards, of the launch window for these new technologies, I think it continues to be as important today and in the future as it was back then, many decades ago. The World Radio Conferences provide a really important part of that ongoing harmonization. So where are we in achieving that vision from many years ago? Now it's evolved, of course, not just every one, but everything. As well as IMT technologies, we have other technologies in the devices, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. But we have a remarkable 57% of the world's population now are connected to the mobile internet, 4.6 billion people. But we still have challenges that we need to tackle, and these need to be addressed as part of the ongoing evolution of IMT. 4% of the world's population live outside of the umbrella of an IMT network. And so how do we provide connectivity outside of that terrestrial coverage? And indeed, as we've heard just prior to this, the WRC in 27 has got an agenda item on D2D and M&S to try and provide solutions to help the technology provide commercial solutions to reducing that coverage gap. It was 5% last year, we're now down to 4%, but we still have work to do. For those people that live under that umbrella of that IMT coverage, we still have 39% of the world's population that do not access mobile broadband. 3.1 billion people. That's due to a variety of factors, economic, education, societal type issues, but we need to address this as well. And so that harmonization of competition in the marketplace in terms of equipment, in terms of operators, that drives the affordability and lowers the usage gap. So as well as looking to new technologies in the future, we should also think about the coverage and the usage gap. Next slide, please. So this is a global view of the ongoing increase in data traffic on the mobile networks. You will see in the red line that the growth is slowing towards the end of this decade, but it's 20% prediction towards the end of this decade. That is still quite incredible. So we can improve the efficiency of the networks, we can deploy new techniques, we can densify, but that ongoing growth in the blue there continues unabated. And this rate of growth is very similar to the wired world as well. And so that then leads to the requirement for additional spectrum in the second half of this decade. Next slide, please. So before we look to the WRC in 27, the WRC in 23 continued that theme of harmonization. As Jitendra spoke earlier, low bands continue to be an important component of providing connectivity outside of the cities, deep indoor penetration. WRC in 31 has a tentative agenda item in some regions for low bands. 3.5 gigahertz, that core launch band for 5G, we continue to harmonize that around the world. And the 6 gigahertz, you may have heard a rumor, this was quite a contentious item at the WRC in 23, and we made progress in terms of an IMT identification in part of that spectrum, and other countries from around the world added themselves to what we call a country footnote, and we would anticipate further countries adding themselves at the next World Radio Conference. So I don't need to go through this in detail, previous speakers. We have one agenda item for IMT, that's the agenda item 1.7, and there are 3 frequency ranges that are being considered. And then we have 3 satellite items that are related to and have an implication for that device, D2D, for example, 1.13. You know, some speakers mentioned that 80% of the agenda items are satellite related. And from an IMT community, frankly, we're very happy with just one agenda item, 1.7. Next slide, please. So where are we in this timeline? And maybe we should confess to Alexander, we've not quite completed everything you asked us to do by December. Most of the work on those technical assumptions is done. So we need to produce technical assumptions so that we can then move into the sharing studies. So 2 of the bands, the 4.5 and 7 to 8 gigahertz, we've completed that work for IMT on the characteristics. The 15 gigahertz, we need another quarter. So hopefully Alexander will let us have another quarter in terms of delivering that. And some of the satellite community, they need a little bit more time as well to deliver their characteristics. Once we have the characteristics, we then move into that sharing phase. And this is where it will be really important that that community, the governments, the regulators, operators, vendors, universities, contribute into that sharing debate and the development of that CPM text, both at the national, the regional, and the global level. It's important as part of that harmonization and consensus building as we work towards the CPM and then the World Radio Conference in 27. Next slide, please. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through this in excruciating detail. Just to point out, these are the 3 frequency ranges under consideration, and you will see an awful lot of existing radio services, either within the band or adjacent to the band, and we need to do all of those studies. So it's important that we prepare and we organize and we conduct those sharing studies. So that's within the ITU process, but there will also be sharing discussions outside of the ITU process. And so as well as the ITU, at a national and regional level, we'll probably have sharing discussions as well. Is it feasible commercially, implementation-wise, operationally-wise, for maybe IMT to share some of these bands with these existing users? For example, the military and the government use some of these bands. It's a very important band for their use, but can we share that spectrum on a time basis, for example, in cities? Next slide, please. So moving on to the device-to-device, these satellite-related agenda items. We've provided two examples here of early regulations, both in the United States and Australia. There are other initiatives underway in other countries. These are just two examples. And I think if you look at the United States, for example, that provides some indication of what they're thinking and the approach they're taking. This idea that D2D is a supplementary service. It's a secondary service, non-protected, doesn't cause interference, can't claim protection from interference. It must have the mobile operators involved and agreements. And so Australia has also taken an approach, and again, you'll see some of the themes emerging there as we try and address that coverage gap. So if you live outside of that umbrella in the United States or Australia, if you roam outside of that coverage area into the mountains or areas that aren't served by IMT, then can we get that service? And so the technology looks like it is feasible to deliver outside services to your handset, and now we have to work on the regulatory and the commercial aspects as well. Next slide, please. Final slide, one. At the recent joint meeting of the ITU working parties, we came up with a list of the frequency bands that we're going to study for this device-to-device. You'll notice there's a lot of frequency bands here, and so this is going to be a major challenge. So again, Alexander, you might want to keep an eye on this list of bands. This is a lot of work, it's going to take a lot of time. But that's where we are. This is the list of bands that we're going to study for the D2D. There's a big focus in the ITU on cross-border coordination so that these don't interfere with neighbouring countries. This idea of supplemental or complementary coverage. Next slide, please. So I'd like to wrap up. We're at the start of the WRC process. We have 3 years. We have the sharing studies next year. But a very important element is not just the technical aspects, it's that consensus building, that cooperation, that harmonization. And we look forward to India taking a leading role in that activity and to building friendships with other countries and organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and also to you a question. Maybe on 1.7 again, you said, you pointed it clearly out that overlapping with different services in certain bands is definitely a challenge in the future. How do you see the future of IMT if you're moving up spectrum? Will it be that we have sharing by design, as our UK colleagues pointed it out so eloquently, or do we see then maybe more of specific bands in certain countries which will be then sorted out by the user equipment and the base stations?
So let me say that I agree with Jitendra that I don't think AI is going to answer those questions for you. It needs consensus and harmonization. So I think it depends on the existing usage of the bands to a large extent. So for example, if we take 7 to 8.5 gigahertz as an example, is all of that spectrum being used in a country or region, or is some of it not being used? If it is not being used, then it's relatively straightforward to use that spectrum for 6G IMT 2030. If there are existing services, then we need to get into a discussion about how can we share that spectrum. If we can share that spectrum, how would we share that spectrum? So let's take an example of New Delhi. Is part of the 7 to 8.4 needed or used by the government? If it is, then is it used all of the time? Is it used for emergency situations? For example, If it's used for incidents, then the military government services, you would presume, have priority access. They can use that, and maybe the operators power down in the area of the incident. And maybe when it's not being used, the operators can then use that spectrum again in that particular area. So is that operationally feasible from a government point of view? Is it commercially feasible from an operator's point of view? These are the questions that we need to address. And then the implications of that is what needs to be built into 6G to enable that. But Alexander, as you know, it's very difficult to have a conversation with the military because it's very hard for them to share what they actually do. So we have to break that conundrum.
Okay, thank you very much for answering that question. That stimulates definitely the debate for the future. So the next one on the list is then from the vendor's perspective. Luigi Ardito, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everybody. And this is actually my first time to India and to India Management Conference. And it's really a great conference. I would like to thank the organizers for great organization. We do hope that we can support you also in the next few years. So today I'm here and I represent basically the GSA, the Global Supplier Mobile Association views, especially in terms of spectrum. Next slide. So let me spend a few minutes to basically explain what is GSA. So GSA is representing basically a number of major industry executives, so 9 big companies which are basically device vendors, semiconductor vendors, and also we also have a number of associates. You can read it there, 85 associate subscribers. Some of them are regulators as well. So and what do? We have a number of activities. We have a big group, which is a spectrum group. Over 200 professionals dealing with spectrum are in our organizations across the world in several regions. But also we do actually have groups dealing with private mobile networks. We have a standards group. We also have a group dealing with FWA. And then we also have a group which is providing basically industry data, intelligence data. So we have a big database of what is happening across the world in terms of deployments, device deployments, etc. So it's really a big organization, a big global organization representing the global mobile ecosystem. Next slide. And you can see that basically we cover a number of areas. Over 160 annual industry reports are there actually. And you can find them on our website. So today's speech from my side is really focusing on the evolution of mobile and IMT and how is that intercepting the activities for WRC, especially the WRC27. So we have witnessed in the last few years, of course, a number of generations in terms of mobile generation. The 5G is currently being developed across the globe, everywhere. But the industry is starting already thinking about the next generation of mobile, so which is 6G. And obviously we are looking at, one important variable to enable the next generation. And the important variable is really spectrum. It's the foundation, is really the lifeblood of any new generation. So the activities in terms of 6G research, we have seen, today, but also, you might have read everywhere, are ongoing around the world. In terms of associations, in the US, China, Korea, here in India is very big, and we do hope that India is going to be leading actually the activities on 6G research and development. ITU is working on it. In Europe, we have, of course, activities. UK is another major leader in development activities for 6G. And so really, there is a lot of activities there, and the industry, a number of companies, the strong players, big players around the world, are working on it. So this is happening, and we expect to be more and more in the next couple of years, for then a deployment around 2030. Yes. So, as I was saying before, this is of course intercepting the activities of ITU-R in terms of IMT 2030. And I don't want to go through the details of the slide. Of course, everybody knows this slide. It's quite common, in normal presentations. What I want to point out is really the strong collaboration between ITU-R and organizations like 3GPP. This is vital for the development of IMT 2030, and to include a number of specific items that could really exploit the full potential of the next generation of technologies. So let's get down to spectrum. So spectrum, basically we need, and this is the view of the GSA members, we really need a new spectrum bands for 6G. We think that the approach which was actually taken in the past by a number of regulators across the world, in particular in Europe, of having some pioneering primary bands for the deployment of 5G, it was a very successful approach, and we think that that should be actually repeated for 6G. This is obviously very important because we think that new spectrum bands are needed because obviously they are not enough what the mobile industry has. The bands which are currently utilized by previous generation will continue to satisfy basically the needs of previous generations. And also we would need new bands also to focus the deployment, focus the regulatory activity, focus the research activities and the investments on some bands that will then develop global ecosystems. Obviously, the regulatory certainty is also very important when developing, a new generation. That's what the industry is needed, and the global economies of scales and ecosystem development is very important. So really new bands for 6G, but new bands for 6G also because we need to have, a situation where we need to also enable potential new entrants to the new generation of mobile technology. And most of all, we need to avoid spectrum fragmentation. If we don't have new bands, what is going to happen is that 6G is going to be launched probably, using some bands which are being refarmed. And when they are going to be refarmed, they're going to be refarmed differently region by region and even country by country, operator by operator. And this will create a huge mess and will fragment the market. And obviously this is not basically a recipe for success. Actually, it's a recipe for failure, of a new generation. So how much spectrum do we need for 6G to start with? In GSA, we have done a number of studies. We have identified a number of use cases. Some of them are there, but they are not the only ones. We are thinking about 500 to 750 megahertz of spectrum, wide area spectrum, per operator, basically per network. Obviously, that will depend country by country, the exact amount depending on how much spectrum already basically has been available in each country, and also the number of operators which are there. And this, we think, is going to be good enough to start and to start deploying 6G basically around 2030 timeframe. Not the only one. There will be needed more, but this is really to start with 500 to 750 megahertz. And so where do we get this spectrum for? Well, WRC27 has the agenda at 1.7. We have heard from Stuart, the GSMA, the big actually focus of the mobile operators on the bands which are in agenda at 1.7. The priority of the industry from what we are concerned is really the 7.1 to 8.4 gigahertz band. We are not saying that the industry is not interested in the 4.4, 4.8, or in the 14, 15 gigahertz band, but we really have the focus on 7.1, 8.4. The bands which are going to be above, like the 15 gigahertz, could alleviate the need for spectrum, but it will not replace the needs really of bands at much lower range. And 4.4, 4.8, of course, it will be supported by us as long as basically there will not be too many restrictions on the IMT macro deployment. So really, the message here is 7.1, 8.4. This is really what the industry needs to launch 6G around 2030 globally. So in summary, so my last slide. So 6G research is really happening, and there are several organizations working on it. We will need new bands. The focus on the industry is really on 7.1, 8.4 gigahertz. And it is going to be important, a strong and close collaboration between regulators and the industry and incumbents in the bands that we are targeting, because as we are in the development phase of 6G, then it could be possible actually to introduce some sharing and coexistence techniques in the standards that are being developed. So we have this key important opportunity to make sure that actually the 6G that we design is going to be actually, respecting also the incumbents that are in the band. We know that it is going to be increasingly difficult to clear the bands. However, we have the opportunity to have this coexistence and sharing, much more effective from now on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. And yeah, I think I could have asked the same question as Stuart, but I would get the same answer on that. So we just move on a little bit. I get some indication in that direction. So the next one will be then maybe our virtual participant, Madame Jeba Sudradaram, which provides us with some insights on the scientific community. So please, you've got the floor virtually, and I hope that works.
Giving me the opportunity to present online. And as most of the previous speakers, they expressed one common sentiment. That is, this WRC 27, it's going to be a WRC specifically for satellite agenda items. And I too align with that same view. And even for the satellite services, it's a mix of satellite services. It is not only for FSS or BSS. This particular WRC, it is dominated by agenda items for FSS, BSS, MSS, and not only for communication services, it's also for space services like lunar agenda items, and then for space, Earth sensors, everything. So that's why this WRC, it's going to be for the satellite services. And now my presentation, I will highlight most of the agenda items related to my mobile satellite services and FSS, and then some activities happening related to sustainability. My PPT, please. Can you just flash my PPT? Arush? I'm not able to share my screen. So if possible, you can just share my screen, or I will just start. Go ahead.
Maybe you could just start, and then we join in with the presentation later on if they solve the technical problem here. Just continue, please.
Thank you so much. So first agenda item, which I would like to focus on, it's the agenda item 1.11, which is for the inter-satellite links. And Yeah, thank you so much. And so let me just take a trip back in time to the WRC 23. So in WRC 23, there was a specific agenda item for, next slide please, for inter-satellite service, which is the agenda item 1.17 and which is the inter-satellite link in Ka band. And this agenda item was the toughest one and which took time to conclude. And now this WRC 27, if we see, there is one more agenda item, which is the requirement for the same inter-satellite link, but only thing, the band is different and the provisions under which this particular inter-satellite link will be introduced, that is going to be different. So just to ponder over why this requirement of inter-satellite links, it's becoming more. So then the most important reason, two things are there. One, it is the increase in the number of the non-GSO satellites. We know anyhow geostationary satellites, once the link is established, it is always visible. But this non-GSO satellites, the duration of visibility, it's very limited. And hence we have to set up earth stations all over the globe to support this. So this is really a mammoth task. One is from cost and another one is from the regulatory point of view. So to reduce this overload, definitely inter-satellite link, it is the call for today. And the next thing is the short duration missions. They are really increasing in number. And the docking experiments which are happening, there is also a significant increase. So all these kind of missions, they require definitely inter-satellite links. And coming to short duration missions, earlier there was available in the real time. And so last WRC, we got some allocations in the Ka band under the FSS. And now the thing is, we are going for the MS. Already there are allocations for MSS in the 1 to 3 gigahertz. However, this is either for the earth to space or the space to earth. And there's no space to space allocations within this band. However, RR provision, it indicates there is a possibility of the space to space links within this MSS band. However, it does not explicitly address in which direction or what are the regulatory procedures or what are the power limits. So these things are taken care, are studied under this particular agenda item. So current work which is under progress in ITU, it is the key station definition. In your user station, it's the station which is at the lower altitude, and the service provider station, it's the satellite which is at the higher altitude. And then the direction of transmission. So this direction of transmission, it has to be in the same direction of the MSS. It looks simple, but there are in the identified 6 candidate frequency bands, there are some frequency segments which are bidirectional. So now which direction we can streamline for these particular bidirectional allocations. So these things, they have to be developed further upon. And then, so now main work progress is going on is the GSO and non-GSO MSS service provider and user space station characteristics are being now firmed up and many input documents are there. So these things are compiled for further studies. So next slide please. And so now let me talk about the compatibility studies which are going on. And this compatibility studies, it's mainly on the in-band and the adjacent band, and it depends on several factors. And here main thing, it is the orbital parameter, power levels, and the antenna pattern. And here main thing is the focus, it is in the uplink direction. Because in downlink direction, anyhow, instead of the earth station, there is going to be a satellite at the lower altitude. So most of the compatibility studies, they are focused in the uplink direction. And for the compatibility studies, MSS characteristics, they are mainly derived from the already existing ITU recommendations or whatever parameters which are already registered in the Master International Frequency Register characteristics. And there are some other in-band and adjacent services, so that are also taken into account, like our RDSS, ARNSS, and the radio astronomy. So from ISRO perspective, as you are aware, like we had our own NAVIC services in the S-band. And here, out of the 6 candidate frequency bands which are under discussion for intersatellite links, 5 are under the L band category, and 1 frequency band, it is in this particular S band. So our main focus is how this particular band, whether there will be impact or how it will be going to be addressed, and what are the regulatory provisions they are coming into provision for this ISL. Because ISL, even for our own Indian data relay satellite, we are using this particular intersatellite, we are already using S and Ka band intersatellite links, which will be used to support our human space missions. So now let me move to the next agenda item. So next slide, please. And the next agenda item, which I would like to focus, it is the low data rate MSS. And anyhow, now it's going to be like interconnected world, and it's not only for humans, and all the machines also, they have to be connected to get the data in one, in a particular, in a concise manner. So this requirement of low data rate MSS systems, it's really on increase. And this particular agenda item, it's limited to the non-geostationary systems. And here we are discussing like around 4 candidate frequency bands are being discussed. And totally we have something around 61 megahertz. They are under this covered under this particular agenda item. And coming to work progress, the main thing which it has taken time is the definition of this particular LDR system itself. So what is the low data rate systems? What are the traffic which can be carried under this particular agenda item? So it cannot be voice telephony, and data has to be in burst. So these are the definition of LTR system. This it is under definition. And then coming to spectrum requirement. Here it is not only uplink direction, both the sides like uplink and downlink, it has to be addressed simultaneously, because for efficient management of the traffic, there is definitely going to be the global signaling signal. So that also which it requires the spectrum. So here when we talk about spectrum requirement, it is going to be for both uplink and downlink. And as of now, many administrations have contributed, and there is a wide range of difference in the uplink spectrum requirement now. It is from 5.4 to around 113 megahertz. And now the technical and operational characteristics are being studied. Here as of now 4 systems are under consideration. And coming to spectrum sharing and interference mitigation techniques, here it is not only with the adjacent or the in-band services, here it has to coexist with the already existing MSS systems also, and at the same time, new low data MSS systems which are coming into picture now, they have to also coexist among themselves. So for these, many technologies are being discussed. Some things are like power limited, and here that spectrum systems are being discussed, and bandwidth limited, where this frequency hopping things are discussed. And most of the main thing, what emphasis is that systems which are being developed, it has to be homogeneous so that many other systems also it can be accommodated. So now let me move to the next slide. And so here I'll just skip this slide because all these are like compatibility studies, in-band and adjacent studies which are going on. And so next thing is the agenda item 1.14, additional MSS allocation. So here also like main thing what it is being discussed is harmonization of allocation in all regions. So nowadays like in all harmonization, it's a main terminology which is coming into picture. So here under this particular agenda item, it's being discussed for both uplink and downlink. Around 50 megahertz in downlink and 15 megahertz in uplink, it's being discussed. And same thing similar to the previous agenda item, here also that spectrum requirement and technical and operational characteristics are being defined in a big way. And next slide please. So here also same. Here if you see the commonality between most of the agenda items are, most of the agenda items here, it is being discussed in the L band and S band. So the compatibility studies, there are some overlap like in the in-band and adjacent band. So IMT, HIPS operation, EESS, meteorological satellites, all these things, it is like something like it is common between the some 2 agenda items at least. And here mainly many technical parameters already like it is being compiled and being collected, but some parameters it is being awaited also from IMO or COSPA SARSAT for further technical studies. And here from satellite community, like definitely if we get some additional spectrum, it is going to be useful for satellite services. So we are definitely like looking forward for more allocation for the MSS and FSS BSS services. So next slide please. Next slide. Yeah. So here I would just like to highlight the activities in navigation area because this was not covered earlier. So I would just like to throw the glimpse on the particular activities in the navigation area, which is carried out under the ITU Working Party 4C. A new navigation area which has started as mainly for military use, now it has become a part and parcel of life. And if you see, it started with 1980s, only 2 notified satellite networks are there. But now it has crossed more to 96 number around that. So now the systems are growing in numbers. So there is one particular ITU recommendation which captures the description of all the systems, all the navigation satellite constellations, be it GPS, Galileo, GLONASS, QCSS, BEDU, and our own NAVIC system also it is captured here. And now many new systems are emerging, mainly LEO PNT constellations, they are in the uptrend. So this recommendation, it is being constantly revised, and this time some 5 new systems are being entered into this particular recommendation. And the next thing is, as you are aware, L-band is the sweet spot for operation of the navigation, but in some previous WRCs, there are some terrestrial allocations in this band, and so it is not the in-band impact, but there are some impacts in navigation services from the adjacent and spurious emissions. So now one recommendation, it is being developed. What are the mitigation effects which has to be taken to take into account the protection of the navigation services? And the next thing is SAR, synthetic aperture radar. It coexists with the L2 band of the navigation services. But earlier the number were less. But now these numbers are also increasing. So we have to now compute the aggregate interference from these L-band SAR into navigation. So this particular area, this has attracted attention, mainly in the particular ITU Working Party 4C in the navigation area. So I'll move to the next slide, please. This I will quickly go through because anyhow, we know now there is a call for more connected world, so we have to be connected anytime and everywhere. And for the past 3 WRCs, we have discussed continuously the SIMs for the KA band. So now as a one time, last time we discussed in partial 500 megahertz for in 19, then for 2 gigahertz in 2023 like that. But now at one stretch, we are going to discuss 4 gigahertz in this QV band for the SIMs particular operation. And these things, it should not be used for the safety of life applications. And main thing is in lower frequency bands, whatever allocations we have, the bandwidths are really very limited, what we can use. But here, if you see, we have around 4 gigahertz of application. And now anyhow, high throughput satellites, they are in the increase in number. From India, we have now 3 HTS satellites in this particular band. And most of the other countries also, they have started venturing into this band. As of now, this band, it is mainly used for feeder link, but we have to wait and see. And this band, now this SIMs also, it's a good opportunity for further exploitation in this particular band. And now coming to current work progress, one is the spectrum requirement and another one is the FSS SIM characteristics and regulatory procedures. Most of the things what was discussed under the previous WRCs for the SIMs operation, those things are being carried away for here also in this particular agenda item. And regulatory procedures, what are the responsibilities of the notifying administrations, all these things are being discussed here in a detailed manner. So, the next slide, please. And coming to compatibility studies, here first 3 things are common, like FSS SIMs with whatever fixed service and mobile service. And here one main thing what it is coming is this 50.2 to 50.4 gigahertz, which is the ESS passive service. This is definitely gaining attention worldwide. And so this protection, it becomes very important. So now what are the aggregate FSS GSO and non-GSO emissions into ESS passive sensors? So this study particularly, this time we are going to take up for the first time. So this, as a satellite community, we have immense interest in protection of these particular ESS passive sensor also, and at the same time getting new allocation for the SIM services also. So this particular analysis, it's really being of interest to us. And we from ISRO side, we have already GSAT-29 satellite which had payload in this band, and this additional 4 gigahertz spectrum in RTT, it will be definitely beneficial for us. So now to the next slide.
Can you speed up a little bit?
Yeah, and this, I think I will just skip this particular thing, 1.2 meter, and I'll move to the next slide. So non-GSO, I won't touch about any of this particular thing. It consumes most of the time. And sustainability, and your Revati madam has touched upon that. And ma'am, yeah, there is a handbook is being developed, and there is a forum for study of this sustainability. And one thing is, as the recommendation on disposal of orbits are there for GSO, but however, there is no specific recommendation for non-GSO in this particular aspect. So now I think here we will like focus, and soon these particular recommendation also will come into force, so that it will be like useful for us in this in particularly addressing the sustainability issue. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's move on directly to the next speaker. That's Madam Marta Donate Fuente from Eutelsat. You've got the floor, Marta.
Good morning, good day everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the Indian Space Spectrum Management Conference. So I'll wait just a moment for the... Okay, thank you. So next slide, please. So today I'll be talking about Eutelsat's OneWeb's role in and perspectives in some key WRC-27 satellite issues. And I'll be starting first with our LEO OneWeb operations and how we work and plan for the physical sharing of the space. Okay, thank you. I'll also talk about briefly the importance of the spectrum sharing in relation to the Agenda Item 1.2, and finally I'll be touching based on Agenda Item 1.5. So just to give a brief overview, we have currently 654 LEO satellites in orbit. We are at around 1,200 kilometers altitude, and we've already started doing commercial service. What we intend to provide is a low latency service worldwide. In regards to the spectrum, in our current generation 1 of the OneWeb system, we have a KU band for the user terminal links and KA band for our gateway links. Just on the ground segment, we are deploying currently over 50 gateways across the globe. And we offer already a wide range of user terminals to meet the varying demands. Just to say also that we have 2 operation centers, one in London and one in Virginia. Okay, now I'll be moving away a bit from the spectrum and focus on the physical sharing, just a bit. So our move into the LEO orbits represents a shift from the previously GSO-dominated environment, and now we are moving into a multi-orbit approach with LEO and GEO combined together. So the LEO has a lot of advantages, such as lower launch costs, reduced latency, but it is true that it also increases the complexity of managing the orbital traffic. With the LEO systems, right now, we must coordinate with other constellations, planned and operational already. So these constellations are, for example, Starlink, Amazon, Telesat, Rivada, and all of the Chinese national systems. So all of this requires very strong protocols for collision avoidance. And for this, OneWeb follows 3 core principles for managing the physical sharing of the orbits. So first, we must maintain accurate ephemeris data and maneuverability information, and we have to update it really frequently for the collision avoidance purposes. Secondly, we perform rapid collision avoidance risk assessments to identify which conjunctions we have to take. And finally, we also pursue adequate mitigation access and ensure that this is clearly communicated and transparent. This is very important. So the main challenge for us right now in relation to space sustainability is how to share this data to avoid the risk of collisions, especially between international operators. We as users at OneWeb, we collaborate with platforms such as Leo Labs and SpaceTrack, but we need to make sure that all of the operators are actively sharing this information. So now moving back to the spectrum again, so this agenda item 1.2, is very, very important to users at OneWeb. It's a very key agenda item for us. This agenda item is about the possible use of the 1375 to 14 gigahertz band on smaller antennas in the FSS non-GSO service. So as I mentioned, OneWeb already uses the KU band for the user links. We are focused on the 14 to 14.5 gigahertz band. And so what we would like to look at is the possible use of this adjacent band, 1375 to 14. This band is already allocated on a primary basis to the FSS service and also to the radio location. Also on the secondary basis is allocated to the Space Research Service. There is a problem right now for us to use it, which is there are some footnotes that impose some limitations. So one of the limitations is that this band is limiting the Earth station antenna size. So 1.2 meters for the GSOs and 4.5 meters for non-GSO. So just imagine how difficult it is for us to be able to use this band for a user terminal. It's practically impossible for non-GSOs. So this is a major priority for us, is to explore smaller and more cost-effective antennas, while, of course, ensuring compatibility with other services. Just a few advantages of what this agenda item could bring to the non-GSO community. This band adjacent to the 14 to 14.5 band would ensure better compatibility with the existing equipment that we already have and would bring simplified tuning for transmitters and the receivers. This would also mean very similar performance in terms of propagation characteristics. And in the end, this basically would translate in being more cost efficient for all of us. So before we can make any of these changes, we need to conduct the technical studies. We need to make sure that we are protecting the existing services, and this for sure will be a challenge and will be widely discussed in Working Party 4A meetings. So we are already contributing. We have already submitted some studies to Working Party 4A, looking at compatibility between the Space Research Service and also the radio location service. And just to finish, I would like to touch base on agenda item 1.5. This is also a really important agenda item for OneWeb. This agenda item talks about the unauthorized use of Earth station operations in the non-GSO FSS and MSS services. So, as you may be aware, there have been some reports, some cases of unauthorized use of Earth stations. And what we would like to emphasize is that the ITU already has regulations in place that talk about this. So, for example, Article 18 talks about the requirement for licensing and authorization for the Earth stations in any administration. So we, of course, have to ensure that these existing regulations remain effective, but we also need to make sure that any measures that could be taken under this agenda item do not add unnecessary complexity for the compliant operators especially. So we believe we should focus our efforts on studying how to limit the unauthorized operations in the uplink directions. So for starters, I know IAFI submitted a very good input to Working Party 4A and I believe 4C too, addressing this, and OneWeb as well has submitted an input to the last Working Party 4A, explaining how we already have the capabilities in place to disable the terminals when they enter an authorized area. So we provide an extra layer of compliance and operational control. So I believe with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Marta. So, and the last speaker is then Laura Roberti from Telesat. Please, Laura.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One last effort before we go to lunch, and my sincere gratitude to the Foundation for this opportunity. And I think in particular it's great that both the terrestrial and the satellite industry can come together to discuss matters of mutual interest. So I have a few slides. So first of all, oops, how can I? Okay, so just a very, very quick update on the Telesat non-geostationary constellation, Telesat Lightspeed. I think is an important one because as of September, the finally, I have to say, the full funding for the constellation has been achieved with the projected entry into service of end of 2027. It's not a mega constellation, less than 200 satellites, but very, very efficiently designed. I think it's also important to underline the model, the business model that Telesat is going to adopt is not direct to consumers, but is business to business. So it will always be in partnership with local operators, including in India, of course. And the characteristics of the constellation are designed to meet specifically the needs of telecom enterprise and also governmental customers with a high speed, high security, resilience links with low latency, and most importantly, committed service level agreements. So these are ideal for instance, for competitive backhauling solutions. So we are not in competition, but this will be in synergy with terrestrial operators because it will allow integration with the terrestrial networks. And we believe that this is a win-win approach for the extended ecosystem, having also in mind, of course, the scope of bridging the digital divide. In terms of spectrum, Telesat Lightspeed will use Ka-band spectrum both for the user links and the feeder links. And I'm mentioning this because there are a couple of outcomes from WRC 23 that are quite relevant. One is agenda item 116 for non-GSOism in Ka-band, and the other one is WRC 23 agenda item 117 on intersatellite links in Ka-band. So of course it would be ideal if the outcome from the WRC would be also adopted, implemented on the National Frequency Allocation Plan in India. Further to that, there is a specific footnote to the Frequency Allocation Plan, India 17, that for the downlink to eSIM in Ka-band specifies 18.7 as the start frequency for the downlink spectrum. It is probably an editorial. It should be 17.7. There is really no apparent reason why it should not. So if that's the case, of course, it would be great if that would be corrected or changed accordingly. Coming now to the only agenda item that I will briefly speak about, which is agenda item 1.5 for WRC 27. My colleague Marta has already mentioned. This agenda item was brought to the attention of WRC 23 due to the challenges faced by some member states in relation to the unauthorized operation of some non-GSO user terminals in their territory. This issue of unauthorized user terminals operation is not new. It was studied also during the study cycle leading to WRC 19 for all types of FSS. At the time, actually, it was focused on GSO, and I had actually the honor of chairing that conference, and the outcome was Resolution 22. Telesat, in particular, is both a GSO and a non-GSO operator. However, we have, like other non-GSO operators, significant concerns in relation to some of the proposals that have been brought forward at the last working party 4A, which they really seem to depart significantly from the provisions and the intent of Resolution 14 from WRC 23. So, what is the content of Resolution 14, which of course dictates the scope of Agenda Item 1.5? So first of all, there are two resolves. The first resolves is for studies on regulatory measures to limit the unauthorized transmission in the Earth to space direction for non-GSO user terminals. Then there is a recognizing C, which recognizes that some member states may wish to exclude their territory from the service area of non-GSO systems. And finally, there is the second and last resolve that asks for study on regulatory measures, taking into account recognizing C, and the implementability of such measures without adverse effects on the provision of services in the rest of the service area. So the scope of this slide, which is also the penultimate one, is to compare what is actually in Resolution 14 in relation to what is being proposed at Working Party 4A. So Resolution 14 asks for regulatory measures, while now some of the proposals at Working Party 4A are for regulatory and technical measures. There is a proposal, for instance, for multiple network control and monitoring centers, which is unheard of, and also very importantly, there has been no assessment on the technical feasibility of such proposed measures at international level. Secondly, there is, in Resolution 14, the proposal was for exclusion of a country from the service area. And by service area, it is intended the territories of countries that are included in the ITU filing. The proposal at Working Party 4A is for explicit agreement for inclusion in the coverage area, which is a completely different concept. First of all, because the coverage area is intended as the area illuminated by the satellite, so to which there is a space-to-Earth transmission. And also asking for explicit agreement would imply a massive undertaking for the notifying administration to get explicit consent from all countries in the world, because non-GSO LEO systems have almost by definition global coverage. This proposal would also imply blocking of space-to-Earth transmission over a number of countries. And the technical feasibility of this also has not been assessed, and we know that at least for some systems this would be literally impossible. Overall, in any case, it would create gaps in the coverage, impairing continuity of services, also for services that by definition need to be global, such as maritime and aeronautical. So coming to the conclusions, the proposals that are on the table are very different from what was discussed and agreed at WRC 23, and I do not hesitate to define these as unprecedented measures that would target only a specific type of satellite system. So we believe that there is really a need to strike a balance from the legitimate concerns of some administration and what should be a fair treatment of all satellite systems to avoid unwarranted discriminations. Overall, we believe that it is the role for the ITU, for ITU regulations, not to impair the deployment and the development of new technologies such as LEO, especially when these can definitely help in closing the digital divide. It is important, of course, to ensure the effective enforcement of existing measures. Again, my colleague Marta already mentioned the possibility of geolocating the Earth station and the possibility via a centralized network control and monitoring center to switch off this Earth station when illegally transmitting. Overall, possible additional measures should not adversely affect non-GSO service provision, especially when it comes to global service provision for aeronautical and maritime. So we are just at the beginning of the study period, but I think it's important to highlight some of the aspects as we move forward with the studies. And with this, I conclude, and I thank you once again very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you to all the panelists. And the organizers have just said to me that I should also introduce then the next speaker on our list, and that will be the special keynote presentation on spectrum needs for the PMSE industry. And I think
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuhn.
Mr. Abdelhafez will be introduced. Please go ahead.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special keynote presentation on spectrum needs of PMSE industry, for which I would like to have a pleasure of inviting Ms. Nada Abdelhafez, Head of Spectrum and Regulatory Affairs, MEA and India, Shore Incorporated. Ms. Nada advocates for spectrum needs for the PMSE industry in the region and working closely with administrations and regulatory authorities. Prior to her joining at Shore, she worked for Etisalat, UAE, where she was involved in spectrum management and technology standardization. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nada with a warm round of applause. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I want to thank IFI for hosting this wonderful event. And I'm very glad to be back in Delhi for the third time, and hopefully more in the future. Next slide, please. So it's funny, since these are like our scope of discussion now, I have to be very careful with using the mic, making sure that, I'm audible. So to give you an overview about our company, Shore, we've been around for almost 100 years. We're going to be celebrating it next year, so it's going to be a big year for us. And Shore is a audio manufacturing company that's been around, and we're globally based. Next slide, please. So you've probably heard the term PMSE, or Program Making and Special Events. And I'll be talking today specifically about audio PMSE and the devices under it. That includes the wireless microphones and in-ear monitoring systems, and additionally the talkback systems. Now, PMSE devices are ubiquitous to everyday life. Many of you walked into the hall here and perhaps noticed a lot of things in the venue, but not necessarily the sound systems. So it's there, you don't see it, and we make very high efforts to hide it. You can see in some of the pictures here, all of these wireless devices are very well hidden in the performances, costumes, even in their bodies. And maybe you did not really see the directive antennas right next to me here. And a big thanks to the group supporting us with the audio devices. Next slide, please. So these pictures are from the latest, the Olympics Games that were held in Paris during the summer. And you probably would have seen these big shows, the live events that was streamed to the entire world. But then what may not everyone, next slide please. But what we don't always necessarily see or pay attention to is the immense hard work and effort that goes beyond these events. So you can see hundreds and hundreds of equipment, wireless equipment, that are needed and that are there with the experts, the audio experts teams, ensuring that the communication is seamless and uninterrupted. Next slide, please. So bringing this back to home, to India, the live market is quite a rapidly growing market. and it contributes to a significant amount to the Indian economy, not only the economy, but also the social aspect of it, as it is the window to the world, to see the cultural reflects of India to the world, and it contributes to the fifth largest segment to the India's GDP. So if you can see these circles around there, so this is what comes under the live events. Again, these systems are very well integrated into the hosting of these events, and that includes our own event, this conference, a concert, the conference that's being held in the hall right next to us. They're probably using a lot of mics as well. Looking at the year 2023, we saw that India hosted 26,000 events roughly, and that points to 70 events per day. And you can imagine the number of the wireless equipment that's been used then. Next slide, please. So these are scans that we took through our wireless workbench that highlights the available spectrum and the used spectrum. This one here, this graph, it shows the opening ceremony at the Indian Premier League event, and almost the entire UHF band was utilized to be able to support and highlight the audio events, the concerts at the time, or even the equipment needed for the sports players. And on the other side here, you can see, again, a screenshot from our Spectrum wireless workbench in the area Bhuj, in which the Navaratri festival takes place every year. So you can see it's a bit different from what's being used in IPL. Now, just to highlight, every thin line reflects an audio link of around 200 kilohertz. That's an audio channel. And perhaps looking at the one in Bhuj, you can see that it's widely occupied in the 600 megahertz band. And that is due to the local spectrum environment there. The spectrum below 600 was not usable due to some military operations or airport facilities nearby that were occupying the spectrum. So again, when we say access to the 470 to 694 or 698, that does not necessarily mean that PMSC has access to the whole range, but rather it has access to usable parts in the range. Next slide, please. So we were very pleased to hear yesterday about India's bid to host the upcoming 2036 Olympics. And we would definitely support having the Olympics being held here in India. It would be a great opportunity. And then coming back from London last week, we had a spectrum sharing event in which ANFR shared with us the lessons learned, in which they have highlighted that there were 10,657 channels used for audio PMSC devices at the Olympics throughout Paris. And that was roughly more than 80% of the frequency authorizations that were issued. Most of them were for audio PMSC links. Similarly for the Paralympic Games. Additionally, France unlocked 20 megahertz of spectrum, which is the 1240 to 1260, to be able to accommodate additional users that have equipment in that range, and they noted that the UHF band was highly overloaded. Next slide. So saying that, and noting that India wants to host more international events in the future, we need to plan ahead. We need to ensure that this service is continued and is enabled. And an important way to achieve that is through acknowledging the service. Now, if I ask my esteemed panelists to look at the table and point out to a mobile device, everyone would look at this. But then every panelist has a wireless microphone next to them. But that does not really link that a wireless microphone is a mobile device, which is, again, recognized by ITU, that it is a land mobile service. And there's a footnote in 90 countries in Region 1 that recognize the usage of this band for the PMSC service. And this is, again, what we want to work in India with the government, is to ensure that the service is recognized so that its needs are taken care of in the future. When we talk about the UHF spectrum, we typically refer to mobile versus broadcasting. And we are a mobile service, a bit different from INT though. However, we need to ensure that we still have long-term access in the country. Next slide, please. So, key ways before stopping you from your lunch break. We need to ensure that audio PMSC services have sufficient access to the UHF spectrum. It is the core spectrum for our applications, and to ensure that it's acknowledged and taken care of while adopting or formulating the Indian strategy moving in the way forward. Additionally, we look to support and advocate spectrum policy that would address spectrum needs for audio PMSC. My colleague Martin tomorrow will be sharing more insights about international regulatory frameworks. One final note, we have a booth just to your right corner. Please drop by and have a look at some of our equipment, although I'm sure that everyone have seen in action our wireless microphones there and the team here supporting us. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed panelists for this incredible session and sharing their expert viewpoints and presentations with us. I now request our session chair, Mr. Alexander Kuhn, to kindly present a memento to our speakers as a token of gratitude. Firstly, to Shri N.K. Bhola, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ms. Revati Mannepalli, ma'am. Thank you so much. Shri Jitendra Singh. Dr. Stuart Cook. Mr. Luigi Ardito. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence today. Ms. Marta Donate Fuente. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Laura Roberti. I thank Ms. J. Sophie J. Basundaram for joining us virtually. I request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the stage and present a memento to Ms. Nada Abdul Hafiz. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. And last but not the least, our session chair, Mr. Alexander Kuhn, for moderating the session so beautifully. Thank you so much, sir. I request everyone to please pose for a group photograph. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would break here for lunch, and I request you all to please join us back in 45 minutes of time for the post-lunch sessions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know that it was a quick one, but I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, usually the sessions post-lunch are heavy on heads, but I promise you all that this one is going to be very, very thrilling. I'm delighted to invite our next set of panel on stage. Please join me in welcoming our session chair on stage, Shri MPS Alawa, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing DOT. He will be conducting a session on developing the spectrum roadmap for growth of 4G, 5G and 6G mobile services in India. Mr. Alawa has over 25 years of experience in telecommunications and specialized in radio frequency spectrum management. Shri Alawa coordinates with stakeholders on spectrum issues, represented India in international bodies like ITU-APT and APT. He holds a master's degree in electronics and communications from IIT Roorkee and is recognized for his expertise in spectrum management. Please join me in welcoming our session moderator, Shri Vikram Tivatia sir, DDG COAI. He interacts extensively with the ICT industry leadership and senior officials at DOT, MIT, TRI and other government offices for regulatory and policy matters. He was a member of the board of GCF. He is an active member of National Industry Coalitions, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, TSDSI, NASSCOM, IAMI. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the speakers of the session. Once again, welcoming Dr. Stuart Cook, Senior Director of Future Spectrum, GSMA UK. Shri Ravi Gandhi, President Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. He is an expert in public policy and regulatory affairs with a demonstrated career history in the telecommunications industry. Skilled in business management, strategic planning, cross-functional team leadership and management. Previously, he worked as Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel Limited for 14 years. We welcome once again Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm India. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Bharti Airtel. He also serves as Vice Chairman of ISPA with expertise in telecom licensing, economic regulations, spectrum management and regulatory litigation. Shri Vats holds engineering and business degrees from University of Pune, IIM Ahmedabad and the Watson School. He is well known for his strategic thinking and ability to build strong relationships. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson. Dr. Devar holds PhD degree in electrical engineering with specialization in wireless communication from IIT Madras. He's working with Ericsson on future spectrum and currently responsible for standardization and spectrum engagements in India and works closely with the national, regional and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He actively contributes towards national preparatory review towards the ITU-APT, AWG and WRC and in the IMT 2030 process. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Kevin Graham, President TCCA. He has extensive international expertise in management consulting, specialization in telecommunications and ICT. He has worked with various organizations, including SMEs, MNCs, and industry associations. Mr. Graham has a strong background in business development, market development, and project execution. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Alka Silot Asthana, Vice President and Head of Regulatory Tata Communications. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Asthana is a seasoned technology leader with experience in both public and private sectors. As VP of Regulatory Affairs, she brings expertise in smart cities, renewable energy, and cost optimization. Her career began as an ITS officer in DOT in 1993, where she gained a deep understanding of various technological domains. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and I hand over the stage to our session chair, Mr. MPS Alawa, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, for setting up this stage. And thank you very much, ITU-APT Foundation of India, for providing opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. Good afternoon to all the panelists on the dais and all the participants present over here. So this session is all about developing the spectrum roadmap for the growth of 4G, 5G, 6G, and mobile services. Before I give my control to Mr. Vikram, I have got few slides to present. Next slide, please. This is the spectrum what has been allocated in India through auction process in the year 2022. This is what we were talking about. There are many sub-bands, and this has ranged from 600 megahertz up to 27.5 gigahertz. So these bands are in the paired and unpaired band, and for sake of understanding, it has been divided into 3 parts. If you see the right column, below 1 gigahertz, that is 230 megahertz band, it has been auctioned in India, which we all know that it is a lower band. And another band which is a mid band, which is between 1 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz band. 680 megahertz band has been auctioned, and there was a fixed mode. It was FDD as well as TDD mode. And the last one, that is 24.250 to 27.500 megahertz band, which is roughly 3 gigahertz band, it has been auctioned. If you total it, it is roughly 4 gigahertz band, it has been auctioned during the 2022, and it was one of the major auction took place. Second slide. Now let us have a global scenario. As per radio regulation, the many sub-bands in a range from 450 megahertz up to 71 gigahertz band through RR footnote has been identified. I hope I have not missed any footnote over here. Again, this band has been divided into 3 parts. That is lower band, which is 190 megahertz band, and the mid band, which is 1 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz, that is 746. And last one, total 14 gigahertz band has been identified at the global level. Next slide. Through the RR footnote also, which is related specific to India, some of the band, it has been identified in low and mid band. And last 2 part, it is a part of the discussion for the WRC 27. And a lot of interest we have seen in these 2 bands in India as well, and this is going to be a part of discussion. Next. Now let us make a comparison what India has auctioned and what is identified at the global level. If you see the lower band, in the lower band, globally it is 190 megahertz has been identified, whereas in India, 230 megahertz band has been auctioned. So more than what globally identified band. Now in terms of mid band, the India has auctioned 680 megahertz band, and globally it is 746. So roughly we can say that more than 90% of band has been used by telecom service provider. Last part, which is higher part, and in that 3.2 gigahertz band has been identified, whereas in case of globally it is 14 gigahertz, because in India only we have touched 24 gigahertz band only. So rest of the band still need to be explored. This was the scenario of spectrum allocation in India. Later on also some activity took place, but this data is according to the auction which took place in 2022. Next slide. Now let us talk little bit technically. So a few of the interesting thing over here that various technical parameter has been defined for the 5G and also for the 6G, which we call it as the IMT 2030 and beyond. So various technical parameters are there in that one, and beamforming technology is one of the technology which could help in achieving all those parameters. If you see the 4G, 5G, and 6G parameter on the table, of course, beamforming technology will predominantly be used in 6G. Of course, in 5G also it will be used. So you can see the lot of improvement in all the technical parameters. For example, user experience data, which was 10 Mbps in 4G, in case of 5G, it is 100 Mbps. And for IMT 2030, it has been envisaged that it will be between 300 megabit per second to 500. So this is what we expect for the IMT 2030 and beyond. Latency also, if you see it, it's 10 millisecond in 4G, and in 5G, it's 1 millisecond, and in 6G, it has been envisaged that it is going to be 0.1 to 1 millisecond. So not with the help of this beamforming technology, but a lot of system changes has to be done in order to achieve all this target. So other parameters are also there, and it is with the use of new advanced technology, this target can be achieved. Next. Now let us talk about some IMT 2030 and beyond. There are some new capabilities which includes artificial intelligence. 2-3 days before, I was preparing this slide in the PPT, and I have written just artificial intelligence. So immediately that picture has popped up in my laptop. So it was due to the artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence is still we are using, but in the IMT 2030, it will take you to the next level. So why you require artificial intelligence for IMT 2030? Because there will be certain kind of application which is going to consume lot of data and which also generate lot of data. For example, we all know that lot of application, for example, immersive users experience, such kind of experience, it has been envisaged. Holographic display, those kind of application has been envisaged. And digital twins also it has been envisaged. So lot of application require lot of data and lot of changes in network topology. So what are these changes? Let us try to understand. First one is, I will go to second one, distributed data storage. In this, what happened conventionally, the concept is that traditionally, concept is that we are accessing data from the single node. But in case of 6G, there will be a distributed form of data storage, and there will be a network of data, so that no particular one node may be overloaded with anything. So this is to avoid the overloading of one particular node. Distributed computing system, traditionally, normally any kind of application is computed from the single node, but in case of distributed computing application served by one particular node is, in case if it get overloaded, then split computing will take place. It means more than one node will be performing the computing for the application. These kind of changes are there in the network topology of IMT 2030 and beyond. And last one is edge computing. So any kind of application, when it gets started, it will serve from the nearest node. With this, it will help in improving the latency of the latency parameter of IMT 2030. And there are certain few examples what artificial intelligence can be good for. So it characterizes the traffic, interference, and user behavior so that the radio resources can be optimized. This is one of the good features of IMT 2030. Because of complexity of the network, it becomes necessary to use the artificial intelligence. Next. Another important component which IMT 2030 has got, that is a sensor. We all know that IoT is a few sensors we always talk about, but beyond that also there are a lot of sensors which will help in many things. For example, sensing data may be helpful in accurate beamforming toward the intended receivers. It means if beamforming takes place very accurately, then definitely peak data rate and latency all are going to improve. Sensing radio environment may be helpful to deal with the interference. Let us take an example. One particular area is having interference in certain frequencies. So with the use of data, artificial intelligence can avoid certain kind of frequency in that area and use in order to deal with the interference. This is good, so that at least the interferences cases which are coming to us will get reduced in this scenario. Third one is a beam failure recovery in case of obstacle between transmitter and receiver. As we all know that whenever we transmit, the connectivity between transmitter and receiver, it is a direct wave. But since a lot of data environment or database is available in the network system, it can avoid direct communication. Instead, it will direct through the reflection or reflection to the intended receiver. This is one of the good features for IMT 2030. Third one is extremely immersive extended reality, holographic communication. This is also one of the envisaged application. Let us take an example. I wanted to shake hands with the person sitting at the corner. I can have a wearable gloves with a lot of sensor in that one, and I can have a feeling of human touching the hand of that person. So this kind of application also has been envisaged. Digital twins is another feature which make exact copy of any kind of object in the digital form. This will help in doing certain kind of studies or having the control or management of city or any kind of object. Robotics is also going to use many sensors, and driverless cars also is going to sensors. So the main point of bringing this slide is that all these kind of application generate a lot of data, and this generated data is required to be stored, and to take proper decision, what you call the changes in network topology is required, and that too will be a more complex. Last. Third feature, it is ubiquitous connectivity. The main thing is to connect, unconnect, and to extend the coverage. These are the main features. But how you are going to achieve this one? So it has been talked about that it is mainly for rural and sparsely populated area. So in order to fulfill this requirement, it is very much required to interconnect all the different technology, satellite, IMT, Wi-Fi, so that we can have a seamless connectivity. But this is not going to be so simple. It may be requiring proper harmonious way of doing all kind of activities. And a lot of application will have direct access to health, agriculture, transport, logistics. This is what ubiquitous connectivity will going to provide. Last slide. So this is my last slide. So here, as we all know that various kind of devices, we are going to use it, that may require different variety of band. It may include lower band, high band, and maybe terahertz band, but I'm not sure because none of the application we have discussed in any of the platform. But at last, I would like to say that industry, regulator, and academia, all we have to work in collaborative work and exchange our knowledge and any kind of development. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to hand over my control to Vikramji to have a control. Thank you.
Alawaji, thank you very much. I think that was a very good, interesting segue. You know, I'm always curious to hear about driverless cars in India. And now I know why we believe in so many gods. Because, you know, the traffic does happen to move, but it doesn't crash so often. So there's somebody, you know, overseeing it. And not because of spectrum, I guess, but notwithstanding that. So coming to the topic, it is the spectrum roadmap for 5G and 6G. So, you know, India has been talking of being the fastest 5G rollout. Yes. But the challenge, of course, has been, it was mentioned in the morning by none other than the wireless advisor, the cost of spectrum in India is, you know, only at reserve price, and even that reserve price is way too high, right? So there is an urgent need to review that part. How it's to be done is, of course, collaborative effort, as you said. Yeah. The other part is, the good part is that, you know, in India with the 5G rollout, despite the fact that we are not making any return on investment in all the capex that's been put in, but from a service point of view, you know, we are delivering almost 30 Gbps per subscriber. And the pace at which it has grown over the last 2 to 3 years has been terrific. So the spectrum has been put to such great use, even by the telecom operators, to deliver this kind of speeds or this kind of capacities. But of course, there's a lot of, you know, headroom for growth, considering that there's still 200 million subscribers on feature phones. So getting these 200 million onto minimum a smartphone. So the question is, how much more spectrum do we need, and what is the roadmap for that? I'll begin by requesting, you know, we have a very eminent panel here, all experts and all know each other so well. But I'll begin, of course, with one of the more significant, you know, let's say stakeholders, which is the telcos. And we are very happy to have Rahul with us from Airtel. Airtel is the third biggest telecom company in subscriber numbers. So, I mean, they've done a tremendous job in connecting up and providing services all over the country. So Rahul, to begin with, you've been part of, you know, a variety of spectrum allocations, then it became auctions, and, you know, you've seen the whole road. And now, as you're providing this service, so what do you think going, you know, enhancing 5G and maybe on the road to 6G, how much more spectrum do we need?
Thank you, Vikram. It's good that you're using the lens of an operator when you talk about a roadmap, because operator is the one who is nearest to the customer, and so customers' requirements are actually filtered through the lens of an operator. We are a humongous country. We have nearly 1,000 million people. If I look at the active subscriber base, we are at around 650, 700 million people right now. who are actively using on a day-to-day basis. Of course, number of connections are larger. I think as far as spectrum is concerned, over a period of last nearly 29 years, we have had different methodologies you mentioned. We started with the situation of spectrum scarcity. There was hardly spectrum available, 4.4. We got incremental spectrum after that, reaching to a time till 2010 where the auction itself presented a situation where the supply and demand gap to a large amount of pricing for the 3G spectrum. From there on, I think there have been a lot of initiatives by the WPC, by the government to get spectrum out of non-productive users, including, let's say, defense sometimes, not being fully utilized, or at least earmarking separate bands for them. As a result of which, from a situation of spectrum scarcity, we have now landed up in a spectrum abundance sort of a situation. If you look at the patterns of last two auctions, you will realize that not every spectrum quantity which has been put up for auction is getting purchased, which shows either two things. A, that either operators have enough spectrum for themselves and they don't require any more, or the pricing at which it is being sold is not a price where we see productivity or efficiency kicking into our systems. Do we require more spectrum is the question. I think now that we are into 5G, and let me give you the scale of 5G, with around nearly 8 lakh BTSs now are running on 5G. We have around 3.5 lakh BTSs, and if I look at the amount of 5G penetration, we are really now powering up. If I add up both the operators, we are literally touching that amount of number. In terms of monetization of 5G, however, it is a different story because handset penetration is not the way it could have been, or it's slowly inching up. Also, what is the real utility of 5G is the question which customer sometimes keeps on asking. Whatever said and done, we are consuming around 24 GBs of data per customer in this country. 24 GBs of data is quite a lot. However, if you combine this, what the operator really earns from the customer is the second issue, which is around $2.50. So at $2.50, 24 GB of data is where we are. That is the real equation. At $2.50, it becomes very difficult to continue to have that level of capex investments, running all along. We have had operators, at least two large operators, have been pumping in around $4.5 billion now for nearly 5 to 6 years continuously, right? So that amount of speed of capex cannot continue till the time we start getting a return. Now, as 4G penetration turns into 5G, the need of spectrum is definitely going to arise more and more. Where is the need going to arise? Need is going to arise because we have used the NSA technology, unlike one of our other operators who has used the SA, so he has taken 700. But we are on the NSA mode. Eventually, we will migrate to SA when we see that enough mass is there. At which time we would require the lower bands to be freeing up more and more. So whatever spectrum, even an inch of spectrum we can squeeze out of the lower bands from current users, we should try and do that, whether it is railways, whether it is anybody else who is occupying that spectrum. Similarly, the mid-band spectrum is very important as we start going ahead, 1800 band, 2100 band, and I sincerely hope that we are able to get more in 2100 band also, because it's a very important mid-band in terms of the capacities which we are going to build up in the future. Now let's come to the premium band, which is the 3.3 to 3.65. Here also there is a current usage happening from NAVIC. There is some bit of usage in some areas by defense, and I sincerely hope that we are able to get a clean, free spectrum in the future so that we are able to effectively utilize that band. So this is about cleaning up what we currently have. If I look at the future, the most critical band for us for immediate growth, given 24 GB of data, is what we are looking at. We need at least clear in 3.7 to 4.2, which means existing usages in that band has to be considered, for a migration to some other band, or we have to create a dividend so as to say that people are effectively able to migrate to the other bands. Going ahead, there is a large amount of usage which is there in supposed usage in the 6 GHz band, and knives are out. So what is the best utilization of that band? Whatever said and done, if you as a society, if you want digital as a way of life, if you want those driverless cars as you are wanting them to have, then you would require a large amount of spectrum. So all in all, I think freeing up spectrum wherever it is available in the lower bands, in the chunks, in the middle bands, and roadmap and clarity in the 3.7 to 4.2, going up to 6 gigahertz is what we are really looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. I think that's an interesting part because, it's the operators who actually convert the spectrum into a service which has done a wonderful job. The whole story behind the digital public infrastructure that India has at every global table has been actually, delivered using this spectrum and creating this service, right? So thank you very much, Rahul. I'll now turn to my colleague Sendil, who has a short presentation and to set the tone of what's happening at the Working Party 5D, at the ITU, and some of his recommendations on sharing.
Thank you, Vikram. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and I believe this is a session just like before lunch and after lunch, and we are talking about what do we need before 2030, and I think Alawaji mentioned about what we can do with 6G, but then 6G will come around 2030. So from 5G to 6G, it's a 10 years gap. So we would want to see that we continue to monetize what investment operator has done with 5G technology before we jump saying we need the 6G spectrum. No, but then we need to be prepared to have a good roadmap. Can you go to the next slide, please? So it's so to start with saying what kind of spectrum or preparation we need to do before we get into 6G or launch 6G around the time frame of 2030. We'll have to do some kind of an assessment where we are with the deployments, where we are with the amount of monetization that we have done, and then do we have enough spectrum and visibility of spectrum access till that time frame. This is a statistics number that is from as of November, probably very recently, which I took it today morning. We have more than 320 networks which are running 5G, but then this is still less. We are just starting in some of the region. There is not enough 5G deployments yet started. So I would say by the time country like India and other leading countries jump into 6G in 2030, there'll be other countries who are still in midway of deploying 5G. So there'll be a little bit of a disparity when we look into the 2030 timeframe. And maybe I'll just skip in the interest of it. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So when we look from 5G to 6G from an Ericsson point of view, we say we have been looking into mobile broadband, 4G. It will still be mobile broadband. There will always be mobile broadband from an operator perspective. But then with 5G, the initial focus would be to see how we can digitize infra, industries, and that is where we see there is a differentiation of the 5G services that we will be delivering, other than consumer broadband. And when we move into 6G, we are looking into a cyber-physical world. But then between 5G and 6G, there's a lot happening where we need to still leverage the potentials of 5G that will happen. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So if you look at the time frame, the first 2030 is the time frame when we look at the IMT 2030 specification will be out from ITU-APT. And commercial systems will be available after 2030. So right from today, 2024 to 2030, are we going to wait to deploy 6G? No. Operator will continue to evolve and put new systems which are from 5G and 5G Advanced, and new features will be continuously deployed based on the market needs and the business opportunity that we see until 2030. So we need to see what is the kind of spectrum strategy that we do at a national level so that we'll be able to deliver the gap between now to 2030, and then beyond 2030, what is the kind of spectrum that we're looking at based on the application that we want to deliver after 2030. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So this is a roadmap how we think 6G will be there. That's no direct jump from 5G to 6G. We have 5G NSA deployment, like what Rahul mentioned, that the deployments from Airtel is today NSA. Slowly, operators will start moving into SA deployment. And then at some point, we'll start having advanced features of 5G, which will be actually deployed from the 5G advanced time. So this is happening between 24 to 27 or beyond 27. So with adding new features and new market opportunities, there'll be definitely new additional spectrum that will be needed before 2027, before the WRC 2027. And then from 2027 to 2030, there's another 3 years of time. So we need to have a very granular way of introducing additional spectrum so that new features or new applications can be launched into the market. Can you go next slide, please? So if we sit today and see what we can do beyond 2030, we believe there'll be definitely global broadband is one of the scope. All administrations, when we look into ITU discussions or whether it is 3GPP discussions, everyone are considering that we will have some kind of a global connectivity. And the reliability is on saying how do we complement 3GPP wherever there is no terrestrial coverage, how do we use satellite-based or NTN technology that 3GPP is also building in, can we compensate or supplement those coverage with global connectivity. So definitely that's an WRC agenda items which will try to address that, but that will be in 2027. And then we have enhanced broadband. There is a new way how we look, broadband will look like in future, which is about massive XR-based communication. We believe at certain point of time, there will be a lot of people who will not be just doing video calls, but then we'll be having a lot of XR calls to happen. So we need to understand what is the kind of network dimension that is needed to deliver that kind of dimensions, how much of more spectrum is to be needed, and it cannot happen in small pockets. We are looking at that when we look into 6G, these kind of applications, it has to be in a macro layer. It has to be in a macro network, not very specific to small cells or a localized application. That's where we look into saying we need to look into mid-band spectrum. That's what WRC 27 has some kind of mid-band that is being studied. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. So this is a fundamental principle that industry has been talking to each other, and we are also talking to operators globally. And what we all see is when we start introducing 6G in the 2030 timeframe, we want to ensure that 6G also operates in existing 3GPP bands that is being designed for 5G. So it will be a small incremental possibility of introducing 6G in existing 5G bands as well as a new band that WRC 27 will identify. So that's one fundamental. Second, we should be able to share the spectrum between 5G and 6G. Unlike what we did is for 5G, we had a clear new mid-band 3.5 where we launched 5G. When we start moving to 2030 timeframe, when we launch 6G, we should be able to launch a 6G technology even in existing 5G band. For example, in mid-band 3.5 or 6 gigahertz or any other bands between below 7, can we launch a 6G in the same 5G operation? Can we do a sharing between 5G and 6G technology? We call it as MRSS based approach. And then the third learning that we learned from WRC 23 is the way we shared spectrum between satellite services is to have a very innovative way of doing some kind of a EIRP mask to protect satellites. But then when we move into the centimeter range, above 7125 to 8.4, I think Stuart mentioned in his slide, we had a lot of services with which we need to share the spectrum. So when 3GPP will start, when they start developing technology, we'll look into that as a base. How do we should definitely assume that there are other services with which we need to share the spectrum. So that will be a fundamental part of the design when we look into 6G standardization. Next slide, please. So this is how we foresee. When we talk about 6G, it's not only about the new band, but also we should be able to introduce into other bands also, low, mid-band, as well as in centimeter. As of now, the focus will not be about launching 6G in the millimeter wave band because we'll see that the applications, what we want to do with 6G is more focused on a macro kind of deployments. Next slide, please. Again, I would want to emphasize on the third bullet here. So the idea is, how do we ensure there is enough spectrum harmonized so that the 3GPP 6G, when it is launched, we should be able to deliver or launch in multiple regions so that we can have the economies of scale to have 6G deployed in this harmonized bands across the region. So that is one important part that 3GPP will closely work with, see what is the development happening in WRC in the centimeter range so that we can build the technology to adopt and share in those regions. Next slide, please. How we see is the roadmap from now to 6G, that is 2030, we would want to see it in a three-phase manner. Right now, what we see in 2024, the spectrum that we use for 5G, we have 2G systems, 4G systems in India specifically, and then we have 5G in low band. For example, one of the operator has done 5G NR in the sub-gigahertz band. And then we have 3.5 deployed, and then we have 26. When we start moving from 2025 on to 2030, we expect there will be new spectrum bands which were identified in WRC 23 will get added, and then operators will launch 5G in those bands also. Also, some of the 4G bands will get migrated into 5G based on the device penetration that we see. And it's India being a market where we have a mass and low-cost devices being introduced. I believe Qualcomm announced some time back they have India-specific low-cost devices also. So this will actually help penetration of more 5G devices in the market, which will help operator deploy 5G in more of the existing 4G bands. I think these all will play together. Beyond 2030 is where we are looking at the new bands that will be introduced, 7125 to 8.4, where we might have still spectrum where we have 5G. In some bands, we might have 5G Advanced being launched, and then we start introducing 6G in those bands, along with the new bands. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, so these are some statistics which I wanted to share from the Ericsson Mobility Report. And one of the important part I would like to share, if you look at the red line, which is from India, Nepal, Bhutan region, average mobile data consumption hits close to 70 GB per month in 2029 timeframe. And then, which is much higher than the global average, there's the black line that we see, and even higher than the overall Southeast Asia ocean. So, specific for India, I think the spectrum needs will play an important role, and we need to foresee how do we ensure that there is sufficient spectrum available. This is as good as saying, should I buy a 16 GB RAM, a laptop with 16 GB RAM? Is it okay for next 3 years, 4 years? No. Based on the consumption, we should say that, okay, I should invest into buying a GPU or a system with at least 64 GB RAM. I think we need to plan for that expectation. How do we prepare till 2030? Next slide, please. And again, this is a familiar chart which Rahul might appreciate. So this is the analysis done from Airtel, and this is part of the Ericsson Mobility Report, where we say in April 2024, the darker green area shows the typical experience data rate from Airtel network. From July 2023 to 2024, you can see it has actually hit 100 Mbps links on the downlink. And this is how the 5G mid-band experience has improved from a user perspective. Similarly, there was one more measurement done from another operator where 97% of the users who are, when they're attached to a 5G network, they see that the moment I say google.com or any content, I press it, the time it takes to deliver the content is less than 1.5 seconds, which actually improves the way you see internet or any other applications. So these user experiences are based on how much of mid-band spectrum the operator has. Mid-band access plays an important role of improving the user experience. This will also give a confidence for new app developers to say, can I do beyond video calls? Can I do XR calls on my devices or a headset on it? So these are things which we want to keep in mind. Spectrum requirement, new application development before 2030 timeframe. Next slide, please. Maybe I want to skip it, but it's a good information those who are looking into this. It basically says, from now, the initial 5G that was launched is to deliver only mobile broadband. But then operators are looking into saying, how do I differentiate service when it comes to gaming, video, or automotive? For example, when we say automotive, we'll see that there is a lot of ads. If you would have seen, there is one ad which says he hits an accident, and then the guy says, oh, you went a wrong side, and then says, no, I have a recording. Continuous video streaming on vehicle-mounted cameras will continue to access and stream data into the cloud. So we see more and more innovative ways of people want to consume data. The moment they see there is enough good pipe, they'll have more application to consume the pipe. So we'll have this kind of categorized way of accessing applications through 5G network, which operator will leverage over from now to all the way till 2027 and by 2030. This will set a platform for launching 6G services in that time frame. Next slide, please. This is again categorizing it in a better way. Next slide, please. Okay. So now, if you look at from now to 2027, when we get new bands, and 2030 when we have 6G getting up, what are the bands already 3GPP supports today? We should be able to see, can we make some spectrum available from now to 2030 based on those spectrums where 3GPP ecosystem already exists. There are already network deployed. For example, 44 to 48 is an AP30B band which is paired with the 6 GHz. There are countries like Korea who are very much interested in. They are the one who brought this agenda to WRC. There are Japan. They already have network in N79 band. And then today we are limited to 3670, but then 3GPP supports all the way till 4200. Can we expand more mid-band beyond 3700? If yes or if no, then we need to have a national plan saying, okay, we have a lot of broadcasters, but do we still have expectation that we will be having big dish antennas till 2030? Are we not going to move into DTH or maybe even smaller device-based applications? So can we have a strategic plan to see that, can we vacate more spectrum and make availability to mobile broadband extension? I think we need more innovative ways of strategizing till 2030. Next slide, please. This agenda has been discussed a lot in the previous session. I would want to just emphasize from a mobile industry, there are two specific agenda that is very important, 1.7, which GSMA Stuart had his presentations. Then the second part is 1.13, where we have this MSS in IMT bands. These are two very important bands. And we should not also overlook agenda 1.119, which talks about ESS in 4200 to 4400, which is also close to the band where we are looking at if you want to have 44 to 48 band for IMT, will that restrict any limitations on IMT in those ranges? Similarly, 84 to 8500, which is adjacent to the band which we are looking for 6G. So we should also not overlook those, that particular agenda item. Next slide, please. This gives an idea. If you look at region 3, we are in the best suited, if you look at the entire bucket, region 3 is the one which has the largest chunk where we have a potential band that is possible to use. 4.4 to 4.8, 7125 to 8.4. But then there is already a 3GPP ecosystem to 4.4 to 4.8, which we should be able to also leverage. Next slide, please. This, I think, was already covered. This is the kind of combination of studies that we need to engage before we could secure the band in WRC 27. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is an important agenda. If you look at the specific text, which says device, direct to device using 3GPP technology. So today, 3GPP is already started adding more and more bands on which NTN technology can be done, but those are not terrestrial bands. Maybe I have a slide on that. So these are not terrestrial bands. But then after 2027, there will be support for direct to device in IMT band itself using same 3GPP technology, which is what is being envisaged. There are operators, there are mixed reactions, I would say. Some operators believe we have enough terrestrial coverage. Do we need NTN or not? But then there are operators who think that it is a good business opportunity, where there are people who move out of a little bit beyond a hilly region or a water or cruise or something. They still want to give a roaming services through a partnership with other NTN satellite operators. It's a business opportunity. Some operators want to drive it. But underlining fact is we all want to ensure that the spectrum that is licensed to a terrestrial operator for running IMT is to be protected well. So these are the two cases that is what will be studied in the ITU timeframe. There are international borders across which there is a terrestrial network, and then there is a footprint of NTN network. How do you ensure that one country and other country try to have a way of saying their terrestrial networks are not interfering with each other? Similarly, even within a country, they need to be protected. Yeah, maybe next slide. This is what today 3GPP NTN supports. And the reason why I wanted to add this is to say we are all been talking about ubiquitous connectivity. It means when there is no terrestrial coverage, can still a user be connected to the core network operator where you are still able to communicate. But what you will be able to deliver is still a question based on the bandwidth and the device form factor that we are looking at. So we have bands in L band, S band, and then we have existing release 18, which is talking about 20 and 30 gigahertz, and then release 19 talking about 12 to 14 gigahertz. So these are the ranges in which already 3GPP is developing spec to support NTN. The handheld devices are only in L and S band, and other things are more like a fixed devices, vehicle mounted and other thing. After WRC 27, probably if there are more MSS introduced, we might have handheld devices in existing IMT bands also. Next slide. Yes, so where we are is the case exactly at the point where the sharing studies will start. We have parameters how IMT will operate in 6 to 7 and 7 to 8. There are parameters being defined. The action is how do we secure and how do we ensure that India participates and delivers the right sharing study so that we can confirm or ensure that the band is not put up with a lot of restrictions and we won't be able to use the band. if you're not engaged well in the sharing studies. Next slide. So there are two specific recommendations which I have tried to capture. I think one of the document which was recently published was from the Bharat 6G Alliance, October version, which clearly gives a way of how do we have a strategic for 5G expansion by 2025, then from 2025 to 27, and then new spectrum for beyond 27. I think that's the kind of small phases that we should be able to have a national plan. And then at ITU and 5D, I think most important is that if you want to lead 6G, it's not just standard, but also need to secure the right amount of spectrum in WRC 27. So we need to have, from an administration perspective, we need to coordinate with a lot of other countries in the region. In APG, WP5D, and CPM, where we see that we are coordinating well with other administrations. Because we have been in the part of the delegation, we know how challenging it was to secure the Agenda 10 in this band from Region 3. There are administrations who have different kind of usages in this band. So if you want to secure the band for 6G, we'll have to be more proactive in engaging with these administrations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senthil. So one of the slides that I particularly liked was the one with the green, the India map with green and, much better customer experience. And you cited that was on the Airtel network, right? So with that, Rahul, let me, turn to you. The government itself has allowed multiple, let's say, spectrum trading, spectrum sharing. You can surrender the spectrum. And TRAI has a recommendation on spectrum leasing. So obviously on one side, the network traffic, as you indicated, is going up tremendously. And the in India, unlike very often one hears the traffic going up, but in most of the developed countries, there's a significant wireline network. Whereas in India, the dominant network is the IMT network, right? So given that be so, and the demands of an IMT network, what other options for spectrum allocation, if any, would you suggest?
So, I think, yes, you are right. In terms of penetration of wireline, we have always been very abysmal. It's just the history of, how the country progressed over a period of time. Now, of course, with the availability of FWA, the penetration of broadband is, really taking up fast. In terms of enabling the usage of spectrum effectively, I think a lot of steps have already been taken. The first, which I mentioned, of course, was increasing the availability through harmonization and vacation of spectrum. That has been done. In terms of allowing efficient use, we already have a trading guideline, a sharing guideline, which is more than 7 to 8 years old. There have been examples of sharing. There have been some issues around how you calculate the spectrum usage charge around it, and then some matters are lying in the court, etc. In terms of utilizing trading, that has been done effectively, I think, by most of the operators to increase specific requirements they may have in a particular licensed service area. And that, I think, is a very effective way of actually addressing the availability of spectrum. When 5G was introduced, we have also now got a leasing of spectrum policy, which is available. How effectively we convert that, I think, is going to get accentuated as we head towards more and more 5G. One of the other initiatives which we had requested the government to consider was also a concept of swapping my spectrum, which is to say, suppose I have a, some volume of spectrum lying in a particular service area, which I am not able to use very effectively. Maybe I can return that spectrum to the government, depending on how much period has elapsed, and you can calculate a methodology around it. And then towards that end of value, because the current auction price is valid for next 1 year, right? That's the way the auction prices are done. So if I'm able to return that value of spectrum, then equivalent value of spectrum, which is available otherwise in abundance, can also be given to me in lieu of that spectrum which I'm returning. So that sort of a swapping policy will allow only efficient usage. So suppose I have got a bunch of X band, let's say 1800 or 2100, I want to return that. So I return that spectrum to you, you charge me the value, the current market price value of it, and you allocate me spectrum which I want if it is available in demand. If it is less, suppose you got 20 megahertz not being utilized over last 3 auctions, what is the point of keeping it with yourself then? So that's the sort of a concept which can be considered by the government as one more additional way of allocating spectrum?
Thank you very much, Rahul. The fact is that, any spectrum which is which is available and not utilized is a gross national waste. Because a spectrum which is not used now, the value is lost. So obviously there are more methods, and thank you for that suggestion. But I think like what Alaoji said, more collaboration together to see how we can make more spectrum at affordable rates actually available, rather than waiting for the next auction or some other fresh look at allocations. With that, I'll turn to Stuart, and to indicate and convey to us the GSMA point of view. And I don't know if you're covering, but there was this interesting news report about millimeter wave trial in the US yesterday. Some 2 gig throughput has been achieved. So over to you, Stuart.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, good afternoon once again. We got the presentation? Okay. Thank you. So, Sendel introduced a high-level, very good introduction for my presentation on behalf of the GSMA. I would like to focus on one particular aspect. If we could move through these slides. Next slide, please. I presented these this morning. Next slide. Next slide. So let's start with one high-level introduction and then move on to a very specific question that we have. You will have all seen presentations. We all give these high-level bullets on future technologies and 6G, 5G advanced. What would the next generation need to embrace? I talked this morning about that universal, that meaningful connectivity. We need to reduce the coverage gap. We need to increase the usage gap. We should not forget that as we think about designing 6G. There's a tendency, perhaps, in some of the research community to talk about higher data rates and lower latencies, etc., etc. And that will continue to be important. But what we would also recommend we don't forget is the quality and the consistency of that user experience across the city. So sometimes, I don't know about you, but we go very high level data rates, we dip, we come back up, we dip as we move across the city. In terms of the technology development, is there any way that we can smooth out those troughs and peaks to have a more consistent user experience? Energy efficiency will be a really big item. Very political from the top down. We have to design this future technology with those universal goals in mind. Massive machine connectivity, of course. So let's not forget coverage, usage gaps. Let's not forget the user and the consistency. Next slide, please. You know, historians for many, many centuries have had this debate, right? Can you look back in order to help you look forward? And so I would like to look back at one particular aspect of spectrum as we think about the evolution of mobile broadband, 5G, 5G advanced, and future 6G. Let's look at the channel bandwidths through the generations. And these are the channel bandwidths for mid-band range. You will see for each generation we have a 4 or 5 times increase in the channel bandwidth for each of those generations. So 5G operating in mid-bands up to 100 megahertz. 100 megahertz channels are not available in all parts of the world, but that's the capability that we built into the standard, into the chipsets, the technologies, etc. So what does that mean? What can we learn from that as we look forward to 6G? Next slide, please. So this is a question mark. This is a question that we're posing. I don't expect answers yet, and we don't have a firm position on this as an organization, but it's something that we need to think about. It's something that the industry will begin to address. So if 5G has a bandwidth of up to 100 megahertz, what will 6G in this mid-band range be capable of? Will it be 200 megahertz carrier bandwidths? Will it be 400 megahertz carrier bandwidths? Will it be an aggregation of 200 megahertz channels? These are the kind of issues that the technology teams and the standards teams, the regulatory teams, the regulators need to start thinking about. 3GPP next year will kick off its 6G activity with a radio access network workshop, and I'm sure over the next year or two, the issue of channel bandwidths will become more and more prevalent. And so, with that question in mind, 100 megahertz for 5G, 5G advanced, will it be 200, will it be up to 400 for 6G? Let's move through to the next slide, please. These are some very high-level peak data rate speeds that have been performed in the industry. These are the peak trials. We'll not achieve these. You won't experience these as a user in a very congested city, but these are the peaks. Let's move through to the next slide, please. And so, finding bandwidth should be another question mark here. What about the 3.5 gigahertz range? That 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz band, that core launch band globally for 5G. Some countries are discussing whether an expansion downwards 3 to 3.2 is possible. Some areas are discussing whether an expansion above 3.8, 3.8 to 4, 3.8 to 4.1, possibly 4.2. Is that a possibility? I wouldn't expect to be able to achieve 400 or 200 megahertz channels from this range, but it might provide a very nice expansion for 5G 100 megahertz channels as an example. What about the 4.5 gigahertz range? There are some challenges with this band globally, particularly in some regions of the world, but is 4.4 to 4.8 a possibility to expand in some countries and some regions of the world? Again, you know, you wouldn't expect these very high bandwidths in this range, but again, perhaps 100 megahertz or up to 100 megahertz might be achievable in some countries of the world. Next slide, please. I was reading the Barrett 6G spectrum report, and towards the end of the document, there was this wonderful phrase called the golden band, or the golden bands. And I think that the report described these golden bands as a good compromise between capacity and coverage. And this is one of the ranges that was highlighted in that report. So in the middle there, in the red, in the light red, you've got the upper 6 gigahertz. In the dark red, you have one of the ranges that is being discussed or studied for the WRC 27. We're not suggesting all of this band is made available in every country, but how many channels possibly, theoretically, could be accommodated? How many 200 megahertz channels? How many 400 megahertz channels could be accommodated within this range? It depends in terms of the WRC 27 range, is that range being used? Can we share in parts of that range? These are big questions that we need to address, both within the ITU but outside of the ITU. What will the target be for the spectrum in mid-bands to support the evolution of 5G and the future 6G? In a country like this, with very high densities, huge amounts of traffic, what will the channel bandwidths be required in the future to support the evolution of 5G and 6G? These are questions that we need to address. And of course, ultimately, we might have the technology teams wanting higher channel bandwidths, but it's always a compromise between the amount of spectrum that's available, the number of operators, the existing users, can we share, under what conditions, etc., etc. So all of these factors will play into this debate. Next slide, please. Beyond the WRC bands, what about the other options? The low bands continue to remain really important for both coverage outside of the urban areas, for deep indoor penetration within the urban areas. L-band 3.8 to 4.2, the upper 6 gigahertz, should that be planned for a long-term future, not just to enable 5G evolution, but also with a future option for 6G? These are questions that we need to address. Next slide, please. So, very specific question, very targeted debate. This will be one of the topics as we move forward over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And the interesting part is, you know, what kind of channel bandwidth and what throughputs, because I was just speaking to Alavaji is, where does the demand come from? Essentially, it's from video consumption. So what forms of video is what is important. With that, I'll turn to my colleague Alka to share you know, her thoughts and the presentation on the spectrum roadmap.
Namaskar, everybody. Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I would be very brief, partly because I see a lot of industry seniors here, my seniors from the telecom services, and I dare not speak too much in front of them. But I would really like to attract your attention on 2-3 significant points, slightly different from what we have been hearing so far. Tata Communication focuses on, we could move ahead with the slides, please. We focus on a lot of enterprise connectivity across the globe. We do not work in the retail segment at all. When we participate in these discussions, the focus is on retail because, I mean, we are the customers. We, you know, try to measure everything in terms of numbers of retail customers. But when we look at our enterprise customer base, they have got slightly different requirements, needs. The quantum is different. The services are different. Industry 4.0 is something we have been talking about for a long time, relatively. And we have been talking about the CNPN as well. In India, it has not taken off. And a major part of that is the spectrum. We are a large country, a populous country, so when spectrum is available, it does get occupied. It does, and we use it a lot. We are very talkative. We are very entertainment-oriented. We need a lot of bandwidth. All our applications are very bandwidth hungry. So when we say spectrum roadmap, yes, we need more of it. But we also need to see how we can use it for multiple usages, how we can utilize the spectrum which is lying unutilized. Of course, technology is a major part of it, but then it is also related to the processes. It is also related to the attention to enterprise as a segment. And it is not solvable, in my humble opinion, by asking the enterprises to ask for spectrum or to take the license. Because somebody who is, let's say, making steel or cement or paper is actually not comfortable in going and figuring out what they should do about telecommunication. For that, we have the service providers. So I would really urge the government and the regulator to look at this as a space where a lot of action, a lot of initiative needs to be taken with a view of what are the use cases and what are the spectrum requirements, how we can distinguish from the retail use of spectrum to the enterprise use of spectrum. That is something which is required. The other point I would really urge people to focus on in the licensor and in the regulator community is to focus on the ease of doing business, the processes, and the quickness of the decision making. We do insist a lot on 5G and 6G being very quick, latency being low, but let's also measure the latency of decision making. It does impact a whole lot the entire industry. It is important, as Rahul was mentioning a while back, to focus on how spectrum can be surrendered, how it can be swapped between players, how it can be reused, farmed, so on and so forth. But all this should be fitting into a process which is very well defined, and it has the rules known to people around. I did not follow the slides because I'm sure there's been a lot of input given throughout by my speakers, earlier speakers as well. And so I just wanted to highlight these 2 points. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alka. The really good part I noticed on your slides was allocated and not auctioned. But the fact is it's auctioned and not allocated. So, but we are happy with that if there is more allocations happening. With that, I'll turn to my colleague, Dr. Graham. Dr. Graham, if you could share, your perspectives on the spectrum roadmap, critical communications, and, what other aspects you want to draw our attention to.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here. Nice to be back in Delhi. Our Critical Communications Association represents some important users across the world, often forgotten in the discussions around spectrum, technology advancement. And it's great that we're talking about 5G and 6G, but if you look at your police, fire, ambulance, who still don't have 4G in their hands, they're still running on a narrowband network. And this is one of the challenges we have in this room. We're a very small sector in the overall communications sector. There's lots of specific needs, and it requires work through the standards, which we're working on in 3GPP, through plug testing to ensure conformance, across a wide range of members, trying to deliver capability to the people that run towards danger, for our families and our society. And we as engineers and spectrum experts should be doing our part to make sure through the technology deployment models we're addressing their requirements, and we're making sure we're addressing the spectrum requirements to support them. As I said, we're just a small part of the global telecommunications market. And consequently, associations like ours need to rely on working with associations that are listed here, from standards to certification, to peak bodies like GSMA, rail industry, utilities, public safety. Policemen, firemen, paramedics are really good at a lot of things. They know nothing about spectrum. They just want to talk and send data, the data that they need to, anytime, anywhere. And it's up to us as associations and technical experts to be able to deliver that capability to the people that save and look after our society. I'm not going to go through all of these slides, but our journey for critical comms across the industry is to follow 3GPP standardisation, to follow mission critical MCX capability. It's been a journey, and we're now starting to see implementations rolled out in both critical industries, utilities, and public safety and jurisdictions. This just gives a quick, I guess, a hot map of where some of the activities are occurring. And then there's a whole range of network deployment models. And I think the really good part about this, and I think Stuart spoke to it before, MNOs are now standing up to deliver this capability. These end users came together on shared networks in a narrowband era. They're now showing they're willing to go on shared mobile network operators' networks, provisioned with the MCX features that they need. And these are just a few examples. And we're looking to make sure that their future from 4G advanced right through 5G and what we're putting together for 6G also meets their needs. There's quite a few gaps in terms of requirements where we need spectrum, particularly ad hoc networking, the ability to talk off network when the network's down, the ability to talk from the network into coverage denied areas. And we're working with industry, with Qualcomms and others, and the major network operators that are provisioning these networks to deliver that capability. But we will need spectrum for those sorts of things, including air to ground, another important part. And non-terrestrial is featuring really heavily in all of these organisations as they attend major events and major disasters that are never where there's cellular coverage. Or if there is, then there's a good chance that some of that coverage has been taken out. So I guess the challenge for people in this room, this is an important vertical market, railways, utilities. We need to make sure we're providing spectrum through whatever models with MNOs, private LTE, private 5G, 6G. It's important as practitioners that we look at these particular sectors when we're looking at all of the other ways in which network operators need to monetize their networks. And I think it harks on the same point. Mobile network operators have been called to deliver services to government. They've paid dearly for spectrum licenses. Government's now saying, well, why are you charging us so much for a service for our police and fire? Well, get the spectrum pricing sorted out, spectrum availability for critical industries, and then there may be some chance that we can deliver this capability to these people. So, and this can only occur through cooperation across the fraternities like this. And I really, again, appreciate BB who has a long background in mission critical industries, for giving us the opportunity to come together. Our vertical industries are not very good at lobbying for spectrum. In some countries they are, in others they aren't, and we need to try and work out how we aggregate that capability across all of the ITU regions and drive the technology and the spectrum to support their needs as well as those of society. So that's a clear message from us without getting into all of the details of megahertz, but their profile is the same. Situational awareness. They need voice calls. They need group calls to do their job. We need to provision that in the solutions going through 5G and into 6G. Thank you for your time. Thanks for having me here. I look forward to the day ahead and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That was really short and sweet. And with that, we have our last colleague, Jitendra, who is the anchor station on Spectrum Matters and has been continuously monitoring this whole progress for the last 2 decades almost now. Jitu, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. So, from a spectrum roadmap map point of view, it is important to understand that there are technologies which keep developing with a periodic time period, and because of that, you require different spectrum frequency bands to absorb those frequencies, those technologies, and then start using those technologies in different frequency bands. So we saw how every 10 years we have seen this leap of technologies. We started 5G in 2020, and now we are talking of 6G in 2030. And if you go back, we will see those exact technologies which were adopted almost every 10 years. Next slide, please. One of the important things is that how does it actually work out? Why do we require different spectrum? How do we decide a spectrum roadmap? So if we see the second row here, we will see that, and this is speaking about IMT 2020, the line with reddish color in the center row, that is system deployment. So this is talking about IMT 2020, that is 5G, which got finalized standardized in 2020. That's why it is IMT 2020. Commercial terminology is 5G, and now deployments have started happening across the globe. By 2030 and beyond, it will get very mature technology. By that time, it will have kind of very deep, intense deployments across the globe. If we see the row below that, that row shows that different other technologies, earlier technologies, that is 3G, 4G, and their evolution which continues to happen in 3GPP, and those deployments continues to get improvements on technology. We see that we still have 2G networks in India. There are different countries across the globe which are still working on 3G and 4G technologies and their evolution. So coming to the topmost row, which is about 6G, that we saw that the work on 6G started immediately before or just before WRC, and we actually before WRC finalized the framework also. So framework means vision of 6G. So that got finalized in ITUR, and now we are working towards the requirements, how to meet those vision or the framework which was created for 6G, how to meet those requirements, what will be the technical parameters or the minimum TPRs which will be required to meet the vision which I showed in my previous session also. So, and then the standards development will start happening on that. So, and once standards development gets completed in 2030, then the 6G rollout will start happening. Some administrations, countries may start an early rollout. Some may go beyond, depending on the country's priorities. The last row actually shows that how spectrum plays a role here. For example, when we started working on the framework part for 6G, there was also a discussion that how do we then focus on a spectrum, because 6G technology, if it has to be developed, there needs to be a spectrum where that technology needs to be developed. So that was the first triangle which you see, which was discussed during 2023-24, that is WRC, where these frequency bands were identified as candidate bands, which we discussed throughout the day. Then as we move forward by 2027, WRC, that's what the second triangle is all about, will decide that which are the bands, how much of those bands, with what limitations or what definitions and parameters which will be acceptable for those frequency bands for doing IMT. So that decision will happen, and then that spectrum will become applicable and available for doing standards activities in development of the, again, go back to first row, standards development. So this is a interlinked activity. And once you develop standards based on the spectrum band which has got approved, then you start developing technology in that, and then later on move it to other frequency bands which were already opened up for IMT. So this is a process, and therefore it is important to understand the reason of why to have a spectrum roadmap. Next slide, please. Overall, if you want to unlock full value of a technology, you will require, especially in the current uses scenarios, you will require all kind of bands to support that technology. So each operator should have a typical wedding cake model kind of solution with them. You should have low frequency band, you should have mid frequency band, and of course higher bands, which is millimeter wave bands. When you talk of millimeter wave bands, you require about 1 gigahertz for that to give extreme capacity. And if you come down to mid-range bands, you will require 200 to 400 megahertz contiguous spectrum with each operator, and that will give you both capacity and coverage. Coverage will increase, but capacity will decrease to when you compare with millimeter wave bands. So these are this will include centimeter bands also. Coming down to the lower bands or the low band, which is sub-gigahertz band. This is one of those most important frequency bands to ensure that you are able to unlock that value of technology fully. This includes, I will say this will include both 600 megahertz band and 700 megahertz band. Regarding 600 megahertz band, 700 megahertz band is already being used for 5G in India, and but that is limited availability of that band because of various other incumbents and other users. But 600 megahertz band is a virgin band right now in India. It was put up for auction a couple of years back. It could not get sold because that point of time ecosystem was not there. But now ecosystem has got well developed. At least Qualcomm has developed chipsets for it, and all mobile phones which will have Qualcomm chipset will have this N105 band, which is India band, which was auctioned. That will be available in all the chipsets. So that is something which I would like to share here. And we also shared this, demonstrated this in our IMC booth, this particular capability of the device, and we showed the commercial devices which have this capability. So this is something which may be considered by regulators and policymakers, that utilization of this band. We will also require technologies to complement 4G, 5G, 6G technologies, because you need to ensure that demands and requirements of other different kind of users can also be met with these complementary technologies, and we'll discuss those technologies subsequently. So next slide, please. So this will actually come back to my slide, which I also showed in the previous presentation, that you require all these frequency bands with different bandwidth requirements for different kind of use cases. So you will require low bands, you will require mid bands, upper mid bands, millimeter wave band, and maybe terahertz in future. But these bands will be required with different kind of bandwidth for different kind of use cases. So we need to be sure that we cannot say that because you got this spectrum, now you do everything in that. That is not a right approach, actually. You will require different bands, and that should be part of your spectrum roadmap whenever that roadmap is being developed. I was in Australia 2 weeks ago with ECMA, and this was exactly the discussion there also. They're working on their spectrum roadmap, and this was one of those important understanding ECMA had on this. Next slide. So one of the important spectrum management issue, and this was covered by Revati Madam in session 1, and this is one of the important point when I actually mentioned in a morning session that AI may not be able to handle this kind of stuff. So it is important to know that we have fragmented assignments in various frequency bands for different reasons. Multiple auctions bring non-co-terminus license expiry. So it means that if you are buying some spectrum, you get some slot somewhere in between, then you do harmonization of that band after every auction. So you are putting more pressure on operators to reharmonize, retune their equipment, their base stations to meet. So that is a process which always is in some sense pain for operators after every auction to realign all those bands, defragment those assignments. Then there are mergers and acquisitions, which we saw, and then assignments of narrow bands. So this is something which is should be looked into, again, this last point, because we still see that when auction happens, we are having auction of in terms of 200 kilohertz for some frequency bands like 1800, 900, and then we also saw auction of millimeter wave band in chunks of 50 megahertz. So that was something which actually brought us in a situation where some operator actually bought 50 megahertz, assuming that this is a channel plan equipment will be made available on that, but unfortunately that is not happening, because globally people are focusing on chunks of 200 megahertz at least. So therefore it is important to harmonize all this. There are possibilities of aggregating by spectrum by refarming, band planning. You have to do band planning for that, TDD, FDD, and other issues are there. So when you are planning your roadmap, all these factors also play an important role. You also see that you may have a particular band plan in mind, but there will be various government agencies using that band. It may have been defined as IMT band. You will find various government agencies using those bands. You cannot get it vacated because that is a national priority. But so that means your spectrum roadmaps should note that point as well. Then there are adjacent bands assigned to government agencies. So when you're doing commercial work in that, in the commercial band, you need to ensure that outer band or adjacent band protection is ensured that to existing incumbents in adjacent bands. So that also becomes part of your roadmap. I'll take example of 3300 megahertz band, or also maybe even in 24 gigahertz band, where there are some users, government users, and then you need to ensure, operator needs to ensure that their transmission is not interfering with the existing incumbents in adjacent bands. And then there is unused spectrum, and Vikram spoke about it, so I will just leave that part. Important part for India point of view is we have 22 service areas, so spectrum roadmap should also cater for that. Next slide, please. So important is if we don't do harmonization, we don't follow the ITU concept of spectrum for IMT, we may land up in difficult situations. So what you see right in front of you is that there are more than 10,000 5G band combinations with different frequency bands, LTE bands, or different bands which come in play when you are having 4G or 5G. So more number of bands of fragmentation you have, more number of 3GB bands you have to bring on your device or on your equipment. It means you are making system more complex, you are making system more costly. So this is something which is important, and that is why it is important to follow harmonization process. Global harmonization is the best thing, but if that is not possible, at least regional harmonization is important thing which we should try to follow. Next slide, please. Recently, TRA recommended about spectrum sharing, and this was also discussed. I will not go into this, but this is important recommendation from TRA, and I am sure DOT would be looking into this part where TRA has recommended that spectrum sharing should be done with and all type of active infra and other stuff which they have recommended. They have also said what interband access spectrum sharing is possible in the different LSAs and up to RAN sharing and other aspects. I am not going into details of this, but this is also an important part when you are talking of your spectrum roadmap. Because if government decides to go ahead with these kind of recommendations, these are important recommendations, then this will also have impact on your spectrum roadmap as and when you work on that. Next one, please. So the important thing is this, when you are talking of sharing models, which is part of the recommendation, it also says when you are focusing on active sharing, it is multiple operator RAN sharing or multiple operator core network sharing and then total core network sharing. So all these options are available depending on different criteria which have been laid down in the recommendation. So these are the things which will have for sure impact on spectrum roadmap. because spectrum, as we have always been saying, is a very natural resource with limited capacity for any user. So it is important to follow these recommendations and to ensure your roadmap based on this. Just to touch upon complementary technologies. Next. So there are various Wi-Fi configurations which have been made available, and we as Qualcomm demonstrated this capacity of Wi-Fi 7 in IMC and prior to that also. So it takes care of your 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. If you have only those two frequency bands in a country, this solution can provide you tri-band 10 Gbps kind of solution. In countries where we have regions where we have both 2.4 plus 5 gigahertz plus lower 6 gigahertz available, quad band solution is available with same chipset, and it can give you up to 27 Gbps of speeds by 4x4 channel configuration. And in countries and regions who have this entire 6 gigahertz, that is 1200 megahertz of 6 gigahertz plus 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz, you can go up to 33 GPS kind of solution also. So this is something which is a technology which is available depending on which country, which region, what is the regulation there. This is a solution to support complementary technology, or this is a complementary technology in those countries, which can be used for various kind of use cases, including maybe in some cases private networks also. Next one, please. Coming to another kind of complementary service, which is NTN, and 3GPP has already defined certain frequency bands for NTN. We have L band and S band. L band is N255, S band is N256. We again, as Qualcomm, demonstrated this configuration of NTN along with BSNL in IMC, and this was a demonstration which we did of having a satellite-based solution here in India. So this is something which is available, and this can also act as a complementary service to the networks where IoT services can be connected in remote areas where maybe because of various business case issues, it is not possible for operators to provide connectivity. Maybe in areas like high seas and all, wherever your containers are moving, your other convoys are moving in remote areas. So these frequency bands can be actually used there. Similarly, we have KU-Ka band configuration with band N510, 511, and 512. So all these are 3GPP bands, 3GPP based technologies, interworkable with other 3GPP technologies. So these also act as a complementary service bands. Finally, WRC 27 has 3 agenda items, and we saw these discussions in the previous session also, where Sophie Madam covered some of these. So 1.12 is the agenda item which deals with MSS allocation in with low data rates with NGSO satellites. So this is basically in support of what we just now saw on the previous slide, NTN, 3GPP IoT NTN solution. So this is going to help in that. Agenda item 1.13 is for frequency bands having MSS allocations in the frequency bands where we have IMT below 2700 megahertz band. So these bands so this is a solution which will be there based on 3GPP and satellite combination for not only doing IoT but maybe doing a direct to device kind of solution. And finally, agenda item 1.14 is for different frequency bands in different regions. Again, focusing primarily on S band, and this also supports 3GPP and our NTN. So this will not only limit you to IoT, but this will provide you much higher speeds to do other data related services. So these are 3 important agenda items which may evolve over, or the outcome of that will ensure that technologies evolve based on the outcome of these agenda items in post WRC 27. And that will help in regulatory decisions later on, and that will also have impact on your future spectrum roadmaps. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Jitendra. I think that was very interesting. I heard the golden band. Stuart, you mentioned the golden band. That's a new term because earlier for 5G, we had the frontier band. And I don't know if we crossed the 28 gig frontier. So with that, we've come to an end of the budgeted time which is allocated to us. And in case there are any questions, of course, there's a tea break following up, so we can take that. And with that, I'll hand it back to the session chair to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vikramji. So in this session, I have noted down many suggestions and many issues. For example, spectrum pricing issue. Minimize the complexity and maximize the performance. Universal, meaningful connectivity, very much important. Quality and consistency. Efficient use of spectrum. Critical communication, what role 5G will play for the critical communication. These are the few things I have noted down. And I know in the radio regulation, on the first page, it is written that we should promote new technology. So I think so we should promote new technology, and definitely we are going to reach the solution to the question which has been raised in this session. And for that, I would like to give my thanks to all the panelists for participation, and we will continue discussion further.
Can we give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I'd like to thank Dr. Kevin Graham. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation and for your gracious presence. Ms. Alka Silot Asthana, thank you so much, ma'am. To Mr. Vikram Tewatia, sir, thank you very much, sir, for moderating the session. And I'd request Mr. Bhatia to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair, Mr. M.P.S. Salava, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. We would now head to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, on framework for planning of 6 gigahertz band. What are the right choices for India? I request everyone to kindly stay back on their seats for the next session. I request our session chair, Shri Gulabchandji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing DOT to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our speakers for this session, Ms. Martha Suarez, President DSA. Welcome, ma'am. Please put your hands together for our next speaker coming up on stage, Shri UK Srivastava, President, Reliance Jio. Welcome, Mr. Srivastava. We welcome Shri Rishant Dahiya, Consulting System Engineer, India and SAARC, Cisco. Welcome, Rishant, sir. We welcome our next speaker, Mr. Alan Norman, Director, Public Policy, Meta USA. Welcome, Mr. Norman. We welcome Shri Debashish Bhattacharya from BIF. We'll be virtually joined by Professor Monisha Ghosh, Department of Electrical Engineering, University of Notre Dame, Adjunct Research Professor, University of Chicago, Policy Outreach Director, Spectrum X, NSF, Spectrum Innovation Center. And we'll also be joined virtually by Shri Bashir Patel, Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory South Asia, Middle East and Africa at Inmarsat. I would now like to hand over the dais to our session chair, Shri Gulab Chand ji. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon, the people, the audience, and dignitaries sitting on the dais, the panel. I am accompanied by a panel which will be delivering the talks on importance of spectrum. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Framework for planning of 6 gigahertz. What are the right choices for India? So I think the audience is very aware, and all of us had been talking about 6 gigahertz spectrum for a long, long time. And as you know that the same chunk of spectrum is being kind of desired by more than one sector. So the government always finds it extremely difficult to decide if there are more claimants for same chunk of spectrum. So the topic is old, and all of you are aware of the complexities of the topic. And as you already know, the band is comprised of lower 6 gigahertz and upper 6 gigahertz band. The incumbent services are different in these two bands. The kind of technology which has developed in these two bands is different. And the kind of regulatory developments which have taken place in past few years, and especially the last WRC, they are very significant. And you might be wondering why we are discussing the same thing time and again. Because of the regulatory developments changing so fast in 6 gigahertz band, especially the decisions taken at WRC 23, where first time ever the same chunk of spectrum has been earmarked for the IMT services and wireless LAN or RLAN services. So I think never before it has happened that the same chunk of spectrum at WRC has been identified for these two kind of, like the purpose is same to serve the masses, but the technologies are contrasting, and their capabilities are different, and the attributes are different. So without wasting much time, myself, I would like to invite the very competent panel which is sitting with me. And I think there is a shortage of time also flagged by Mr. Bhatia. So I don't know how much time I got. I got 1 hour, I think. So I'll be requesting all the speakers to limit their talks. I think initially everybody will get a time of, say, 5 minutes to say their initial thoughts. Then it would be more useful if there is a kind of if there is a kind of some interactive session. So that makes it more interesting. Otherwise, the audience is sitting idle. They are not participating in the discussions and they feel sleepy. So without wasting time further, I would request Ms. Martha Suarez, President DSA, to deliver her speech.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marta Suarez, and it's really my pleasure to be here today. It's my first time in India, and I'm really honored to be here, and thanks to the IAFI for this invitation. So I will go very quickly through the slides. I have a lot of them, but please use them as backup. I would be happy to share them after. So let's go, please. For those that are not very familiar with DSA, we are a global non-for-profit organization, and we promote dynamic spectrum access to the dynamic spectrum access, and we think that's important to improve connectivity, affordable connectivity, and also to foster innovation. Next one, please. So the position I want to make here is about the importance of Wi-Fi. And this is a technology that is omnipresent and almost always take it for granted. So let's go to the next one. Wi-Fi is the best choice. I mean, it's the most popular choice for final users. We have billions of people using Wi-Fi at home, at school, at the enterprises. So it's really massively adopted. We have a global ecosystem for Wi-Fi. So this is an affordable technology also, because we take benefit of economies of scale and harmonization. It also supports new applications, and it has been also working hand by hand with the standardization groups, and Wi-Fi 7 is the latest of the technologies that is proposed by the standard 802.11be. Next one. And so this technology is crucial for connectivity, and the 6 gigahertz band is needed for Wi-Fi. So there is a direct relationship. The reasons is that new applications are requesting more and more throughput, and we also need lower latency. So using the 6 gigahertz band gives the possibility to have larger channel bandwidths. And that's the key aspect. We don't have those type of channels in 2.4 or 5 gigahertz band. So that's why not only for the current needs, but also for future needs, those large bandwidth channels are requested. There are 3 types of use cases. It's not only one when we talk about Wi-Fi. So the first one is very low power. Those are the devices that I invite you to see one of them outside. There is a demo from Meta. So those are AR, VR headsets, but also different types of devices. Low power indoors is the most popular application. Like, for example, here, when people are trying to access internet, many of you use Wi-Fi, so that's indoors application, very low risk of any type of harmful interference. And then a standard power that's outside using an AFC system. There are many use cases that could be mentioned. I would like to refer, we had some presentations in the morning talking about what is expected for 6G. Many of the use cases that have been listed for 6G are also use cases for the new generation of Wi-Fi. AR, VR applications, new medical procedure simulation systems. We also use this new generation of Wi-Fi for fixed wireless broadband access as a great complement to fiber. We also have it for rural broadband connectivity, video conferencing, ultra-high definition streaming, and many applications, for example, for industry in terms of IoT, big coverage events, stadiums, university campuses, etc. Even Wi-Fi is so popular and so used that it's also helping to offload traffic from the mobile networks. We took, this is a very recent study, it's an example of the current situation in the US. This is taken from OpenSignal. And you can see here, in dark green, is the amount of traffic that is going through Wi-Fi in the mobile, by the mobile users. So we are talking about more than 80% of the traffic going through Wi-Fi. And this is not only indoors or in fixed locations, it's also when people are out of home, when they are at the enterprise, when they go to their business place, people rely on Wi-Fi. So we cannot imagine that all the traffic, all the needs will go through only one technology. There should be a balanced and neutral approach. And in that case, Wi-Fi is playing a key role. It's also helping, offloading that traffic is also helping users to get what they expect and the throughputs they need. Next one, please. Very quickly about WRC 23 results. Next one. I will just refer to results in this region, region 3. So the final conclusion was a no change in band 4 and IMT identification in 100 megahertz of the upper part of the 6 gigahertz band. That was the result. We just heard from the moderator that there is a footnote, and that footnote recognizes that this band is also used by WAS airline systems. We only had 3 countries in the region that decided to have a footnote, national footnote, for identification of IMT. So the result of WRC 23 was very clear, very neutral, and gives administration the flexibility to decide how they want to proceed. DSA is a global organization. I interact with regulators from all around the world, and very often I get the question, so what to do next after WRC? And the answer is, if you notice the importance of Wi-Fi, if you notice the importance of preparing for those new use cases and decide to open the band for license-exempt access, that's the right choice. It's not against the radio regulation, it's not against the results of WRC, because exactly that was the purpose of WRC, to give flexibility to national authorities and to decide on the best way to move forward. Very fast, administrations that already opened the band for unlicensed access, one of the main reasons is because they are backed by a big ecosystem. In the panel before, we heard someone saying that spectrum doesn't have any value if it is not used. Right now, the 6 gigahertz band has a large ecosystem of devices ready to operate using Wi-Fi. Chipsets are coming. We cannot track the number of final users because it's not a centralized network, but we can see from the number of chipsets, there have been more than 800 million chipsets for the 6 gigahertz band going through the market. And according to the numbers from Wi-Fi Alliance, we expect to have, by 2028, you're seeing here, 2 billion devices in the market. So it's not only smartphones, it's tablets, computers, IoT devices, TVs, you name them. There are so many devices using Wi-Fi. I will close, this is a picture that shows countries that have decided to open the 6 gigahertz band. So you see in green, those that open the entire band. You see in pink, those that open the lower part of the band. In orange, those that have a recommendation but haven't taken any action. And India is in blue, because you are right now considering different inputs, different industry positions, and hopefully making a good decision to move forward. Next, please. This is a summary of some of the reasons why, from the DSA, we think that it is important to consider the entire band for license-exempt access. I would like to focus on reason number 4. Sorry, I'm not seeing from here exactly, but well, it's an opportunity for license-exempt access, but there is one important reason that I think in India is particularly important. This band is already used by satellite systems. They are already deployed. There have been a lot of effort to have them there, and they're providing a great service. Satellite can coexist with Wi-Fi. There is no need to clean the band. There is no need to go through a clearance process. And also Wi-Fi is a technology-neutral solution that can work with satellite, with fiber, with mobile. So there are many ways to increase investment, having different stakeholders investing in that band. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you for presenting your views. And I think the seeker has been offering the right kind of prayers, but the giver is not listening. So jokes apart, actually, because the regulation is changing so fast, and any government doesn't want to be seen on the wrong side of the political spectrum. So definitely the things take time to decide. So not wasting any time further, may I request the other speaker who is online, Ms. Monisha Ghosh, to present her thoughts. No? Sorry, there is change of plan. I think, okay, she has come on, allow her. Madam, 5 minutes you got maximum. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Martha did an excellent presentation on 6 gigahertz. So I will just present very quickly my views and some of the research that I've been doing at the University of Notre Dame. So I think Martha covered this very well. I just wanted to add a few thoughts. With the right set of rules, what you're going to get with the 6 gigahertz is a Wi-Fi ecosystem that is going to serve all your needs for a long time. With 11AX, which is Wi-Fi 6E, you also already have 4.8 gigahertz. Wi-Fi 7 will target up to 30 gigabits per second. And there are many future developments underway, which is going to increase your ability to use this band for localization. So moving just beyond data transmissions, there are many other things you can do with this kind of bandwidth. The biggest advantage is that this is a band that the technology is ready to use. There is no, unlike, say, in the past where we had WiGig or 60 gigahertz Wi-Fi, it is very, very easy and the ecosystem is already there. Most importantly, if we look, and Martha mentioned this as well, most of the time we are using data indoors. And you can use this band indoors as well as outdoors. And I would like to point out, and since I am an academic and I'm unbiased, there is nothing from the rules which stops the band, if it's unlicensed, from being used by cellular. So we can think of a future where you have 5G NRU sharing the band with Wi-Fi. There's a lot of spectrum. In 4G, we saw LAA perform quite well, actually. In the US, it was deployed quite densely in the cities. And other bands which are low power and shared or unlicensed can be aggregated to enhance cellular connectivity at last. And the most important thing is that incumbents do not have to vacate. This saves a huge amount of time and money, and we really need to consider that as far if for India, as all countries have incumbents. India's incumbents are unique. Satellites are very, very difficult to repurpose into a different band. So this to me is a huge advantage. Now, if you look at IMT in 6 gigahertz, there are lots of challenges. We have done a lot of measurements, and we've seen that 6 gigahertz does not propagate well, either from indoors to outdoors or outdoors to indoors. We've shown a median building loss about 20 dB, and if you are going through brick walls and energy efficiency windows, which most modern buildings are, it can be 30 dB or more. So the the propagation loss is huge. What this means is that you're either going to have to really increase the power outside, which is not energy efficient, or you're going to have very, very dense deployments, which is not cost effective. And in the US, we already saw millimeter wave did not succeed because of that. And so outdoor coverage is also going to be limited. So this is really going to be a hotspot. It's a capacity band. It's not a coverage band. And as I mentioned before, incumbents need to be relocated, takes time, money, and it delays the benefit. So again, this is again showing you the variety of things you can do with 6 gigahertz. It's not just Wi-Fi. You can have it indoors, you can have it outdoors. If you want, you can share the band with 5GNR. And just to give you a sense of how quickly this technology is being deployed in the US, in 2022, 2 years ago, University of Michigan deployed 16,000 Wi-Fi low power access points indoors. And just in the University of Notre Dame, where I am a professor, their outdoor usage just started happening this year. There are about 860 standard power APs in the stadium, which we are actually studying to see what the performance is. You see these little boxes? These are all Wi-Fi access points. And this is a stadium which has 70,000 people. And indoors, many, many buildings are beginning to go through the Wi-Fi upgrade. And this is just a list of papers that I have, and I'm happy to share the slides. Again, I'm looking forward to a good discussion after the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. Thank you for being in time. Now, may I request the next speaker, Shri UK Srivastavji, President, Telecom Regulatory Policy, Reliance Jio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was sitting in the audience for 45 minutes, and people were talking about bands. It's like Indian marriage, you know. Without music band, nothing happens. So here in telecom, nothing happens without band. And talking about band, there are many suitors for the same band. No, connecting with the marriage, there are suitors. So that's very interesting. Now, anyway, I'll talk with respect to our requirement as a telecom service provider in India, one of the largest, in fact, the largest. There's a lot of talk about digital society in India, and this has not been possible without the telecom network. And this growth has been possible only because of availability of spectrum of late, thanks to the WPC and Department of Telecommunications. There have been frequent auctions of the spectrum, regular auctions, in fact. And there has been very quick rollout of the networks by the telecom service providers. And that has resulted into, you know, large numbers that you are seeing. We have almost 900 million broadband subscribers. Next slide, please. You can see the consumption of data on Indian telecommunication network is, in fact, the largest in the world. And also, if you see the total data being pushed by the service providers, almost 200 exabyte of data per year, and this year it is in excess of that. Here, as I said, the rollout of the network has been very fast. The 5G network was inaugurated by and launched by our Honorable Prime Minister on 1st of October 2020. And by now we have, you know, in excess of 450,000 sites of 5G. So one of the largest in the world as far as deployment is concerned. That has resulted in very interesting data. You can see there's a Ookla report, and as per that, we have taken a leap of 72 places from 119th to 47th by June of 23, and by June of 24, we stand at number 12 as far as data download speed is concerned. Of course, there has been little slippage over a couple of months, but anyway, that is temporary. It is going to only increase. Now, all that has been possible because of the availability of very small chunk of mid-band. In fact, 300 megahertz was auctioned in India, and service providers in India have been deploying the network. And so that is not enough, you know. GSMA must have presented the paper. I am quoting the GSMA paper, which is 5G mid-band spectrum needs Vision 2030. And what it says is that about 2 gigahertz spectrum is required of that order in the mid-band. And the possible, you know, likely candidates are 6 gigahertz band, 4.5 to 5, and 3.3 to 4.2 gigahertz bands. And apart from that, we have to prepare for a spectrum for availability of 5 to 10 years in advance. And these are the possible bands. I'm not going into details, but it is basically the mid-band that is very important for us. Next slide. Now, there was some discussion about Wi-Fi. We already have a lot of spectrum delicensed in, you know, 2.4 gigahertz band, 83 megahertz already available, and also in 5 gigahertz band. In all, we have around 605 megahertz, which has been delicensed. Of that, we find that the 255 megahertz is still not being used. So yeah, one has to consider the availability of these bands already in India that has been delicensed. India is basically a mobile-first kind of country. All the data is flowing on that. The network requirement is that we should have more and more wireless broadband penetration. For that, we require more spectrum. More adequate spectrum has already been delicensed, so and it is underutilized, so that has to be taken into account. Wi-Fi already has made more mid-band spectrum than IMT, 688 megahertz is available. And what we have noted is Wi-Fi 6 can reach Wi-Fi 6E peak data speeds with certain innovations in the technical enhancement in the system. So hence, therefore, the spectrum is not the bottleneck for Wi-Fi, and no addition and licensing of spectrum for Wi-Fi is recommended. So, therefore, for making available these bands that I have been talking about, evolution of satellite to Ka/Ku band is due to a smaller form factor. So, therefore, those satellite networks should be moved to Ka/Ku band. Indian C-band satellites, they may hit their end of life by 2030. So the spectrum should be available, lower 6 gigahertz band and upper 6 gigahertz band. As satellite services migrate to higher band, the IMT coexistence conditions of operation in 5G in the 6 gigahertz band, it will become, you know, less restrictive over time. And we have to promote the use of Ku-Ka band and other high frequency bands for satellite FSS communication, which are more efficient for future, and it will be beneficial for India. Now, considering all this, and there are certain more considerations like mobile is co-primary with FSS in 6 gigahertz band, 6470 to 6725, 255 megahertz is not being used in India. And then APG 23.6 consensus was established for IMT identification for 7025 to 7125, 100 megahertz band. So in all, 250 flies for 355 megahertz band, which is a spare in 6 gigahertz band, which can be immediately feasible for IMT. And it is vital to consider that intermediate 6425 to 7025 megahertz range for IMT. And you know, there was a presentation by Dr. Stewart, and he called it 5925 to 6425. He called it golden band, and BEREC also recognizes that. So we stay our claim on that band. And DOT should therefore ensure active participation and cooperation by DOS, that is Department ISRO, in moving ahead with these objectives. Next, please. I've already addressed most of the issues. The main problem is that the 3.3 to 3.6 gigahertz band, which has been given to us, already we are not able to operate near the airports because of the altimeter issue, and therefore more band has to be made available so as to circumvent the problem of further requirement and deployments. So therefore 5925 to 6425 and 6425 to 7025, it is required that proper decision is taken and timely decision taken and bandwidths are made available. And for that also, the 3GPP has already defined 104 for licensed IMT, and WRC 23 endorsement for Region 3 is there, so India can have its own footnote entry, and therefore the band can be utilized. This generally sums up. I will not go into much detail because of the paucity of time. So once again, I will say that mid-band is very crucial for the deployment in India and broadband penetration. Therefore, government has to give enough thought and timely decision has to be taken for the requirement by 2030, whatever the spectrum is required for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava, for making the pitch in favor of IMT and TSPs. So basically, the same thing, the same kind of arguments and counter arguments had been going on for a long, long time. So that is why I said government is finding it extremely difficult to decide. Anyways, the next speaker with me is Mr. Alan Norman, Director Public Policy, Meta USA. Mr. Alan, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Alan Norman from Meta Platforms. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to our chair, Mr. Chand. I'd love the opportunity that I can follow Mr. Srivastava, because I think there's a different argument for 6 gigahertz than just about, more capacity. Here's a picture from 1976 of people in a backyard beer garden in California near Stanford. They're sending a message. It was the first internet transmission. They had no idea what that meant. Next slide. Turns out that was the thing that turned out to be a big deal, but these folks had no idea. We now, I'd like to argue, are at a similar inflection point. We have mixed reality, which immersive services. If you saw the presentations this morning, you saw so many references to AR, VR, what's going on. We have artificial intelligence. It's not millions, it's billions of dollars that are being invested, huge amount. And then you have new form factors. I'm wearing glasses. At some point, your phone's going to be in your pocket. It's going to be your watch, earbuds, glasses, things like that that are the interface to all this. It's going to be a very different experience. All that is happening right now. And the enabler is the 6 gigahertz band. That is the band for innovation. Next slide. So let me talk a little about these glasses I'm wearing. It turns out there's Wi-Fi, there's Bluetooth, there are cameras, there are microphones, there are speakers, there are batteries. There's not an IMT modem. And there's a reason. You need to have thermals. These can't get hot. They have to last all day. They have to be light. They have to be small. They have to be something you can wear. They connect to your phone. That link is 6 gigahertz. It all works together. Then you use, whether it's the IMT network or Wi-Fi, depending on where you are, to then connect to the cloud. So next slide. Here's a video. And don't
Hey,
play
Meta.
it.
Hey, Meta. Hey, Meta.
Thank you. Let me just frame it for a second. So this video, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So now these glasses are connected to the cloud, and these people on this video are actually using AI to describe what they're looking at and experience. So go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, just go ahead and back up and start from the beginning of the video.
Hey, Meta.
Hey, Meta.
Hey, Meta.
This is wild. These sunglasses from Ray-Ban and Meta
just got AI powers. Context.
When I say look, it's taking a picture, analyzing it, and then expressing an answer using a large language model.
Hey, Meta. Look and tell me which of these fruits would make a good smoothie.
Oranges, apples, and kiwis would make a delicious smoothie when blended together.
Delicious.
Hey Meta, look at this dog and tell me what it is. The dog breed appears to be a Pomsky. Crossbreed Pomeranian and Siberian Husky. Let's go! Let's go!
Let's grab the food. Hey Meta, look and tell me what this means in English.
Picadillo de chile relleno means stuffed pepper in English. It's exactly what I needed, and I'll take 2.
Good job, Meta.
You didn't expect that.
Thank you. So if you want to try that, we have out in the lobby here these glasses. You can go try translation, try seeing what you're looking at, identify things. I think it's going to be a fairly transformative experience. Here's an example of a different use case. It's not for consumers, it's for people that are sight impaired. So basically, she is sight impaired, she's looking at something, and there's a person who can see what she's looking at and telling her through the voice interface what she's looking at and helping guide someone. Similarly for voice and things like that, there are many, many applications. It's not just limited to consumers. The next thing that we're working on are actually doing augmented reality. So these are glasses here. We've released this prototype. They're available for development where you can actually see projected an image, not just hear voice and things like that, and those are available. And next slide, and the way it's controlled is with a wristband. Next slide. And so this is, you make motions with your fists and do this. So now all of a sudden, your phone's in your pocket, just using your wrists and things like that, you can see and hear and interact in different ways. And this may not be the only way it's done, but it's one of many, and I would say there's lots of innovation right now. And it's all enabled by the 6 gigahertz band, as I said. So next slide. Here's an example of what you might see with those glasses. This is not how it works today. This is how we'd like it to work, just to be clear. But you can see an image. You can do this kind of thing with the VR headset, with the mixed reality, but we're trying to get it down to this reduced form factor. So next slide. So, as I mentioned, the challenges are the form factor, it's the latency, it's the quality of experience. Getting all those things to work, it's the, next slide, it's the large channels in the 6 gigahertz band. It's not the same that's what's available in 5 or 2.4. It's really the 160 and 320 megahertz channels. We need enough diversity so it can scale. The higher throughput, lower latency is critical. There's a motion to photon limitation so people don't get dizzy. The peak data rate is critical. And there are lots of different ways to make this spectrum more useful in terms of multi-level operation and 4K QAM and so on. So next slide. So let me now shift for a second, since I know we're short on time. There's already huge value being created. Keep going. One is, as Martha mentioned, there are billions of Wi-Fi devices scheduled to shipping this year in this band. This is opportunity cost that India is not getting to experience. Next slide. There are 200 different companies, at least, that have already authorized building devices through the Wi-Fi Alliance using this band. Next slide. And some of them, these are all names you probably recognize. Many of them have a huge presence here and doing a lot of work in India, relying on them. Next slide. Here are some of the infrastructure companies. A colleague from Cisco will speak. Qualcomm, I apologize, I didn't get your permission yet. Hopefully on the next time I present, I can include yours as well, but they're also active. Next slide. So this was a study that was done in the US recently. There was one done shortly before the 2020 decision to open up the 6 gigahertz band, and this was just recently done in October this year. It forecasts $3.9 trillion between 2023 and 2027. That is substantial economic value. And that's just for the United States. Imagine what it could be here. In fact, you don't have to imagine, because we have an opportunity here from Professor Katz, who will talk in more detail about his analysis on what the value is in India. It is not a small number. And that is all opportunity costs. And so I don't think that you have to necessarily choose between the two, because I think Wi-Fi and IMT are actually two technologies that are both addressing an important problem, which is connectivity. It's not that it's one against the other. They're really working together. So let me go to the next slide and talk a little bit about IMT. And I really want to thank, and next slide, Professor Ghosh. It's not clear that you can use 6 gigahertz to get in and out indoors. Yes, you can add more antennas. Yes, you can increase the power. But buildings are becoming more efficient. And right now, all the tests and all the real-world studies that we've seen show that the uplink, the power, the limitation going from here to the base station shows dismal numbers for the uplink. The performance is terrible. At some point, people can solve it. We can now talk to satellites in the sky from our phone. Nobody thought that was possible a few years ago. But it's going to take a long time. Whereas the 6 gigahertz band for the type of use cases that I just talked about is just a great fit, and you're seeing a huge amount of opportunity. So the next slide. Here, let's keep going. People have covered this. I just want to talk about something that's happening in the US, where I think there's some understanding of the challenge, and there's a huge amount of work going on with the National Spectrum Strategy and the carriers working together with industry to figure out how to make the 3 gigahertz band more useful. There are huge challenges working with Department of Defense. There's lots of legacy important defense systems, but people are working on trying to solve that. I'd argue that you could do more here, and maybe people are, and that would be a way to solve both IMT's needs and Wi-Fi's needs and provide a more productive outcome for India. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for making the audience aware of the capabilities the smart glasses and smart buses would have if they get 6 gigahertz spectrum. So I think you are pitching for 6 gigahertz, not because that there is enough spectrum already available in 2.45 that could be used for Wi-Fi. It is because of your need for having higher bandwidth per channel, basically. That is about 360 megahertz. So thanks a lot. My next speaker is Mr. Bashir Patel, Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory, South Asia, Middle East and Africa at Inmarsat. Mr. Patel is joining us remotely. Mr. Patel, are you there online? Mr. Patel, can you hear us?
And they just started already on the 6 gigahertz, which I'm supposed to present at as well. So it's a pleasure to join you all. I think we've had some excellent presentations from Martha and Manisha and Alan, and as well as from Reliance Geo. I think the bottom line here, Chairman, and the fundamental question that we all need to address, given that it's a national decision that you're going to be making, is what provides the greatest benefits to India in terms of technology and access and connectivity to people all over the country, given that we have a growing population of 1.3 or 4 billion people, and we still need to serve large communities in the rural, suburban, and rural areas and so on. One of the key fundamental is bridging the digital divide, and the divide is no longer in coverage, but it is in affordability. And that is a very fundamental aspect. Affordability through Wi-Fi is very critical. So basically, if you go back, if you go to the first, okay, this is this slide where, go back to the earlier slide, please, the content slide. Because I just want to take 5 minutes, the one before this. Yeah, I'll just cover some of these points in 5 minutes, Chairman, and then we can pass it on to the next speaker. But internet growth and trends, that has been phenomenal, and I think Martha and Manisha has covered that aspect. You know, we're experiencing in Asia Pacific something like 56% growth of Wi-Fi from mobile devices, okay? So there is a tremendous amount of growth. There is a tremendous, in fact, GSMA in the recent report said 71% of the mobile traffic is indoor, where indoor happens to be homes or offices or stations or hotels, wherever we are. Everywhere we go, we actually use Wi-Fi. And this is, you know, this is for mobile operator. And this is why I think the point of Wi-Fi and IMT or 5G go hand in hand is very important, because without the Wi-Fi, 5G would be very, very expensive. And that's something we need to recognize. And also the connectivity of Wi-Fi, either through mobile or through fiber or of point-to-point wireless access or satellites. I mean, satellites are now with a very high throughput, as you can see, can provide phenomenal speeds and connectivity. And they can be used for backhaul connectivity for suburban rural areas as well, with a very low latency because you've got NGSO satellite constellations. And these all have very high throughput capability. So I think what is fundamental is, again, the question that I raised earlier is what provides the greatest benefits to the citizens of India. This is what the government needs to be looking at. And from my perspective, certainly when we look at the kind of technology that India is going to be developing and is getting into already, with Apple now coming into manufacturing in India, other vendors are looking at manufacturing capability in India. India has a phenomenal prospect in terms of both manufacturing of equipment as well as software, because virtual reality software, application software, that is all needed for these applications. So the software industry would get a tremendous boost. Equipment manufacturing would get a tremendous boost. The incumbent services, such as satellite, we have in the upper 6 gigahertz band, we have 300 megahertz of unplanned frequency. Okay, that is used, in fact, 150 of that megahertz in the unplanned band from 5925 to 6425. 150 is actually used by satellite services. In fact, some of them are critical because it's an uplink that is used for carrying safety-related traffic, maritime traffic, which is vitally for the Indian Oceans, which again India is involved in. So there is a incumbent usage of the band in the upper 6 is critical not just in unplanned band, but also in the planned band. The Appendix 30B, which we have passed as part of the ITU radio regulation, that is equal access to everybody, to all the countries. Your neighboring countries will be using that. So having an IMT in this band could actually jeopardize in terms of cross-border interference issues and so on. So I think one of the key aspects is, given the propagation, given the technical characteristics of the 6 gigahertz, and given the critical usage of the incumbent services that we have in the upper 6, it merits to look at it very carefully to say, well, certainly Wi-Fi and satellite can coexist, and they're compatible with existing services. But at the same time also, it provides a great opportunity for India to develop. So with that, I think if you go back to my final slide here, Arush, not the very last one, but just the very, can you go to the last slide, slide 20? Keep going. In conclusion, this is the one. So when we talk about spectrum, there is a large amount of spectrum already there for IMT. 2.5 gigahertz of spectrum is harmonized and it's available. And in fact, honestly, most of that, in fact, only 60%, 50 to 60% is utilized, 40% is still available. It's not been assigned yet. So there is also 17 gigahertz in the millimetric wave. Why is people not using that? So spectrum assignment is more limited. Most countries have assigned less than half the low and mid-band spectrum to operators. And in millimetric wave, the 17 gigahertz and above, there have been very few assignments. So future demand for mobile data also actually it has declined a little bit from the data we've seen so far, and so on. So uptake for 5G has been really relatively, it's grown in India, as you see, but it's tapering off now. Use of millimetric wave is limited. Propagation issues are there with the higher millimetric wave as well as 6 gigahertz. So I think all in all, when you look at the benefit side of it, I think Wi-Fi and 5G can work hand in hand. You can protect critical services, particularly the planned bands as well as the unplanned band. The upper 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi will definitely bring incredible innovation and growth to Indian economy. And I think the emergence of next generation, as you've seen from Alan's presentation, in terms of AR and VR applications and prospects for India, to emerge as a lead country in the APAC region for Wi-Fi 7, manufacturing and supplier and software development. I mean, it goes without saying that if I was in the government at all, I know how India could benefit substantially by getting into the Wi-Fi arena and the ecosystem that is being developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basir Patel. I think you are a satellite man, and I think you just gave a certificate that Wi-Fi can coexist with satellite services. So that was a good break for you from a usual satellite business. Thanks a lot. Anyone left? Mr. Bhattacharya, your name is there? Okay, you are replacing Mr. Tandon. So, Mr. Bhattacharya, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Debashish Bhattacharya from Broadband India Forum. I think you've heard a lot about 6 gigahertz and its use cases for Wi-Fi, Alan, Professor Ghosh. I'd like to touch upon the fact, I would like to, before I get into the presentation, which is a very short one, so you, Chair, need not be very worried about the time. I'd like to preface it with some facts. First of all, Wi-Fi, I think everybody uses it. There is no doubt about it. And therefore, Wi-Fi should not be considered as a stopgap arrangement or it's a temporary arrangement. It's actually a long-term investment that the operators and the country needs to make. I think that is the first paradigm that we need to understand. The second paradigm is that, as has been mentioned by some of my previous panelists, that actually we need 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi because there is not, enough spectrum for Wi-Fi in the previous bands, or they are congested. And that's why we are asking for 6 gigahertz. That is actually an incorrect statement. It's a misnomer. We are not asking for more 6 gigahertz or more spectrum for Wi-Fi just because the 2.4 and 5 gigahertz band is choked or congested. The 6 gigahertz is required for completely different applications which cannot be fulfilled by the 2.4 and the 5 gigahertz band. It's a completely different animal altogether. You cannot treat it with the same, paint it with the same brush as you have done for the others. So let me bring out what are those applications. These applications are Industry 4.0, Web 3.0 like AI, AR, VR. Alan has touched upon those points. These are the applications which need more bandwidth over Wi-Fi. And these require specific channel bandwidths of 160 and 320 megahertz, which cannot be provided by any of the other spectrum bands that are available for Wi-Fi. And that is why we need 6 gigahertz. Third point is Wi-Fi is being treated like, a stepson or a stepdaughter by the industry. Actually, there is a huge industry behind Wi-Fi. I think the numbers that Professor Ghosh and Martha and Alan have talked about already tell you that there is a lot being done in the 6 gigahertz band itself. So we're not talking about 2.4 and 5. We all know that that exists everywhere. But 6 gigahertz, there's enough traction already available. There's a huge industry both from the supply side as well as from the demand side. The economic value of 6 gigahertz, Alan has touched upon it. I'd like to just sort of supplement it by saying the economic value only for 6 gigahertz is extremely promising. It's about $4 trillion by 2025 that has been worked out of which about $240 billion is attributable to India, provided India opens the 6 gigahertz band. Last point I'd like to preface is that the unlicensed spectrum is actually a huge benefit to the brings in a huge benefit to the country, because it avoids the cost of spectrum, the licensing cost of spectrum. It avoids the complexities which are there in the technology, and also reduces the cost of devices. First of all, I am sure all of you have devices which you hold with you, all of which support Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is almost ubiquitously available with all devices. So Wi-Fi, last point I'd like to make is, it's not competing with the mobile technologies. It is complementary to the mobile technology, and it drives cost savings by offloading from the licensed spectrum that the mobile operators use, thereby making their networks more efficient than what they are today, and thereby improving their quality of service. It brings in a win-win situation. Now coming to the presentation per se. Next slide, please. We've at BIF have commissioned a study for doing coexistence between the incumbent users in the 6 gigahertz band and the RLANs. And our studies have brought us to a conclusion, which is captured here right at the bottom, which is the RLAN devices in LPI, low power, and VLP, very low power, indoor and outdoor, across all frequency channels, can safely coexist with incumbent fixed services and fixed satellite service links across the entire 6 gigahertz band for all kinds of channel bandwidth. Next slide, please. The second study, which is not being carried out by us, but I must preface it, is that we understand from WRC 15 that it was proven that IMT and FSS cannot coexist in the lower 6 gigahertz band, that is 5925 to 6425. We also understand, based on initial studies that were carried out under the aegis of the National 6 gigahertz Committee, which was set up by DOT, that preliminary studies indicate that the FSS, fixed satellite services, and IMT in the upper 6 gigahertz band suggests that the sharing between the two is not easy and not feasible. So based on this, we just want to bring out that the takeaway is that the license-exempt 6 gigahertz, while it works, works very harmoniously with the incumbent services without any disruption, which is not the case with IMT. Next slide, please. Why do we need the full 1200 megahertz of the delicensed 6 gigahertz? 80% of the data is consumed indoors. 90% out of the 80% that is consumed in indoors is Wi-Fi. Higher spectrum bands of 5G needs indoor penetration, so it needs Wi-Fi to complement for the indoor penetration, which is 80% of the data consumption. Current Wi-Fi works on an obsolete generation of Wi-Fi technology, which is Wi-Fi 4 and 5, and we need Wi-Fi 6E and 7 for the number of applications like in-building coverage, complements to 5G, 6G, larger channel bandwidths, next generation applications, and for critical applications and innovations in this particular band. Coming to the next slide, please. We have touched upon, I will not get into it, the global scenario indicates for delicensed 6 gigahertz, there are 84 countries today which have either delicensed the entire band, 1200 megahertz, or part of the band, and there are some countries which are on the verge of doing so. Next slide, please. I'd like to touch upon only two other benefits which have not been touched upon by others, which is sustainability. Now, as per studies which have been carried out, and these have been carried out by Ofcom, 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi leads to 16% energy savings as compared to IMT, and this is only for the upper 6 gigahertz band. The studies are based on, have resulted in 3.2 megatons less carbon dioxide emissions per year. If we were to extrapolate that for India, the savings are likely to be double. Economic value I've already touched upon, I'll not carry on any further. Last slide is my key takeaways. It's very simple and single, which is full 6 gigahertz to be opened up for license-exempt use, aligned with the global best practices in 84 countries and still growing, under LPI and VLP categories for both indoor and outdoor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for summing it up so briefly and so nicely, precisely. Thanks a lot. Last but not the least, I would invite Mr. Rishant Dahiya, Consulting System Engineer, Cisco. Please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And thanks, Foundation, for providing this opportunity to put our perspective for 6 GHz. Next slide, please. So I think we all know, and I don't need to repeat it again, like what is the current landscape for 6 GHz. So I just wanted to highlight that recently the newest country is Bangladesh, which is just added in the 6 GHz landscape. Next slide, please. Next slide. So across the globe, basically what regulators are endorsing is that 6 GHz is necessary for future growth of not just today's technology, but even for the future growth, and how the different services can coexist along with the existing services, and how we can provide them a opportunity to innovate further in that particular technology. Next slide, please. So from all this discussion, what I would suggest that the simple fact and the main challenge is that auction of spectrum brings in the direct revenue. However, there is a perception that service providers paying a lot of significant amount for that spectrum, and Wi-Fi vendors, they are trying to get it free. But let me be clear, it is not that Wi-Fi vendor is trying to get it free. It's for citizen of India, it's for people of the country. And in today's scenario, if you see, networks are as important as which is contributing to the economic growth of the country. They are no less important to like roads, electricity, water, which is again contributing. And it is also removing the barrier to innovate further in that particular perspective. One thing to highlight that 63% of mobile traffic is already offloaded to the Wi-Fi, and it is significantly increased day by day in other countries if we look at the reports. Next. From the enterprise perspective, this is one thing I want to highlight, like why we need full 1200 megahertz from the 6 gigahertz. If you see till now in 5 gigahertz, 40 megahertz was the sweet spot that when we deploy the access points, even we have 500 megahertz of spectrum in 5 gigahertz, we were not able to utilize full 80 megahertz of channel spacing or 160 megahertz, but we were using only 40 megahertz of channel width. That's where when it is like Wi-Fi 7 is coming, we would need more, and just to utilize the full potential of the technology, we would need more wider band channels that would provide full potential for industry to utilize that particular technology. Next slide. This is one thing Sir has mentioned that it is not competing technology, it's a complementing technology we need to look at. And this is one example which the pilot has been done in the South Korea metro, that the backhaul was 5G and Wi-Fi 6 and 6E as access. And initially it was 71 Mbps which people were getting on the mobile access. However, by utilizing the Wi-Fi 6 and 6E access point, it was increased 25 times and people were able to get the 1.8 Gbps of speed. So more and more, if we can have the complementing of the both the technologies, and it will give significant results in all the aspects. Next slide. Again, from the enterprise point of view, IT industry is a big contributor in India GDP, and if you talk to any four big IT player, they are already purchased Wi-Fi 6, 6E access points, and still they are utilizing only 40 megahertz of channel. They are not able to utilize the full potential from those access points, and they are eagerly waiting that, okay, whenever 6 gigahertz will be open in the India, at least we are ready. So from 2023 itself, post-COVID, most of the IT industry and big campuses, even university, they have deployed Wi-Fi 6, 6E access points, and they are ready to utilize the full potential of that thing, I think. And I think everybody has spoken about AR, VR is the next big thing, and they definitely need high speed and low latency, and that's where 6 gigahertz plays a very big role. Wi-Fi 7 is already on the block, and that's why it is talking about 320 megahertz of the channel spacing. But even if we are getting 1200 megahertz full from the 6 gigahertz, we will be at least getting more number of 80 megahertz channel width, and that's where we will be able to get full utilization of the technology. Next slide. So that's where, again, I mentioned that it is not competing technology, and by utilizing both the technology together, 5G and Wi-Fi 7 can coexist, and utilizing another methods like how we can work in that way that, okay, how we can do more optimized roaming between Wi-Fi to 5G or in future 6 gigahertz. So this is our view, and from the enterprise community, we want to say that it is definitely a need of the hour, and we would need 6 gigahertz for the wireless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rishabh, for sharing your views. And I think if there is time for Q&A, no? 5 minutes. So Mr. Bhatia is kind enough to grant 5 minutes for Q&A. We are fortunate to have this time because other sessions didn't have it. So audience, you are blessed. You can ask questions if you want. Otherwise, we can go for the photo session. Yeah, thank you. Please, Mr. Gupta, come on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great learning for me because I'm also a, what you will call a Wi-Fi fan actually, that way, but a lot of great learning actually from this it comes out actually, especially when you are talking about 6G vision, not 6 gigahertz, but 6G. This total thing is about for the future and 6G, sixth generation of communication. When you talk about that, and that is what the country, our Bharat, has to be the leader and pioneer, which we have already established by the 6G vision. So if we see in that, because otherwise it is not either or, it is not 6 gigahertz actually ideally should be used for both Wi-Fi as well as IMT. In fact, the 6 gigahertz spectrum should become technology neutral. And that is what it will support the 6G vision. And your 3GPP and IMT release 17 onward, that release itself is technology neutral. It is not LTE alone. It includes Wi-Fi also. It includes every technology. So actually future and especially going by the 6G vision of our own country, our own Prime Minister, there should be no debate whether the 6 gigahertz should be given to Wi-Fi or to IMT. No debate is required actually if you go by that. In the future, the spectrum has to become technology neutral. Actually, in theory, they are already talking it is technology neutral. And with this virtualization, with the software-defined radio, I think there should be no debate. Everything can coexist here. In case of technology neutrality, if you go by some of the countries which are shown here, actually majority of the countries, or that I mean the administration, the local government, which have been given the power or advice by the ITU to decide. So majority of the country have decided, of course, coexistence. Half for Wi-Fi, half for IMT. So that shows. But main thing is let's be technology neutral. Let's the technology drive it actually. Let the innovation happen. In that case, no debate will be required. No decision will be required by the government, whether Wi-Fi unlicensed or licensed.
Thank you for your thoughts. I think it's not a question, it's an opinion. So, yes. but Madam wants to respond to you. Please.
The question, Mr. Chairman, is why the debate? That is the question.
Because the democratic way of doing the things is debate and dialogue.
Thank you very much for bringing those thinking points. Yes. From the DSA, we do believe that 6G will support broadband connectivity goals for everyone. It's part of it. But we also know that Wi-Fi will deliver gigabit connectivity and a good solution for many of the use cases that are discussed for the 6G ecosystem. So we think that it would be great if we could have, to make sure that for IMT 2030 and for the future of broadband connectivity to be successful, we need different frameworks to access the spectrum. So we need a combination of license, exclusive access, unlicensed, unlikely licensed, or shared access. The importance there, and one of the things we need to be conscious about, is that we cannot put everything under the umbrella of IMT, because that's not the case. And that was one of the things that happened in the past with 5G about networks of networks. So we think that every technology has a key role to play in that vision of future about a 6G ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, madam. And I think audience, there is, important person, Mr. Parvez. He is our guest. He must be allowed. Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the... Actually, as an organization, APT, we are following this kind of debate for a long time, especially whether it's IMT and Wi-Fi. But I always have one question. Suppose, we are talking about Wi-Fi. You need like a 1200 megahertz of a spectrum to give high throughput, correct? But the question is, Wi-Fi itself is not the supply line provider. So we need kind of supply line provider. So either you need broadband, like a fiber optics, or you need the IMT. It is true in case of Korea or Japan, where they have 100 Gbps fiber optic connection. But when you come to India, this morning we have learned from our guest of honor speech that 88% of the connections are mobile-based. So if you have a mobile-based connection and the broadband internet, then what is the purpose of having such a wide bandwidth for the Wi-Fi? So can anyone explain? Because I understand this is a pro Wi-Fi panel, but anyone can please address that issue. When you come to the case of India or Pakistan or China or some other countries like this, how you can address this issue? Thank you.
So many people are endorsing your thoughts here. A lot of claps already. I think panel is dominated by Wi-Fi supporters. So any of the Wi-Fi proponents may like to reply. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless anyone else wants to take. So it's indeed, when I put in my last slide, one of the main advantages of Wi-Fi is the combination with other technologies. So it matched very well with fiber. If you are in a big city, and I was reading the proposals from Geo, I was seeing the offers that you have for fiber to the home. And now you are going up to, you have one package is 300 to 1,000 gigabits. It's kind of expensive still, like almost 4,500 rupias. But there are people that are trying to access that fiber part and need Wi-Fi for the last mile. That's the first case. We also have a big growth of satellite as backhaul. And now there are new technologies that are providing higher and higher throughputs, and that's a great combination because you give a backhaul connection with satellite, but then you don't have necessarily that to every final user. So in that case, you have hotspots of Wi-Fi that can host, depending on the configuration, even hundreds or tens of users at the same time. There are also cases in countries where you have unlicensed use for backhaul. For example, in Brazil, and let me take that case, it's from the Americas, but I'm more familiar with that one. In that case, for more than 50% of the broadband fixed access is provided by wireless internet service providers. And they try to deploy fiber as far as they can, but for the last mile, they rely on unlicensed access. So they put a hotspot, a router for point-to-point or point-to-multi-point configuration. And finally, it's also useful for mobile because, as I was showing and I had the slide, I don't have the numbers, unfortunately, for India, but we know that there is also a big amount of traffic that is counted as mobile, but at the end, the users are offloading and they're using Wi-Fi in their smartphone. So it's a great complement. And when we say that there are 1,200 megahertz of spectrum for Wi-Fi, in many cases, we need to remember that it's not exclusive access, it's shared access. So at the end, there are many systems that are sharing that resource. So I understand that question, but I think like enabling Wi-Fi for the last mile is a great complement for any other technology, and you're also bringing a larger ecosystem, so more players can invest. You are not putting all the pressure on a few mobile operators that are doing a great job, but they're getting most of the pressure. Here you have Wi-Fi, and then you just democratize the access, so you can have different entities investing on those deployments. I'm happy to discuss further. It was a very quick answer.
Mr. Srivastava, please.
I think you have given enough time to the Wi-Fi guys, so I deserve some time. When I opened my presentation, I said that I am making an India-specific presentation. Our requirement is different, as Parvez is saying, and he was quoting the chief guest today's program. The issue is that we do not have backhaul. The backhaul is being provided by the radio itself. Okay, so how will you run your Wi-Fi unless you have the fixed line connection? We have difficulty. We don't have fixed line connection penetration the way it should be. So it's for the developed economies where fixed line penetration is very high. You can afford to have this delicensing of the spectrum and afford to have a lot of download speeds through the Wi-Fi. But here the issue is that the backhauling itself is being done by the same radio. There was an example of Korean metro, and it was said that metro speed became very high, but the backhaul was 5G. So unless you give enough spectrum for 5G and make provision for the 6G, as Mr. Gupta was saying, you will not be able to meet your requirements. So all this can be thought of only after the fixed line penetration is up to a certain degree. At this stage, it is very difficult that the spectrum can be spared the way this has been requested, 1200 megahertz of very valuable band. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this indeed was an interesting session. I extend my gratitude to all our panelists for sharing their expertise with us. We'll take the rest of the questions offline, please. Can we have a huge round of hand for our lovely panelists? And I request Mr. Gulabchand Ji, the session chair, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento as a token of love and appreciation to our panelists. Firstly, Ms. Martha Suarez. Thank you very much, ma'am. I request Gulab sir. Mr. Gulab sir, I request you to please present a memento to Ms. Martha Suarez. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us this evening. To Mr. U.K. Srivastava, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the lovely presentation. To Shri Rishant Dhaya, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Alan Norman. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, Shri Debashish Bhattacharya, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I request Bhatia, sir, to please present a memento to our session chair, Shri Gulabchand Ji. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the session. I request everyone to kindly pose for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards this last interesting session of the evening, and I request your cooperation for the same. I request you all to please take your teas and coffees and bring them back to your seats because we would like to head to the last session on spectrum pricing and the future of spectrum auctions. I'd like to introduce you all to our panel joining us on stage. We invite the moderator of the session, Shri Pankaj. His expertise lies in regulatory matters, public policy, and privacy in the digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our speakers joining on stage. Please welcome once again Shri Gulab Chand Ji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing DOT. Shri Gulab Chand Ji is a seasoned telecommunications officer with over 34 years of experience in the WPC Wing DOT. He has played key roles in policy formulation, regulation and licensing, contributing significantly to the sector's growth. May I request the session moderator, Shri Pankaj Sharma sir, to please join us on the stage. Requesting Shri Gulab Chand Ji to please join us back on stage for the last session. Moving on to our next speaker, Professor Rohit Prasad, Professor Economics and Public Policy, MDI, India. His expertise lies in the intersection of information and communications technology, distressed debt markets, and sustainable development. Welcoming our next speaker, Shri Ravi Gandhi, President, Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio. Welcoming Shri Khandagale Dhammapal Anil, Director, Satellite Finance, DOT. He oversees the financial aspects of satellite-based communication services and played a key role in the successful 2021 spectrum auction for 4G and 5G. His multifaceted career reflects a commitment to innovation and progress in the field of telecommunications. I welcome our moderator and the session speakers. Welcome everybody. We welcome Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like to hand over the dais to our session moderator, Shri Pankaj Sharma, sir. Over to you, sir.
So I think we're still waiting for Mr. Gulab Chand. Yeah. So I think we can start. Thank you, moderator, for very generous introduction for all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Pankaj Sharma. Okay, I think we can start. Yeah. This is the last session of the day. I think we can make it a little bit more interactive. Topic is very, very interesting. So thank you for all the panelists for taking out time for this very, very important topic. I want to start with a little analogy of cricket. We are a cricket crazy nation, and I can tell you that this loss of 3-0 to New Zealand is really hurting. So. But as we look forward, we are all very cricket enthusiasts. I'm sure all of us have an opinion on going forward, that what should be team composition, who should retire, who should retain, who should bat well, and how should we prepare for for upcoming Australia tour. So similarly, I think in the field of telecom, we have been following this field for 20, 25 years. And all of us, who have been part and parcel of, this journey, we have also been observing, auctions, how they have been happening in the country, very, very with a focus. And I think all of us also have some sort of an opinion on, auctions, how they should be done. And, I think for each one of you, we will like to have, some sort of a, interactive round once, I've gone through all the speakers with all their questions and all that. So let us start. We had, recently in June this year, we had a very successful auction. Over the past 15 years or so, we have seen, how this auction journey has been going on. Initially, we had, very intense competition. We were actually a spectrum scarce nation. And over the years, the intensity has gone down. There has been more spectrum available. But if you're looking at the way forward, still, I would say there are challenges. We have new technologies coming up. We have new spectrum bands. All these technologies, they are spectrum guzzlers. So obviously, we need new and new, spectrum bands. Also, affordability of telecom in India, as far as the wireless telephone is concerned, is always a question. So we always have a question around, what should be spectrum pricing. And lately, obviously, there are, a lot of interest in the spectrum also from the so-called complementary services. Some people call it complementary. I think some of my friends will call it competing from the SATCOM side. So obviously, and there is a path that government has already decided, something which is actually, given in the Telecom Act, but obviously the pricing part is still uncertain, or, something on which decision needs to be taken, and something on which there is also an open house tomorrow. So with all this, I think I would like to invite Mr. Gulab Chand to, give his opening remarks in terms of, what he sees from the WPC side towards the way forward.
So, given the time shortage, I'll try to be brief. And I am not a speaker who is equipped with a lot of data, and I will dazzle you with data. So, I speak from my heart. I speak straight, and there are only very few points which I would like to make it to you. So, I want to begin by saying that I am a spectrum manager or licensor or regulator, whatever you may like to call me. So my job is really, really tough because spectrum being finite and every part of the spectrum has certain characteristics. So because of those inherent characteristics, there are more than one claimant for even a very small chunk of spectrum in all the frequency ranges. So it is a job of basically allocation at the ITU-R is done for, normally it is done for each chunk is allocated to more than one service, and it is the job of the regulator to decide nationally as to which particular service will get that spectrum. Next slide. So if I look at my role would be kind of dual. The first role would be kind of techno-regulatory, where I have to devise the ways and means where the spectrum can be used most efficiently. Efficiency of the spectrum, we mean that every hertz of the spectrum is capable of providing more number of bits. And because there are almost 40 number of services and everyone wants spectrum, everyone is hungry for more. So my job is also to ensure that they coexist peacefully with each other. And next role which I would be playing is the role of the spectrum fetches the right value to the exchequer. So in my view, personally speaking, the goal of the objective of the spectrum allocation should not be to maximize the direct revenue from the spectrum. The objective should be to maximize the larger socio-economic gain. The pricing which subserves the common good more in a better manner, rather than kind of asking for a direct remuneration in terms of auctioning the spectrum at a high reserve price and later on suffering the winner's curse and all that. Next. So today's topic is about auctions. So this is the data which I have gathered from my records. It shows that auction was in a way successful occasionally only. Like in 2010 when we had a very limited spectrum and the spectrum 5 megahertz was considered to be a boon for the mobile communication and which was available pan-India. So there was a lot of enthusiasm in the TSPs to bid for the spectrum for the pan-India. So there was overbidding and we were able to fetch almost 740% of price higher than the reserve price. And there were few other occasions where we were able to fetch higher price than the reserve price. And rest of all, the majority of the occasions, we are not able to kind of exceed the reserve price. Next slide. So that shows that except for those few occasions, the auction has happened only for the namesake. What matters is a well-designed reserve price. So ultimately, if you are not able to kind of design a very good reserve price, then the method of allocation itself is a failure, and the auction is also a kind of futile exercise. However, despite that, legally I cannot say that because auction would be a futile exercise, because Indian Telecommunication Act 2023 provides for auction as a default mode of allocation of the spectrum, rather than few exceptions which are provided in a schedule for which spectrum can be given administratively. Next slide. So I want to just give my thoughts about there is a lot of talk going on about why the spectrum for satellite cannot be auctioned. So a lot of kind of industries, bodies, associations, or players had been pitching for auction. So auction of the satellite spectrum, I would like to highlight that broadly the satellite is divided into two broad categorizations: mobile satellite service and fixed satellite service. So mobile satellite service, normally it works below 2.6 gigahertz, and fixed satellite services which can be used to provide internet, that is available in Ku band, Ka band, Q band, and B band. The distinguishing feature between MSS and FSS is like all those FSS bands are highly shareable bands, meaning that same band can be utilized by many number of GSO operators, where in the MSS it is all exclusive. If Inmarsat has been given a MSS allocation in L band, that band is exclusive for MSS for Inmarsat throughout the globe. It cannot be repeated. So these two kinds of services of satellite are distinct, different from each other. Next slide. So keeping these two distinct features, is still my view is that auction is not feasible. Why it is not feasible? Because of the kind of reusability feature in the FSS and exclusive feature in the MSS. So we can have more discussion in the form of question and answer later on when there is time, because time is short. Next. A new paradigm has entered here, like we had been discussing in the morning about IMT MSS sharing. So if that happens, then the question will arise as to who should grant the rights of usage of spectrum by MSS, because the same spectrum is used by primarily being used by the terrestrial operators for providing cellular services. So basically he is the owner of the spectrum, but the government, legally the government has the right to allocate the same spectrum on a secondary basis. But if you want to be fair, then the spectrum is owned by the operator. So this is the question which has to be decided, further deliberated and discussed. Next. So I think this is my presentation, and as we proceed in the discussions, we can have counter questions and answers. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Okay. Sorry. Check. Professor Rohit, let me come to you. And as you will go through your slides, I think you have a lot of experience, working with TRI on various valuation methods and all that. And also you would have seen, how auction of natural resources happening in other sectors like coal or even on the airline side. If you could draw some, are there any lessons to be learned, from the other sectors, and can they be applied in the telecom going forward?
Okay. Thank you so much, Pankajji. First of all, let me just deal with the question about auctions in other sectors. Actually, auctions in telecommunication spectrum are the most advanced and highly evolved because they were developed by some game theorists in the US in the 1990s and have been modified since then to keep up with new knowledge. So I won't really say more than this about auctions in other sectors. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, these are the points I want to make in the 5 minutes that I have allotted to me, and I'm putting on my stopwatch. 1 second. Yeah, there you go. Yes, so the first point really is that I believe that in India, the WPC is located within the Ministry of Communications and IT. I believe that we need to move it out of a specific ministry and that there needs to be an integrated management of spectrum by a meta ministry so that the adjudication of spectrum conflicts between different ministries, for example, the Ministry of Space and the Ministry of Telecommunications, can be appropriately managed. That's point number one. Secondly, the point made by Gulab Chandji, and thank you for all the data that you showed, Gulab Chandji, about the auctions in India. The point that he made was absolutely valid. The auctions in India have had a checkered history, and of late, they are not really auctions. They are actually sales at the reserve price, which is administratively determined. I'd like to say a couple of things here. I plead guilty. I am one of the people who has developed some of the methods used to determine reserve prices in India, along with Professor Sridhar, Professor Kathuria, and others. The fixing of reserve prices in India takes place in 2 steps. One is that there is some kind of estimate made of the value of spectrum. It may be the production function method, the cash flow method, or some multivariate regression, right? And the second step, which is not carried out in India, is that this value, estimated value, should be discounted in order to become a reserve price at which the bidding will begin. However, this second step is not carried out in India. So what I recommend, okay, that's one point. The next point I want to say is that when we estimate the value of spectrum, when we have done it in the past, we have had a lot of market data to do so. But we are just at the beginning of our 5G and 6G journey. So we do not really have firm foundations as far as the market uptake and market usage is concerned. The use cases are still at a very nascent stage. Therefore, of course, we can make assumptions and use proxies and come up with some kind of valuation. But these valuations should not be, are going to be on much less firm foundations than the previous valuations that we did. So what I recommend is that we should, in order to set reserve prices in India, we should look at the reserve prices that have been set in other geographies, okay, and use those reserve prices to set our reserve prices. Not look at the value of spectrum that has been discovered in other geographies and set those as our reserve prices. That's what I would recommend. The third point which I'm trying to push Professor Sridhar and I for quite some time now, is that we need to have many more licensed service areas than we do right now. Currently we have 23. I am recommending that we need to have at least 100. We know that there are many countries like the US which have lots of licensed service areas, and given the heterogeneity of the telecommunications landscape with everything from 1G to 6G existing simultaneously within few square kilometers, we need to be able to have much better niches in our market structure. This will also promote competition in the industry, which currently is too concentrated. Now, along with having larger number of licensed service areas, we must explore what are called package or combinatorial auctions. Right now, we use what are called simultaneous multiple round ascending auctions, but countries like the US have started using combinatorial auctions. Briefly, what a combinatorial auction is that, let's say that there are 3 circles or 3 LSAs. In the simultaneous multiple round ascending auctions, you can place bids independently at each of the 3 windows, right? And the bids will proceed in an ascending manner. In a combinatorial auction, you can continue to place individual bids, like saying, I want to bid for circle A, right? But you can also bid for combinations, like you can bid for circle A and B together, or B and C together, right? Or B and C together and A and B together. So you can bid for combinations, right? As well as for individual auctions, individual windows. Now imagine a market where there are 100 LSAs, right? If you allow combinatorial auctions, then the synergies between the different LSAs, those can be captured by the bidders through the process of combinatorial auctions. All that is needed is that the process of deciding what packages are allowable needs to be judiciously made. The next is that we need to place greater emphasis on unlicensed spectrum. It is a complement to mobile services, and we need to build that into our models and our policy making. And finally, another hobby horse of mine, and Professor Sridhar, which we've been pushing for some time, is that in order to bring more competition in the services layer, we need to promote a functional separation between the infrastructure and the services layer, and we should not do it by mandating a functional separation, but by incentivizing it. So, for example, we could do it through a tax structure which levies lower taxes on the services layer than on the infrastructure layer. Okay, so those, in short, are the recommendations that I have, and I can talk more when we come to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Let me now turn and have an industry view, and Rahul, let me turn to you. India does have a lot of digital ambitions, in terms of as we are moving forward, and obviously, you have cost of spectrum in terms of how much money an operator should be spending on spectrum and how much money you should be spending on digital. So do you think that the current pricing structure, is it helping to achieve those digital ambitions?
Thank you, Pankaj. Since just let me take 2 minutes to churn the thoughts which emerged from my speaker just before me. Of course, I was telling Mr. Gulabchand ji that he just laid all the cards on the table and said, now you can fight for the cards. So that's where he left it. But just to, and I deeply respect Professor Rohit, and read a lot of what he has written. But 2 things I just wanted to add the complexity on the international benchmarking of the prices. See, the issue is that the revenues per subscriber internationally and in India are really not comparable. I am at a ARPU of around 2.5, a lot of struggle, we've reached 2.5. Global average is around 8. I am using exactly the same equipment today which anybody else uses in the world. In fact, because of the situations which we are geopolitically, a lot of countries in the world are able to use a lot of other equipment which we, because of trusted reasons, etc., are not able to use. So technically speaking, competitively, I'm not even comparable, to my cost of laying down the networks. Plus, another technical fact is that most of the networks, as we go towards data, require humongous amount of backhaul. We are a country starved of backhaul. I mean, only 50% of our sites are fiberized. So my cost of rolling out services is dynamically very different, when you do it. So international benchmarking as a benchmark, yes, but solely relying on that may not be, the right approach. But it gives a one particular benchmark. Second point, which I don't agree with, is on the unlicensed bit. See, the problem is this story about licensed, unlicensed. We have got today more than 600 megahertz given unlicensed. I don't see what is really happening in that unlicensed band. And then we want to say that we should have more, that in US the whole 6 gigahertz went up the unlicensed way. In a country which is getting, dependent and transforming itself digitally just on a basis of a mobile phone, if I start giving that precious spectrum, then how do the mobile services really grow, right? So a judicious mix of unlicensed and licensed, yes, but relying solely on unlicensed is something I have a problem with. Okay, now let me come back to the question. So Pankaj, we have had a long journey. I touched that in the morning. From an era of spectrum scarcity to an era of spectrum abundance. Of course, Mr. Gulabchand and Anilji has got a lot of inventory lying, but it's just not getting picked up anymore. The reason is that, ideally speaking, if it was priced correctly, maybe I could have looked at having more. But I am very prudent now because my ability to generate a return is severely restricted, right, of what I can really achieve. Do I require more spectrum for future? Answer is definitely yes. We would require a huge amount of spectrum with the way the data is growing. Just 1 year back, we were hovering around 22, 23. Ravi can add up 2 or 3 more GBs given his size and scale. We are today at 26 GBs per subscriber. If this rate continues, we are really looking at explosion of how people are going to use data. To support that amount of data, you would require spectrum. If it is priced adequately, there will be an uptick of pricing. It is wrong to take the benchmark from 2012, 14 and 15. That was not an auction. It was a gun put on my temple to say either you bid or you close down your business. That is not an auction. If I don't have a choice to run myself, that's not an auction. It was a renewal auction in that sense. So it's very important that we start seeing the spectrum as a route to digital transformation. Because a lot of our today, let's look at some of the things. You talk about the DPI. The whole DPI layer today is riding on the base layer of the digital transformation. Can you do, for example, banking today without using the phone? Can you do a Paytm today without using a phone? Can you use the scan QR code without doing? Can you do a UPI without phone? So it just translates into very simple thought that if you have to support the digital ambitions of this country, you need to have a very different take on how you are pricing spectrum, how you are doing it, and allocating it fairly to the stakeholder. What is the right way? I don't think we have still stuck the right note. We do have a lot of learnings, which have emerged over time, but it's a thought for discussion as to what is the best way for India.
Thank you, Rahul. Let me have one more government perspective from DOT before I come on the industry side. So Mr. Khandagle, I mean, you have been part of DOT. You have looked at the the previous rounds, how the pricing has been done. I know TRAI does the pricing, but eventually DOT decides what should be it. Sometimes we've also seen DOT makes it a little higher than what was recommended, but off late we have not seen that. But looking at what we are just heard from Rahul, I mean, obviously right now you are also, looking at the satellite, and, and satellite is a different paradigm itself. Do you think there should be some sort of a flexibility in the approach of looking at reserve prices in order to see that, the whole whatever spectrum is given, that offtake happens? Because what is happening right now is we still leave some spectrum on the table, and that's also loss of revenue as far as the government is concerned. So your uptake, and obviously you're free to add any more comments from your side on the overall topic.
Good evening, everyone. What you said makes sense. Even Gulab sir has presented some slides in which we can see that the uptake of the spectrum has been not up to the mark. Am I audible? Yeah. So, and most of the spectrum which has been sold, you see, if you can see that almost at the reserve price, barring few circles. So definitely I do feel that there is a, obviously this is my personal view, there is a case for introspection, especially with respect to the, let's say, the setting of a reserve price. Right now, means historically also we'll say it was discounted at 0.8%, but based on the data and the market conditions, eventually TRAI has to reduce it to 0.7. Now, if there is any scope further, right now I cannot comment, but definitely, let's say, it has to be optimal. It cannot be, let's say, 0.5, which will become too less. So we have to see some scope has to be there where we can arrive some optimal value of that discount factor. That's my personal view.
Thank you. Thank you. Even as an individually at a personal level, if you're seeing some flexibility, I'm sure it can translate into some sort of an action. But we understand there are legacy, there are, a legacy that we are carrying, and it does have some impact, right?
But having said that, if you see that, just now Rahulji also was commenting about the 2014 and 15 spectrum and under the benchmarking and all those things. The fact remains that when we are thinking from the government's perspective, or let's say from a regulator perspective, there is a view, there is thought, there is understanding that market discovery of price has happened. So whether it is right for the government to amend it, change it, decrease or increase, that is a different thing. But what a general common understanding could be that government will not enter into the market arena. We have some commodity, natural resource, we are offering for auction. It is for the market, okay, to decide and arrive at the optimal price. So that's, with that caveat, I would like to end this.
Thank you. So let me get, Ravi, your views. And as we say, we have seen the previous sessions. So there is a lot of demand for spectrum as far as the industry is concerned, right? We have also seen the demand coming for the unlicensed part. We also have a lot of other industries, other, I would say, complementary or supplementary services, very specifically talking about the satellite industry, also asking for spectrum. You guys also need spectrum. So how do you see the future forward path? What do you see? And if you can take a little bit of a longer view, not just 2 years, but say 3 to 5 years, then how do you see the path going forward as far as the spectrum allocation is concerned? Let's not call spectrum as to spectrum allocation is concerned.
Thank you, Pankaj. I have some fundamental questions. I'll try to answer your question by the way of questions. So when we talk about spectrum assignment for various technologies, and we had been hearing the previous session also, a lot of open terms were used like last mile. So I wanted to ask the question from the previous panel, what is last mile? Wi-Fi cannot travel a mile, it will travel few meters. So is it actually a last mile technology? It's not. Last mile means something which is entering from outside to inside, which is typically, whether it is fiber, it can be a fiber last mile, or it can be a say terrestrial or satellite network which is last mile. So calling Wi-Fi as last mile probably I think is inaccurate. When we talk about this whole how to allocate the spectrum, we need to define what is a public network and what is the private use. So there is a difference between the two. Public network is an operator who builds a public network to reach to the consumers, whether the consumer can be carrying this kind of a mobile phone, moving on the road and using the service, or he can be sitting inside the home, receiving the service at one point and then using it through the so-called unquoted last mile, last meter actually, in the last meter Wi-Fi. So whether it is TV is connected or his mobile phone is connected, laptop is connected, which is for the last few meters actually. We should start calling that as last meter rather than last mile. So last meter is not last mile. So technology, when we talk about the assignment, we are not discussing here last meter. So that's the end device consumer uses themselves on their own devices. It is basically device to device or a CP to device kind of a private communication which happens inside the premises of the users and the network which is built by the user. We are here when we talk about allocation of spectrum, actually it is assignment of spectrum. When we talk about assignment of spectrum, we talk about assignment of spectrum for the public network, not for the private use inside the home. Okay. So when it is public network, then it is not about Wi-Fi versus IMT versus satellite or a service called VSAT or a service called GMPCS. GMPCS is not a service. VSAT is not a service. Service is internet, data, VPN, voice, messaging. These are the services. So what is the service being provided? This service can be provided under various licenses. You can provide a VPN service under VSAT license. You can provide VPN service under the access license also. You can provide voice service under the access license. You can provide voice service under the GMPCS license also. So what we have to see is the end use of the service for that particular spectrum. So once we have seen that, then the second question comes is the assignment. How the assignment has to happen. Okay. So when you speak about how do I see the network getting converged in next 5 years. So whether it is satellite and terrestrial remaining separate networks or one network. Whether it is Wi-Fi or IMT, the answer is no. IMT is getting merged with Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is getting merged with IMT. Satellite is getting merged with IMT and IMT is getting merged with satellite. All the satellite providers are trying to provide services on the mobile devices, on the FWA devices. So they are entering into the space of terrestrial network and terrestrial operators are entering into the space of satellite networks. And in fact the standards, whether it is release 17, release 18, release 19, we talk about, all talking about converged network. So initially we used to talk about the coordination between two type of networks or satellite. Coordination between a terrestrial spectrum and a satellite spectrum, whether the terrestrial network will create interference to the satellite network or satellite will create interference to the terrestrial network. These were the topics. But the moment you have the converged network with a common RAN, so this whole debate is over because the RAN will take care of the interference. Interference mitigation is no longer an issue which need to be resolved by government in that case. So the same spectrum given to an operator who is building one common network which is serving satellite and terrestrial can be used. So that's what I see in next 5 to 10 years, how the spectrum assignment requirements would be, and accordingly the policy need to be aligned to that. Now coming back to the actual topic which is there, I think we spoke about failed auction, or Professor Rohit also said the auctions were probably, I think, I don't remember the term which you used. What is the purpose of auction? Is the purpose of auction to gain money which is much, much higher than the reserve price? The auction serves actually two purposes. Number one, it tries to discover the right market price. bigger purpose than discovering the right market prices to provide a non-discriminatory access. So it actually removes all kind of discretions while assignment of the spectrum to any individual party. So nobody can tomorrow say that, no, you have given preference to party A and B, and you are not given to me. The auction gives that option because it is open. Anybody can come and bid. So that equal opportunity is given to everybody. So that is the fundamental point. Even when the spectrum is sold on reserve price, is it a failure? The answer is no, because there may be, if the blocks which were being sold were 4 and the bidders were 3, obviously it would be sold at reserve price because demand is less than supply. But if there are 5 people sitting outside who have not participated in the bidding, they cannot tomorrow claim that they were discriminated because they had the option to bid. So the biggest problem which auction solves is provides an option to bid to everybody. That was the reason when Honorable Supreme Court also gave the judgment. That judgment was not on the reserve price or the price. That judgment was the option was not given. The transparent option was not given to the bidders who wanted to have the spectrum. So it solves 2 problems. So when we discuss about pricing or when we say auction is failed, the answer is wrong. None of the auction has failed because it has given equal opportunity to everybody. Auction has failed at one occasion when very high reserve price was kept and artificial scarcity was created. So if we have 10 blocks, we put only 3 blocks to the auction. And we knew it very well that 8 are already being used in the network. So if we sell 3, 5 networks are bound to actually get closed. That is why the price went very high. So that was the only one auction where by design it actually failed. While it earned a lot of money, government earned multiple times of the reserve price, but that was actually the failed auction. All other auctions were actually the pass auction, in my view. Because reserve price in auction is equivalent to determination of administrative price if it is not through auction, if it is given on an administrative basis. So the regulator has to do the complete due diligence while determining reserve price, at the same time while determining administrative price also. It is not that in administrative you don't need to do due diligence. You only need to do this diligence only when some auction reserve price is to happen. So why? When TRI does this reserve price exercise, sorry, I'm taking your topic, the cash flow, discounted cash flow, the so-called Cobb-Douglas method of man-machine substitution, and all those things. All these issues are technical efficiency of the spectrum are taken care, and a mix of that is deployed, and then the reserve price is determined. Whether it is right or wrong, high or low, I'm not going into the detail of that, but a lot of study goes into it. At the same time, when we do and that is only the reserve price. On the reserve price, then the market determines how much more they can bid. Same way, when the administrative price determination has to happen, I think the same exercise also need to be done there. The demand and supply gap, discounted cash flows, and the business plan, the competing nature of the services, all these things need to be done. It is not that in case of auction, everything is to be done. In case of administrative, nothing is to be done. So that's my view on the pricing of the spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi, for giving your perspective. Dr. Laura, let me, bring you in. I mean, you have seen that, how auction has been happening. I'm sure you would have followed what's happening in India, what's happening, in overall industry, globally and all that. And then obviously, we have, very different needs of SATCOM industry, looking at LEO, GEO or MEO kind of, different applications. So one question to you is obviously, whether the traditional auction methods, would that be suitable for SATCOM industry? That was number one, or an alternate approach is required. And if you could also bring in terms of, your own experience of international markets, what has been happening in the SATCOM industry, and how that can be relevant for India. Thank you.
much for your question and for the opportunity to express also the satellite view on this matter. In a way, I'm surprised that this matter is still being discussed. I know it's a very sensitive subject, and the discussion has been ongoing for some time, but it was our understanding that a decision had been taken. It is Telesat view, but more in general, the view of the satellite industry that auctions are not suitable for satellite spectrum, and specifically I'm referring, at least as Telesat, to the spectrum above C-band, C, KU, KA, and above. And why? The reason is that auctions, by definitions, are suitable for items that need an exclusive allocation. So it makes sense to auction a jewel, it makes sense to auction a painting, because you cannot hang the same painting in multiple houses at the same time, it's clear. But the same applies to spectrum. A mobile operator needs exclusive assignment of spectrum because they cannot provide services to mobile user terminals in the same location using the same. Multiple operators cannot provide services to user terminals in the same location using the same spectrum. This is not the case for satellite. GSO satellite have been sharing the same spectrum in C, KU, KA, and now in even higher frequency bands for decades, and they will continue to do so exactly in the same location, thanks to the directivity of the antenna and the knowledge of where the satellite is in the sky. Non-GSO systems are now coming to the market. Coordination is more complex, there is no denial, but it is feasible, and non-GSO satellites are coming to coordination agreement among each other. There are protection criteria for protection of GSO, and they can just the same share spectrum in the higher frequency band. So this is why auctions of spectrum of satellite spectrum have never been deployed or even considered in any other country of the world. The result of the satellite auction would have two, at least in my view, two types of negative consequences. First of all, it would imply that spectrum that otherwise could be shared in its entirety among all satellite operators would actually be divided in chunks and assigned exclusively only to some operators. And this clearly contravenes the basic principle of efficient spectrum use. The second aspect is more commercial. This would also imply that a very limited number of auction winners, that may be the ones with the deepest pockets and not necessarily the one with the best services, would win the spectrum and hold the key for access to a resource that could otherwise be shared among all users. Just one, to reply to your second part of the question, I've already mentioned that spectrum auctions in bands of C, KU, KA have never taken place. What has happened in a few countries, and Brazil comes to mind, if I remember correctly, also US for some time, was that some ITU filing, ITU GSO orbital locations were auctioned, but never spectrum per se. There have been some auctions, for instance, in Saudi Arabia in much lower frequency bands, like around 2 gigahertz. And why? Because again, at much lower frequency bands, the spectrum cannot be shared, even among the satellite operators. So it could be auctioned. Is it a good practice? In our view, no. And why? Because the satellites, in any case, have a coverage area that covers more than one country. So to have these spectrum splits of each country assigning spectrum, different chunks of spectrum in countries in the same coverage area would lead to a lack of harmonization that in general it is not recommended. So I hope with this to have replied to your question.
Thank you. Now, before we go to audience, thank you, Dr. Laura. So I have one common question to all the panelists and whomsoever wants to reply. We can take another 10 minutes or so, and after that we can go to the audience. So one is obviously, so let me start, Rahul, with you. I mean, we are experiencing 5G in the country so far. It has been launched, and we are looking at various applications, that would come in. So one is obviously what kind of spectrum roadmap is needed, to grow this, particular technology. And I have second question, which is interlinked between both the satellite and the terrestrial. I mean, what we see is both the industries are vying for the, spectrum, right? So could there be some sort of any spectrum sharing strategy which could benefit both the industries? Whatever you want to answer, and then I can pass.
Yeah, so let me start on the reverse way, the satellite and the terrestrial networks. I think one principle we need to acknowledge first is that terrestrial networks are really the backbone of large part of what we are doing today. Having said that, there are areas, locations, use cases which remain unaddressed. So for example, if India has to become a major trade economic zone, are we providing coverage across the coastal areas and the sea? Right? Is there coverage available there today? Can India become an aviation hub where all airlines flying over India have coverage of broadband? The answer is we are struggling still. Are there all tracts of land which are covered today? Just yesterday we covered Galwan and some areas in Ladakh through mobility first time. But till now they were not covered. Right? There are patches of land, rural areas not covered. A lot of village panchayats still don't have connectivity. So I think we need to recognize that where the technology can enable us to do things which are not being done today, should we use that? Absolutely and immediately. Right? We should use the technology to our advantage and get that. Second area is the evolution of technology, which we just discussed. The direct to mobile, the direct to cell, the future. And due to the evolution of technology, miniaturization of the chip, competing services now available to a subscriber. Right? That's where the principle of level playing field starts kicking in, that if I'm sitting at my home and I'm getting a broadband coverage, if I'm getting it from Jio or Airtel, if I am getting from somebody else, then what is the treatment of that particular thing? That is something which a regulator really has to consider, because given that you are giving the same amount of service. So that's a real thin line to travel. Direct to cell, I think the answer should be simple. I think Gulab Chandji actually covered it. If I go in an auction and I take an airwave, that airwave is for what? Is for really utilizing it as an airwave spectrum. Now, if today or tomorrow a technology player wants to do a direct to mobile, then naturally that person will have to get in touch with an operator, have an understanding with that person. Or in reverse, he can also bid for that spectrum one day and say, okay, no, I want to have this spectrum, I'll go directly. Fair, you can do that. So that, I think, is a model which already being tested in US. For that situation, somebody to say, no, I should get a shared usage of that band, and you have to mandatorily talk to me for doing this, is something which the regulator has to be very careful of, because otherwise the value of spectrum completely changes. Now let's come back to the 5G, and the monetization and what is lying in the future. Given the speed right now, between Jio and us, we have around 8 lakh, BTSs. If my numbers are correct, around 5 lakh, touching 5 lakh are already onto the, 5G bandwagon. So like the pace is very high. Today, the monetization is less because use cases are less. Having said that, the data consumption is still increasing. 26 GB is going up all the time. So for future, I will require spectrum. Where is that spectrum? That spectrum can be available to me from 3.7 to 4.2, the immediate tranche. There is some blockages in 3.3 to 3.65. The NAVIC and the defense can be cleaned up. 3.7 to 4.2, we should start now. And if there is a dividend required for existing players to move, let's do that. Let's be fair. We have to create unfortunately, large part of usages which we are doing, we somehow feel that, there is no opportunity to give a dividend. If the government can extract revenue in that band through auctions, they should consider, how do they enable it to be more productive for everybody. 6 gigahertz, I think, is the most important spectrum, which is there today for the future of mobile. And that, I think, clarity needs to emerge fast. There are the lower part and the upper part. There have been discussions and debate which have happened. I think it's high time we do a real debate, try to sort out, what is the best path available to us. But that spectrum is very crucial for the mobile growth business.
Thank you. Ravi, or anybody else from here? No.
So what was your question? Coming back to the question. So basically, the point is...
So one was obviously, what are the future roadmap for 5G, given the 5G experience that's going on. Second was in order for both because we need both the technologies, so how can they coexist? So can there be some sort of a sharing strategies,
Sorry, I just wanted you to repeat the question. So I was going to start from the famous comparison which everyone tries to do is complementary versus competing. So when a complementary service becomes competing service, on what barometer we decide that. So that is, I think, the point which all of us need to be very conscious of, because we generally say it is complementary. If it is complementary, can we restrict actually the service to ensure that it always remains complementary? It will never compete at the time of allocation or pricing of the spectrum. So that's the debate. I think I'll just leave it for tomorrow's discussion where many of us would be participating in TRI's open house session. So I'm not going into the greater detail of that. Second is the greater good. Somebody spoke about the spectrum for the greater good. Since Wi-Fi is doing greater good and IMT is not doing greater good, so IMT should pay and Wi-Fi should not pay. Both are doing the same thing actually, not different things. Are we saying that Wi-Fi is doing greater good and IMT is not doing greater good? So we have over 1 billion consumers who are connected, who are getting all these services. When we talk about it, more than 85–90% of the users are connected to internet and to the world, to each other, using the IMT-based mobile networks. So is that not the greater good? Hardly anybody would be using Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi offload, when we talk about, what is actually Wi-Fi offload? If a fixed line connection is installed at my home, it is actually a fixed line home. When I go to home and my phone goes to that phone, that Wi-Fi, is it actually offload? It's not offload by design. It is a fixed line connection where I have created a small Wi-Fi hotspot for myself and I'm using that. Offload would have been if there was a public network, Wi-Fi public network, which was actually offloading it. So when we say 63% of the data is offloaded on Wi-Fi, actually it is not. Hardly any offload is happening. It is now with 5G and 6G, it is the other way around. 5G would be offloading the Wi-Fi because 5G speeds are much more than the possible Wi-Fi speeds at many places. Third, normally people try to compare the terrestrial access spectrum quantity with Wi-Fi access quantity. What we need to understand, when you build a macro cell, we may be covering, say, 1,000 houses. And that spectrum, say 100 megahertz. 100 megahertz is divided for those 1,000 houses. So per house would be, say 100 divided by 1,000. Okay, so that is the per megahertz, per house availability of the spectrum, whether concurrently and all those things. But in the home, when you are using the Wi-Fi spectrum, that is repeated in every home. So you need not to have the aggregate of the spectrum. The total spectrum which is in Wi-Fi is reusable in every home. Whereas in case of the mobile or IMT, the total spectrum gets divided into the users. Okay, because that's not reusable. Every user will not get 100 megahertz. It will get divided by the number of users present in that cell. So that is why one cannot demand that if you have given 400 megahertz to IMT, you should give 4 gigahertz for Wi-Fi. So you don't actually require that because your spectrum, Wi-Fi spectrum, is used in a local hotspot, which is reused in every house. There is no interference being caused because it's a low power transmission. So that was another point. Third was, I think other speakers also talk about MSS. MSS is an exclusive allocation of spectrum, all of us talked about. And the justification for non-feasibility of auction is the shared use. Because it is shared use, that is why auction is not possible, and auction would result into inefficient utilization of spectrum and all those arguments. But MSS is a shared use, it is an exclusive use. Why auction cannot be done in MSS band? Why it is a entry into Schedule 1 of the Indian Telecommunication Act of L and S band should be given through administrative mechanism. How can we give exclusive allocation of spectrum, exclusive frequencies to the private user on an administrative basis on first come, first serve basis? What is the difference between this and the GSM spectrum given on first come, first serve basis, or 5G spectrum given on first come, first serve basis? Absolutely no, zero difference. So that's where I think probably entries in the Schedule 1 itself need to be reviewed and rechecked whether the technical feasibility of auction is there or not. Coming back to the shared mode, a very small this thing. If we have 100 megahertz of spectrum and it is auctioned between 4 operators, everyone buys 25 megahertz and everyone pays for it and pays more than the reserve price. If the same 100 megahertz is given to this terrestrial operator that, okay, you take this spectrum, run away from here and coordinate outside this room and share whatever manner you want to, then you don't require to pay anything. The same happens in satellite. If this total spectrum is given to 4 operators or 5 operators for a shared use, does it mean that you have to give it that for free of cost? The spectrum has a value. You need to divide that value. The only way is that instead of asking that 4 guys taking 25 megahertz each and going out of this room, instead of that, you are asking, take this 100, go out of this room and then divide. And coordination is nothing but dividing the spectrum. So if you are dividing outside the room, then it is free of cost. If you are dividing in this room, then it is paid, and paid above the reserve price. Thank you.
Dr. Laura, any comments from your side? Otherwise, we'll go to audience. Okay, all right. So we had a very good session. I think very comprehensive comments from all the panelists. Looking forward to some questions. Yes. Can you also introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you. I'm Rajiv Kumar, Director Engineering from Doordarshan. I was discussing about the spectrum to be auctioned, and that is with the competing service providers. One is terrestrial and other is satellite. I want to understand, terrestrial component is not complete unless there is a backbone. Backbone is hardly fiber, and mostly it is microwave link. So, may I know what is the process of getting that backbone? Is it on the administrative pricing, or it is being auctioned? If it is not auctioned, then what is the probability and possibility of auctioning this? So that the service provider pays for everything, whatever he is using.
I don't think I got the question very clearly, but I think I partially understood that why microwave backhaul spectrum is not being auctioned. That is the question. How it is being assigned? It's a common knowledge. It is being assigned administratively as of now. And to give you a little bit of more information, I think this much can be revealed to you. We sought try recommendation on the allocation methodology of microwave backhaul spectrum way back in 2014. So government deliberated and went on deliberating, discussing, referring back to try and all that, but we couldn't decide ultimately. So again, now the paradigm is changing. There is integrated access and backhaul. Many of the existing microwave access and backhaul spectrums is being earmarked for IMT purposes. And there are many operators who are seeking spectrum for last mile connectivity as a replacement of wireline. They are looking for some spectrum in the microwave access and backbone frequencies to replace the wire in the difficult areas. So looking at all these factors, new developments, we are turning back to TRAI, and we have requested them to provide their guidance. And TRAI also cannot go beyond what has been provided in the Telecom Act. Telecom Act provides for the allocation of backhaul through administrative means. So under all those given kind of boundaries, the TRAI would be kind of considering our request, and they'll be providing a recommendation maybe in due course. I think that's the answer.
Hi, Vikram. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think one of the points, if some of the panelists could cover, is we've been seeing these reports from MIB and also a recommendation from TRAI on direct-to-device broadcast and the related spectrum, making spectrum available, in which manner should it be? So MIB has been asking for it to be given for free, but it's not part of that schedule. So, any thoughts?
As long as the provider is the public broadcaster, so-called public broadcaster. So there is no question of kind of like direct to device. I will address it later. So as long as the provider of the broadcasting service is a public broadcaster, there is no question that spectrum would be given through auction to him. It would, of course, it would be administrative. But your question of MIB asking for direct to device. So my question to you is whether that direct to device will be provided by MIB or by a private player. If it is a private player, so there is no question. I think it should be given administratively.
I'm talking of D2M.
Yeah,
that is what I am also talking about.
Just to add Vikram on this.
I am talking about direct to mobile only. If I am allowing the commercial broadcast providers to provide mobile, the content, the broadcast content to my mobile, then I would invite bits. I would not give it free.
I just want to complicate this further for you.
And Revati complimented. Yeah. FM is the typical example. To All India Radio, we are giving administratively, and all FM commercial people are getting through bid only.
I just want to complicate this question to you, sir, a little bit. Sorry, as a panelist. What happens if the public broadcaster starts telecasting the content of the private broadcaster? So it is MIB. Today, for example, MIB does DD Free Dish, right? DD Free Dish, it's like a DTH service. He telecasts, he does an auction transparently. All the private broadcasters, big broadcasters, they actually participate in it. They pay it. And then DD Free Dish telecasts through the DTH. So similar situation may arise where he may ask from you, he's MIB, and he should get, and he will get, and he will want to broadcast the content which is being telecast by private broadcasters also. So I think this will require, some thought and debate at some point.
Of course.
I think this has to be seen from outside in. What user is going to get? User is going to see the video content, whether he's a mobile user or a broadcast user, and the DD Free Dish also would be actually providing app-based content to this. So what you and me, most of the telecom operators are doing exactly the same thing. 80% of the content is a video content on which the whole spectrum which is bought through auction is being used. So this broadcasting, one-way broadcasting will not be one-way broadcasting. It would have the two-way component into it, which is a subset of telecom. So in the name of broadcasting, you cannot create a parallel service which is being licensed by in the name of public broadcaster. In telecom, the BSNL is the public telecom service provider, but they get the spectrum exactly at the same price at which the private operators get. The same way, if DD is getting that, DD should pay exactly the same price for the spectrum at which telecom operators are paying. Why should they get the spectrum for free of cost and then give it to the private users to actually exploit that spectrum?
Yes, please. Mic there.
Before him, I can comment on the continuing discussion. Everybody knows that what is broadcasting. That is telecast of providing video, audio, and multimedia over radio or any other cable and other things. Broadcast came and provided video, audio much before than the telecom, so-called telecom service providers. And by that definition, all these services should have come under broadcasting. Instead of that, you are trying to convey that broadcasting should come within the ISP provider. It was the primary objective of broadcasting to provide audio, video, and multimedia to the public through radio or cable. So it is, you are talking opposite to that.
Things
You came after broadcasting.
Somebody who is providing IPTV service is actually providing over the internet, which is actually broadcast service. Somebody who is providing DTH service is actually providing on the telecom network, which is licensed under Section 4 of Indian Telegraph Act, which is actually a telecom network on which the broadcasting service is being provided. So bearer service and broadcasting service need to be distinguished.
Can we have...
And I think we must differentiate between commercial and sovereign functions. So there are certain sovereign functions which must be kind of catered to by the government. We cannot commercialize everything, one and everything. So there's long and short.
Please.
So thank you for this interesting discussion. I'm Paresh Saxena. I'm Associate Professor from BITS Pilani. My question is in context of 6G, the research community has already started looking into the integrated terrestrial and non-terrestrial applications. So what is the role of auction or pricing bodies to enable such applications?
Attempted? I think when you're looking at spectrum, you're looking at the fungibility of the use, which you are going to derive. Like Mr. Gulabchan just mentioned, take for example the backhaul. Today, there is a utility for backhaul and there's a utility for IMT purposes maybe in future. And I think the simple rule to follow in this case has to be, what is it that you intend to use a thing for? If you do intend to use it for a purpose which is related to, let's say, IMT, then you should pay as IMT. If you are intending to use it only as a backhaul, then you should need to look at using it as a backhaul. I think as far as 6 giga is concerned, I think the real area of discussion right now across the world is what is the right quantity for the future growth of mobile? What is a judicious mix? And I'm not giving my opinion one way or other, I'm just telling you the issues on hand. Fungibility in use, judicious mix of Wi-Fi along with this, and protecting some interests which may be there in the space industry, for example. Those are the things which are up at the WRC, which is where the discussion is. Now, every concerned party has a valid concern, right? Naturally, nobody's arguing just for the namesake. But what is the common factor which, as a regulator or government will have to consider, is that where is a larger public good, right, in utilizing the spectrum. So I think that has to be the benchmark. Everything else is issues, and there are, people who will argue one way or other. But where is the common public good, maximum public good? How do you maximize it? I think that's the way it should go.
I think we can close.
Sir. Sir, can I
So
ask
let this be the last.
a last question, please?
Okay, Mr. Bhatia after that. Okay. Oh, in space? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening everyone. I'm Kriti from InSpace. This session was titled Spectrum Pricing and the Future of Spectrum Auctions. And it intrigued me a lot because we also come across a lot of startups who are coming and but the discussion over here was mostly for the telecom operators. So it's not relevant to the people on the dais, but maybe for the government officials who are here. So for the Earth observation satellites that are coming up by these startups, so there are a lot of proposals in which they do remote sensing, and as we know that the image resolution is improving day by day, and so the data reception that they have to do in X band or S band, so that the present pricing policy is about 70K per megahertz per annum. So we are getting a lot of requests from them so that the government revises it, because if if a startup is using 1 gigahertz bandwidth for the year, then they end up paying 70 crore rupees. And Earth observation is one such field which is the requirement of the nation. And I don't know whether this is an appropriate forum or not, but because it was spectrum pricing, so I was like looking forward something in this direction, some forum, some panel should be there that addresses this issue also. Thank you so much.
Thank you for asking this question, and thank you for highlighting the kind of genuine requirement of Earth observation. So immediately I can say that yes, your point is well noted. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. You are Kriti, no? Yeah. This point is already brought to the devotees' notice, and there is a committee under the chairmanship of Member T is already looking into it. Earth observation, because it is proportional to the bandwidth, and they will be using for a fraction of time in a day, and it is highly shared. So that's good. You reminded us that.
So Kriti, you are not going empty-handed back. You have a direction.
Resolved.
Bharatji, yeah. Yeah, the last one.
Yeah, so I think it's a great panel. I only want to make 2-3 observations. First, I think, why do we do auctions? I think that's a point which Ravi also made. And this stems from the Supreme Court judgment, you know, what happened during the 2G and all of those. There was a non-transparent method of giving the spectrum, and therefore auction was considered as a most transparent way of giving the spectrum. And that's the right thing to do. If we are able to do that transparent mechanism without going through auction, that should be equally acceptable. What happens, and I give the analogy of, let's say, KU band or KA band kind of satellites, where the same band is used by, let's say, 10, 20, 100 satellite operators, and there is no restriction. That is, if I come today, or if I come after 1 year, or if I come after 10 years, I can still get access to the same spectrum, which means that's the most transparent. The main thing that needs to be driven is how do you determine the price for that spectrum? And I think that is a job for TRAI to find out what kind of pricing should be set for that spectrum, which is valid not today, tomorrow, but which should be valid for a long period of time. That's the first point. Second point, we have not deliberated here, and X-band was brought up. There are many such services where the allocation is done on an administrative basis. Captive networks is one, police networks is another, civil aviation is another. All of these are done on an administrative basis. Some are priced, some are not priced, depending on whether it's a sworn function or it is a private entity. Is there a way for us to work towards creating some kind of a benchmark of how do you price that kind of spectrum? It's not a public telecom spectrum, so it's not something that is being contested. But there are many new services that are coming up. Remote sensing, satellite telemetry, driving cars, many of the things which may require spectrum, which perhaps need to be priced or it needs to be unlicensed. But that is something that perhaps an area that we need to work on. And naturally, whenever an issue is brought up, DOT is very proactive in starting the discussion and coming up with this. But I think maybe more on a proactive basis we need to do. One last point. I've been using UPI, and most of us are doing. I make almost 10 transactions a day, every day. And last, at least for a year or so, I remember, I have not used a mobile network for that. When I'm here in my office, I use it, which is again on a Wi-Fi provided by one of the operators again, Airtel in this. And when I go home, the Wi-Fi network is provided by Jio. Again, my mobile network, my transaction all go via the Wi-Fi network, which connects to a hotspot at my home and then goes on to the telecom network. So to me, actually, Wi-Fi is a great complementary service. And we have been debating this 6 GHz issue for many. I think it's time to close that debate. There is a global agreement of some portion for mobile and some portion for Wi-Fi. And I think as a telecom industry, we owe to come to one understanding where we can at least move forward on that. Thank you.
I would like to reply on 2 points of yours. First is the auction which you said, shareability. Till the time the GSO satellites were there, I agree. A majority of the part it was shareable. In some, it was still not shareable when the satellites were too close. We at Geo are facing one coordination issue with ISRO, where the spectrum is not being given because the satellites are too close. So it is not that it has infinite capacity and every satellite would have the same this thing. But when we move towards NGSO, the quantum of satellite, number of satellite is exponentially higher than the satellites which were there in case of GSO. So that is why this whole debate about transparent, non-discriminatory allocation comes in, because in absence of that, you fall back to some ITU filing date, which is again first come, first serve. So there would be always fight under the Article 22, whether, though it is not relevant between NGSO and NGSO, but still everyone would start claiming their priority on the basis of ITU filing. So somebody who would have filed in 2017 vis-a-vis somebody who is filing in 2024, there would always be an issue when there is an interference, when there is capacity crunch, when there are EPFD limits are increasing. The person would say, no, I have higher priority, you have lower priority. That means you have created discrimination. You have created discrimination on the basis of first come, first serve. That is the point I think we need to understand. That is very, very critical point, and it is being faced by many countries. It will be faced, and that is where we are different from US, we are different from UK, Europe, where the spectrum has been already allocated, assigned. In India, it has not been done. So we have the opportunity to correct from the be corrected from the very beginning itself, instead of doing some mid-course correction at a later date. Second point comes is the pricing. Yes, that's where I said the pricing, determining the pricing for an exclusive auction and determining the pricing of the spectrum in a shared mode cannot be different. The total price which is accrued from the total spectrum has to be same. Whether this 100 megahertz is divided into 4 chunks and given, or whether it is 100 megahertz is totally given to 4 parties. The pricing of the 100 megahertz remains same, na? It cannot be 0. So what is being talked about is give it for 0 with some 1% SUC or 2% SUC. So that is where the whole debate comes of the level playing field, which Rahul also spoke about it, is the point. Third is you are the most privileged person who has Wi-Fi at home and office, a fixed line at home and office. But 90% of the people don't have that. They use UPI on mobile. Thank you, sir.
One point which I want to make is that when one says that a particular spectrum band can be shared, now whether it can be shared or not, I don't know, I'm not a technical person, but when one says that the satellite band can be shared, that what one is saying is that the marginal cost of using it for an additional user is 0, which means that the efficiency dictates that the price of that spectrum band should be 0. Okay, so that's one point from an economics point of view.
First party has to pay. The second party can pay 0. Marginal cost is 0. But
No, even for the first party, if the marginal cost zero. Yeah, so, sorry. Raviji, just one sec. So the other point which Bharatji raised, I think is a very important point which has not been addressed by our panel, which is that we need to rationalize the use of government spectrum. Bharatji was saying, how do you measure the, assess the price or value of spectrum which is being used by the government departments? Right? There's a massive quantity of spectrum which is being used by government departments, right? And Gulab Chandji, you are better than me, you have better knowledge than me. And we need to rationalize the use of that spectrum. Not all of it is in use at any particular point in time or will be used even in the next 10 years, right? Why can't we not use that for the benefit of the people, right? Thank you.
I think you are just like CAG. So CAG has made our life difficult. We are on that path actually. Kindly go through the CAG report, the latest CAG report, wherein they have brought out all these lacunas, like a lot of mobile spectrum is being kind of exploited upon by government players and all that. So government has already seized up the matter. And so see, every spectrum is not equal. So far as IMT spectrum is concerned, that is really given more precedence over any other spectrum. So the observations made by the public or the media at large would be in relation to that commercial satellite, mobile, IMT spectrum. Thank you.
I think we have used full quota of our time and it was very, very interactive. I think personally enjoyed it. I'm sure all my fellow panelists and I'm sure all of you also enjoyed it. I think it's a very nice way to finish the day. Thank you so much and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. That were some thought-provoking viewpoints and an insightful session by our esteemed panel. I request you all to kindly stay back on the stage. I thank all of you all for taking out your precious time and joining us here today and sharing your expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Bhatia to please conclude the session at the day one of ISMC 24.
So thank you, everybody. We don't go back because we are going to have a VIP dinner here only, right in the next room, cocktails and dinner. But before that, I just want to thank each one of you, not only this panel, but even the previous sessions. We had an excellent day. I think much more interactive would have been better. The last session was. But earlier session would have been better if we had more interactions. But the knowledge sharing was excellent. We had, each of session was power packed, and I think the number of speakers and the kind of diverse views that they brought in, not from a national perspective, but from an international perspective, they were very, very useful. And I think this will be a very long way to go with us as to the learnings from today. We will be compiling those and also sharing with all of you as well as with the government and the speakers. We will continue this discussion tomorrow. We have again a power-packed session tomorrow with a lot of very high-value speakers in the morning. I think we will also talk a little bit about the Spectrum Management Organization. Revati ji is here. She is going to cover about how to manage the spectrum and how the organizational aspects work. We have LS Telecom tomorrow talking about some very futuristic ways and many other speakers. So we will again start at same time. By 10 o'clock we'll start, so 9:30, by 9:30 if you're all here. And the afternoon sessions are going to be again very important because what we have done is after the satellite session, after the lunch, we have kept a separate workshop for 6G, and as you know, Bharat 6G Alliance has been very actively involved. Prime Minister has a vision to make India as a leader in 6G, and that workshop will be one of the primary focus of the afternoon tomorrow. So you're all welcome tomorrow. And with that, I conclude this and maybe hand over back to you.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Pankaj Sharma, sir, to please present a memento to our esteemed panel, starting with Professor Rohit Prasad. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Can we have a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Shri Rahul Vats. Thank you, sir. Shri Ravi Gandhi. Thank you, sir. Shri Dhammapal. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. And I request Mr. Bhatia to please present a memento to our wonderful moderator, Mr. Pankaj Sharma, sir. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please pose for a group photograph. I'd like to request all of you in the audience, all our speakers, everybody to please join us for a group photograph. Please. The IFI team, everybody in the audience to please join us. So please stay back for a group photograph with everybody, so with everyone. May I request you all to please walk up to the stage for a group photograph, please. I request everyone in the audience to please walk up to the stage. Please join us.